We're at
We
the
are live.
here in our office.
Yeah, it's a hubbub back here. So far, we don't have anybody representing the Dems.
No Democrats here. We got nobody in the blue.
The
There's
red
no
side of the
blues
room
here.
is full. We got,
Which is if we took a poll, it means nobody voted Democrat. If we go by CNN logic or stuff like that.
No purple either. No purple.
Hey, okay, we got a surprise for you. Willie's not here, even though he only lives about 10 minutes away. Will, why aren't you here?
I got that made in China virus, right? Right.
Celebrating with some COVID, dude.
Hey, Willie, why didn't you call up Trump and say, hey, give me that cure that you took that cures you in like 2 days?
Yeah.
Why don't you get that?
I did remdesivir. I can use some of that, man. I really can. Give me some hydroxychloroquine. That's what I need, right?
Yeah.
Headaches are lingering. That's what hurts.
blue side.
Yeah. She covered the whole side, the whole blue side.
Oh, Daniela. Yeah, he says.
Danietta's there.
It looks like we've got 3 people in purple, but that's just because the red section is so
Yeah,
full.
red section's
It's
so
overflow.
full. Yeah, you can't.
Oh, it's an overflow.
It's an overflow.
But that's funny
overflow,
because the
yeah.
map shows that Illinois is won by Joe Biden. So that's kind of.
No, that's not a real map. No, that's not a real
What do you
map.
mean it's not a real map?
Oh, that's gonna be.
That's not a real map. No. Oh, you're dreaming there. You're dreaming,
So what
Davey.
you're saying is all of this these are fake maps, even though it shows
That's
more
just
red?
for show and tell currently, right? We're still early in this election.
Come on, guys.
Where-
Come on.
The map is changing, but Ohio was looking Republican earlier, and I'm doubting Texas.
Yeah, no, hey guys, it's in Oklahoma. Trump did win Oklahoma, so that's correct.
He's got he's over 5 million voters in Florida. So he's 50%, 85% of the vote in. He's gonna win Florida.
I think you guys are gonna be surprised.
I'm.
Surprising which way? You're nuts, dude.
I think this is this a Russian television map right here? Is that Russian?
That's somebody's fantasy.
It is for all the Trump supporters. It's a Russian map. The Russians are in it.
Hello.
So
Check.
Scott, tell us what's going on, man. Tell our listeners, our viewers, what's going on.
Yeah, it's election day. Did you vote?
I did vote.
Yeah, who'd you
I don't
vote
have
for,
my
DB?
sticker.
I'm curious.
You voted
I
for
don't
it's a
have my
big
sticker,
reveal.
man.
So I was suggesting that you have one of those reveals, like a baby reveal, gender reveal, like red or blue, like a big pop smoke screen. Figure out who
That would have been great.
you actually
right?
voted
Yeah.
for. So
All right, so what's the
For
verdict?
DB, it's red or pink, right?
So look, hey, look.
Pink or
My
blue,
lady
should I
friend,
say, right?
This is for you, Scott. She said this is for you. She said this
That's
is
for
for
who?
you. She said this is for you.
I know.
By
there
Don.
you go.
Don,
I
yeah.
had that in there.
And
We
it
don't have
says
any decorations for
end
the-
of an era. It says end of an era. So she said this is for you, Scott. So I had to put it up here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Send it in the mail. It'll go in my garage.
Yes, yeah.
That's a relic that didn't happen.
So, DB, who'd you vote for, buddy?
So are we gonna go for the reveal? Are we what? You wanna know who I
Oh,
vote
yeah.
I think it's time.
I think it's time, dude. We've
Yeah.
for? I think it's time, man. So look, I voted for Joe.
Doesn't
Joe who?
surprise me.
Joe who?
Yeah, that's the question there, because there was two Joes on. There was two Joe.
What do you mean there was two Joes?
There's two Joe.
Oh, an independent Joe?
There was a Joe Biden, and then there was a Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I got
Did you vote-
Jorgensen.
Did you vote for
Jorgen-
JJ or JB?
I got JJ. JJ is on my
You voted
ticket.
JJ.
Oh,
You
I
voted
voted JJ.
Let's vote.
protest vote.
Protest vote, baby.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
know
yeah,
y'all
we'll take
will.
that.
I know y'all will.
Yeah, we'll take that.
And that's what she told me. She said, "Hey, you realize that vote is a vote for Trump because you didn't vote
Yeah, I
for."
would agree, but you're in Virginia, right?
It's okay.
You're in Virginia.
It don't matter.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter. My little vote,
Toward the protest.
right?
It's okay, man. We still love you. We still love you. You just have look. It might take you within the next 4 years to convert. That's all.
Hey, but here's the issue I have with it though, right? We got this guy Joe Jorgensen on here. There's no coverage. There was nothing to say about it. So how do we really get?
On Earth.
Huh?
On Earth.
Okay, who's been covering Joe Jurgensen? I tell you what, Scott, and anybody listening in, if they know anything about Joe Jurgensen, ask your people in there who is Joe Jurgensen.
Take the left ear.
Yeah.
I'll take the right ear.
But oh yeah. That's right. Because
there you go. All right.
Now we're right.
Much better. Yeah.
Oh yeah, y'all good now.
Check.
So ask your audience in there right now who, by show of hands, who knew of Joe Jurgensen before they actually went to the polls.
Yeah, I think you're going to get the same answer. Nobody.
Right. So what coverage did he get?
Do we even have an audience on? We're all rookies at this stuff. I can't see a chat. I don't.
Well, we saw Wayne.
Public chat.
He's asking, "Where's Daniela? Where's Daniela?"
Can we invite some people? Let me see. Can we? What do we need to do to invite people?
At the party, baby.
Hey, crank down your volume a little bit there, Will.
Willie or me?
Or your gain, Will.
My gain or
yeah,
gain?
Willie's gain.
Someone asked Will to crank down that gain a bit. Not our game. So.
I turned on the gain.
Check.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Check.
Check.
Too loud for you? No, this is volume for your ear.
I know.
Come on, so we got let's get our Facebook people on here. Let me.
All right, here. I'll turn it up.
Should have been a better setup. I should have figured this. But you know what? Guess who put this whole room together by himself today?
Which, yeah, is so surprising.
Mr. Labor himself. Scott Rowe. Yeah.
What'd you say, Will?
Mr. Laborer himself.
I don't work that hard anymore. Right?
Yeah.
That was hard work.
We can't fully understand Will because he's got that COVID virus. So
I walked into the office and he was working. I felt so sorry when I came home because I wanted to help him out, but I couldn't. I just couldn't.
Look at Deborah Cinto. She's like, for once he worked. The chat box. Yeah. I spent so much time working. All right. Well, there's lots of food here. What are you guys eating?
What am I eating?
I had grilled pork chops earlier with rice.
I'm having salmon.
Salmon.
Yeah.
See, there you go. Latino, black, salmon. Yeah, there you go.
Salmon and hey, once
salmon.
We
I'm not the only one, Scott.
Once we start getting our advertisement going, Snickers. Hey, I want to see a check.
Hey Jay, how do you pronounce the fish that he had for dinner?
Salmon.
Are you kidding me? Salmon, dude. But our friends say salmon.
Who says
Salmon?
Those guys say salmon.
Yeah, salmon.
All right. Next time you're in town, I'll work with you, okay? Salmon.
For some reason, I can't get you on Facebook there, Will, even though we're friends. I can't tag you.
I don't know. Am I signed in? Let me see.
I'm gonna say, and
backdrop there. That looks.
I'm telling people to join me, Scott, Jay, and Will Montez. I'm gonna put in parentheses, COVID affected Will Montez.
I'm trying to do something real quick here. I'm gonna tag you, buddy.
Yeah, I think we need to think this through next time. This is a tough setup.
Between you and I, we're like Siamese twins.
Yeah, we cannot separate.
Hey, that's what we say. Hey,
we're sharing headphones. We're sharing a microphone.
Yeah, me and Will said that the two white boys got together and they want to team up
white
now.
Boys.
Hey, it's called the Big Divide, baby.
The Big Divide.
Oh, I see. We got some people coming.
Hey, we got Deb Strinto.
Poor Deb.
Who's got the playback? So I say Biden is going to pull this thing out.
I can't hear a thing.
I know.
I say he's going to pull it out. Is this playback?
Right. I think you're crazy.
Tell them I'm on, and they can, and then they'll come.
Indiana was just fought for Trump. Indiana, that was expected. Indiana. Indiana it is.
So we're getting the feedback, the playback. Who's that? Are you listening live, Scooty? Is that what that is?
Mama,
It's off my phone, bro. I'm setting it
up
up.
a little.
All right, so for everybody looking in
Oh,
on
yeah,
Facebook,
Go to this link here.
jump on the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Who do you like tonight?
I don't know. Somebody.
Oh,
me
look,
see if I
Texas
can
just
send it to
turned
you.
pink.
Yeah, Texas just went red, baby. Oops, sorry. Look at me so excited. I'm taking out my Siamese twin.
That's awesome.
Hey, Texas is red, DV.
It's
And
red
we still
now?
have
Texas red?
Yeah, Texas is the way it should be.
Ohio should be red also there too.
Are you in Maryland or Virginia?
Right now?
That's weird.
Right now, as we
You're
speak,
in
I'm in
Virginia,
Maryland.
bro?
I'm
You're
in
in
Maryland as we speak right now, though. Yes, I'm in Maryland.
Totally blue. That'll be.
Virginia and
That'll be
Maryland is blue. Yeah. Yeah, but I think Maryland is going to always be blue.
It gonna be blue.
Oh yeah, because I just that was a reveal. So it was a reveal.
Red. Florida, red. What's Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania's blue.
Now, Pennsylvania's.
So
that's
Deborah
where it's
says.
happening.
Pennsylvania, there's not going to be decision
See,
today.
Texas just went blue again.
Yeah.
Deborah says. So Texas is on the. Texas is like, hey.
Yeah, that's where all the fraud's happening. So you're like, oh, it's red. Throw some more ballots in. Throw some more ballots in.
Yeah, go back to the truck and get
You're like,
Deborah
Deborah
says,
says,
hey-
more ballots.
So
Make it blue
says,
again.
Deborah says, why is Virginia saying Biden has it when Trump has the higher percentage?
You know,
That's
did
what-
we talk about where this election is going to happen, where it's going to fall one way or the other? Did we talk about that last week?
I don't know. I don't think so. We're
Well,
too
Virginia
So we talked
Virginia was already called. Virginia was already called. It belongs to Biden.
I mean, if it's solid blue, then it's already been called, right? It's the one with the lines is still in play.
Right, and no
That's so
no
funny.
surprise on Virginia.
Yeah, no surprise.
No
Texas
surprise.
is nonsense. I don't know who's playing with
That
this
is
map.
bull
That's
crap
ridiculous.
right
It is
there.
bull crap. And frankly, I think Florida is too at this point. You can't call it pink right now. You can't.
Well,
It's just too early.
yeah.
The panhandle isn't in. And
Right.
I don't know what this map is.
Well, I mean, I from every indication, Florida's going to be red, right? Texas is going to be red.
I would agree.
Right. The only thing we're watching tonight is Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Can I make this easy for everybody?
There you go.
Watch Pennsylvania.
That's it.
That's it.
Pennsylvania's it.
That's it. I've been saying that for weeks. It's going to
I-
happen in Pennsylvania one way or the other.
Yeah, but they don't start counting 7 counties until tomorrow. So
Right,
we're
we're
not
not
going to
gonna
know anything about Pennsylvania tonight.
Exactly how the Dems want it.
Exactly.
All right, so here's how I see it, just for the record. I think Michigan is going to go to Trump. I think Wisconsin is going to go to Biden. I think Minnesota is going to go to Biden, and Ohio is going to go to Trump.
I'll bet you Nevada goes Trump.
I
Think so? I don't know.
I
And
bet- I bet Nevada goes Trump.
what about Arizona? Because I'm not. That's the one I'm not sure of. I don't.
Arizona's
Trump.
gonna be
That's going to go to Trump. Arizona's going to go to Trump.
Parade that went on.
All right?
You guys feel really confident about that.
I got Arizona and Nevada going.
I think I'm going to make a prediction. We don't need Pennsylvania for tonight. I believe, right? He's going to win because he's going to get Michigan. He's going to get Wisconsin. He's going to get Michigan, Wisconsin. What's the other one?
Minnesota.
And right here, Minnesota. First president since Nixon. He's going to turn it. Mark my words.
First Republican president.
Yeah, since Nixon.
All right. Well, we should write this down. I don't see that happening. I'd love to see it, but I don't see that happening.
I would. That's the upset right there.
Where do you
I
see
think
Ohio?
it's going to change back to Florida. I think Florida's going to go back blue.
You think Florida's the key? Is that what you said, Dee Dee?
I think Florida's going to go back blue.
DB's living 20 years in the past. Wake up, DB. Wake up. Get out of that coma.
I'm just saying, man. I think Texas is going to stay blue. You're going to surprise. Y'all going to be surprised there.
That'll be a never.
DB, I didn't hear you. You
Never,
think Texas
ever,
is going
ever.
where?
I think Texas is going to go blue.
Here, take that. I gotta fix something.
Deborah asked how many
Yeah, I
people are
see
at the
that. Here.
office.
I'll just click it.
There's a ton of red at the office there.
Out front side.
He's got a lot of red. Deb says how many people at the office. So
you see Texas going where?
I see Texas going blue. I think that's going to be a surprise.
I already feel better. Right? You by declaring that, right? You know, COVID. What COVID? I ain't got no COVID. I'm cured. All right.
Yeah.
What's your
laughter is a good medicine, right? Laughter is a good medicine. Laughter is a good medicine, right?
Yeah.
All right. So what else do you see happening? What other upsets tonight?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you're really calling a run of
Minnesota. I believe Minnesota is going to be red. Minnesota, he's going to turn it. He's going to turn it.
What do you think of Minnesota?
Minnesota's normally blue, right?
You think it's going to stay blue?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, is it normally blue?
Yeah, it's been blue since
it's normally blue. Yes.
I think because of what happened in Minnesota with the police brutality, it's going to be blue. I think Minnesota will be blue.
I'm having a terrible time hearing you, DV. I don't know what's going on.
Really?
Nancy, that laugh.
Will, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy. I can hear you. I'm laughing at Nancy, but that laugh, right?
Yeah.
Noise in the background.
You hear that?
Put that on?
Yeah, well, he's got his on.
Hey, Nance.
Oh, he's got this thing.
Yeah, he's got his hat on.
Oh, yeah, you got to wear that hat.
Come on for this. You ready? You ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Re-elect that
Ted Nugent.
Who signed it? Who signed it?
Ted Nugent.
Wow.
I got a big head, so I have to expand this.
So y'all can hear me okay?
There we go.
Are you online? They say they can hear me fine online.
All right. Well,
Re-elect that MF.
Oh, yeah. Look at this, DV.
Hey, here it is.
Trump, baby.
Listen to this, Will. Re-elect that M Trumper.
That MOFO.
Re-elect that mother Trumper. Re-elect that mother Trumper.
Wear this on the air. That's for the
Come on, Jay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Put that hat on, man.
It's a big divide.
It's okay. Hey, look, I'll represent right there. There you go.
Okay.
Hey, so Nancy. So here's what I want to know, Nancy. Are you guys a house divided? She probably is not going to say because she don't want people to know her political affiliation. I get it, Nancy, but come on. Are you guys a house divided?
Nancy's Republican. She doesn't like Trump much, right? The rhetoric. But she knows that our values are at stake. So
which Nancy are you talking about?
Nancy Rowe, right?
Nancy Rowe.
Now, Will, you are a nut, right? Now, Grammy, right? Grammy. Oh, don't mess with Grammy. Oh, no. All right. Grammy will bite your head off, right? She'll hang me. I don't say anything in front of Grammy.
She's commenting.
Yeah, Nancy's there. Is Grammy watching, Nancy?
Christian Sadler. All right.
Exactly. She said
exactly. You see?
Hey, Grammy. Yay, Grammy. We love Grammy. We are always divided. Oh, great answer. I like it. Well, let me get my lamp on right here. Where's my... There we go. See that handsome face now.
In the room, we have two people sitting in the blue section tonight. One is Scott Rowe. I think he just needed some room to stretch out. But, one young man, I think he's about 15. He's in the blue section, but I know he's not a blue voter. Yeah, we're pretty heavily red in the room.
Shout out to Grammy. Love you, mama.
We love you, Grammy.
We've got lots of people in the community. If you guys are listening out there, come on in.
Yeah.
We need you represented in the room.
We love you, Grammy.
Yeah, this is a red room tonight, but it's a lot of fun in here. I'm sorry you guys couldn't be here.
I wanted to fly in.
You should have.
I'm 10 minutes away and I can't be there.
Yeah, that's great.
That we get. That we get. DB, you should have come back. We still have the jail set up. In fact, Scooty and I are broadcasting right from the jail. If we turned around, we'd be in jail.
Yeah. That would be so fitting that I would come back and you guys would put me in the jail. Yeah.
It would. It would. So I don't see any action happening on this map.
Hey, what I want to know is where's Mason? Where's Mason? Tell Mason hello.
Mason's at home.
I love me my Mason. That's my Mason.
Hey, here's what I want for my birthday. My birthday is March 12th, and I would love it if Mason sang me happy birthday.
Oh,
I would love nothing more than to hear Mason sing me happy birthday. So I'm putting my request in right now.
When you hear him sing, it's just like you're in a cathedral and angels are singing. Yes. That's how that sounds. I love my boy. Yes. I love my Mason. My Mason.
Yes, Deb. Is red Trump? Yes. Red is Republican. That's exactly right.
So Jay, give us a little bit of background. How did the blue and the red come? How did that all
say it again, DV? I'm having a fair of a time hearing you.
I'm glad you bring that up. He asked Jay, okay, how did blue and red, how did that come about, right? The red states and the blue states, you know. And I saw a special on One American News. And prior to 2000, DV, red states were Democrat. Blue states were Republican. They switched it in 2000. You know?
No, not in 2000. Is that right?
They switched it in 2000. I saw the report. You know, and nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. But when Reagan won in 1984, he won all blue. Minnesota was the only one that was red. No,
that's interesting. I didn't know that, and I don't know where the blue and red comes from because
blue and red. Here's where it comes from. Blue means united. Red stands for communist. China, communist red. I'm dead serious. Right? Moscow, the red. You know, the red flag. You know, just think about
so you're telling me that the Republican Party is aligned with the communists.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They switched it on us in 2000. We should switch it back. That's right.
That still might be a little harsh to assign communist values to the Democrat Party.
Who is the they? Anyway. Who is the they, Willie?
They switched it. Yeah, all the news media. Right? It's the outlets. Right? They're the ones who switched it. It was the map, and they turned it around. And nobody said anything, and they kept it.
Daniela.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just, I'm like.
No, say hello. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, yes, we need you here, Daniela. We need you here. Hey, get some. Hey, tell her to get some.
Oh yeah, here.
You already got her headphones. Didn't you see those headphones sticking out of her head? Look at those headphones.
Come on, hey, Daniela, come on. Look, can you hear me, Daniela? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, DV.
You can hear me?
I barely hear DV.
Okay, she can barely hear me.
What are you guys talking about?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little bit better, Will.
I got it.
Right.
Okay.
Test.
Okay, DV, I heard you when you did that.
All right, test. I'll put the mic right here. Can you?
How about now? Can you hear me now, Daniela?
Can you?
Daniela, how do you hear me?
I hear you.
How about now, Daniela?
Oh, that's my dog in the background. Can you get her?
That's your dog.
He said, "Come here, rat."
So I don't know. Yes, Nancy, Daniela's at the office. I don't know how this is projecting online, but I'm sure people can say, yeah. Oh, look at it. All right. Hey, if we don't get any likes because of this,
we needed some blue people in the room.
Yeah. Hey,
they were all
I hear they're
smart.
not being represented.
They didn't show up.
They know they're gonna lose.
Yeah.
They know the drill. That's what they know.
They know what's gonna happen.
How are you guys?
So Daniela, here's what we're talking about, right? So
DB, you gotta speak a little closer.
I'm
I think that they purposely have your microphone muted. DB.
No, it's not. Everyone online said they can hear me fine, right? Even Nancy says hello, princess.
Hey,
No,
can
she
you
said
see-
Princess
can you see-
Leia. Princess Leia, Star
Leia,
Wars.
Can you see the chat down? Can you see the chat
can
down
I
there?
see the chat? Hi, Nancy. Hey.
Yes. See, so they can hear me fine.
What'd you say?
So they can hear me fine. It's you. I don't know if it's the
I can
headphones.
hear you very low.
Yeah.
think you're
It may be
very
the headphones.
Hey, Daniela,
Yes.
are you
Online
going to
is
cast your
perfectly
vote
fine,
tomorrow?
Cast your vote tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm gonna vote for Trump tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, Daniela, look at the
Where are
shirt
you?
behind me.
Look at what the shirt say. By Don. That's right. By Don. That's right.
Yeah, thank you.
Crystal,
It may be the room is loud.
my co-host is coming. She'll
From
be
that
here.
wine thing that you're doing?
So,
What are you
Daniela, do you
guys doing?
ask her if she's got a different set of headphones that can plug in?
Ask if what?
If you have a different set of headphones, do you have headphones?
These were the ones Scott and Jay were using. They left. I don't know.
Yeah. See, they said I sound fine. See, when ladies tell me I sound fine, that's good.
You look fine,
Oh,
but I
thank
can't
you.
hear
I
That
appreciate
means
that.
you sound absent.
you. What'd you say, Will?
He's a wallflower holding up the wall. He looks good, but he don't talk.
So,
What are you guys
so
talking
Will,
about? Let's see.
so
Where
Will
is
was
Danietta?
explaining.
Wayne-Lander? I am here. I am here. My face is in the place.
Where
in
did
the
you
building.
say?
I was just explaining to her what we were talking about. Remember, you saying that you were explaining how the color got red and blue.
Yep.
See, that's a blue sign though.
They know
It's blue.
Yeah.
Be quiet. They know
Those are strange noises your dog is making.
Oh man, I forgot
That
my
is.
Biden face. How could I do such a thing? I had a
Yeah,
whole
we-
big Biden face. I should have bought that. I wasn't thinking.
Hey,
hey,
you look like
where-
Biden, so I see you got your face.
Where are all the people that are in Illinois that are supposed to be at the office that are
Who are you
supporting
talking
Biden?
to, DB?
I'm just saying in general, where are the people that supports that's supposed to be supporting?
Where are the people where? Here?
That support Biden. Where are they at?
They don't want to be bothered with this.
Oh,
They
but it's
know the
fun.
drill. They're
It's
out
all-
there driving people to the polls. They're out there making sure that the job gets done because we have to get the monster out.
So why are you not doing the same thing then?
I've already done it.
Yeah.
My
You're gonna
time
take
is my
people to the polls tomorrow. I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go vote for Trump tomorrow.
She's gonna vote for Trump tomorrow. He gets that vote tomorrow, right? Yeah. I can't believe Scott and Daniela are in the same building and not killing each other, right, Nancy? And not killing each
Yes,
other.
Nancy. Yes, we're in the same room.
Even cordial, right? Hey, Nancy, look at it this way, Nancy. You get Scott back, and we both can go back to our lives where I don't have to receive any more text messages, any more Facebook messages for some kind of conspiracy or some kind of Scott has blown my phone up with all these messages and videos and stuff. Is crazy. So I'm ready for him to get back to real life. So whether Trump wins or not, I'm just ready for us to get back. This guy's been driving me crazy. So
back to normal, huh?
Back to normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to normal. Even if it's crazy normal. Let's get it back.
Where you at, girl?
Girl, you are braver than me.
Right down the road.
Hey, read the
I wish I could have got. I did, yeah.
All right, what are we doing?
All right, so for some reason, Scott, they can't hear me, man. I don't know if it's your headphones. It may be your headphones.
You can't hear me?
No,
my
I
headphones.
can hear
What
you.
about my headphones?
People on, like Jay said, they could barely hear me. Can you hear me?
You like it? Take a picture. Take a picture.
You should see this place. Like, no.
There you go. There you go, Deb. There you go, Deb.
What's up, Deebs?
So Deb is asking me if I got my quantum bracelet, right? So we're gonna have to start some advertising on here, man. We can't be just putting out free advertisement on here.
To charge people.
Yeah. So is that yeah?
All right.
So I can hear you better
Check.
now. Whatever you're.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned the gain down on my microphone. It was picking up the background noise here, so I can hear Dee better. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I
So
can
it wasn't me. Yeah.
It won't be. It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
All right. So how's it looking over there, Will?
Say that again.
How's it looking, dude?
Texas still blue.
Texas still blue.
Florida's got 88% in, and Trump is at 50.9%. It looks
eating
like
my healthy.
Democrats got a semi trailer in the back full of ballots in Texas. They're like, go get some more. Go get some more ballots.
Just so everybody knows, I'm still eating healthy.
I'm not tonight. You can't. You walk by. Will Gilda brought her something peanut butter chocolate thing you like.
The chocolate, the chocolate brownies. She makes really good chocolate brownies.
No, they're not brownies. It's like a peanut butter cup.
Scott, you got to bring people over, man.
Yeah.
Have them come over, jump on the live, and let us hear what they think, what they're going to project.
You
what
don't
they
want to
think.
hear from this crowd. It's all red, bro. I'm telling you.
I still want to hear from them though.
Yeah, dude. You know what? The only people on the blue side are the red people that don't want to hang out with the people on the red side. I mean, they're like, it's too crowded over there.
That's the way the election was, right?
It's too
One
noisy.
was out in the campaign, and the other one was hiding in the basement. And look at all the blue guys hiding in the basement.
So that means it's going to be dead silence in there when the results come out.
Yeah. So my question is, I did share this on Facebook. Is Nancy seeing it because I shared it on her page? Maybe, I don't know. Good question. I thought I shared it on my page. You guys share this on your page?
I shared it on my page.
You should go to Facebook on your phone and then share it on your page so people hop.
Yeah.
I'm calling an emergency number. Dang it. Why does that always happen?
So it's on my page.
Hold on, boy.
You able to get on, Sus? You're on it?
About to get what?
Okay.
About to get
So yeah, it's on my page. And the winner is I see. I can hear from. Let me plug my phone up so I can be able to hear in both mics.
I'm a control
feedback.
Right there.
Oh, that's weird. I'm hearing myself in one of these earphones.
All right. You're hearing it from my.
No. I have two plugs in, right? It's to my phone.
There's some people who just decide not to vote. The bigger number
Okay.
I was planning to do a mail-in ballot. Got my ballot at the house.
All right, so
we got 10 folks on.
Who's I don't even see where that's at. How do you see that?
On the Facebook Live?
I'm looking at this page here. I'm looking at B Live. Right? I don't know. You seen it on Facebook?
Yeah, it's on Facebook. I don't know if you're.
I'm back.
I got an idea. I got an idea, bro. Watch this. I got this. Throw this here. And now I can see the chats coming in. That's great. All right. Welcome to the Big Divide, baby. Hey, can you guys hear the broadcast? It's the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Hey, are you,
right, that's a distraction.
Your hat there, Will? Is that your Ted Nugent?
Say it again?
Your Ted Nugent? Yeah, it is. No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, real. There you go.
So what time do we expect that this all will be said and done?
January 20th.
Oh yeah.
This is
It'll-
when- this is-
We'll know.
So
January 20th.
okay, so we're going. So obviously the polls are closing, going west, and I can't even see the number though. Right now, I can't see the
What number you need?
political number. Can you guys see that? I can see it better now. Where we at?
Let's
Pretty
get some
close.
more folks
No.
on here.
Yeah. All right. Okay, down here in Chicago, Downers Grove, anyway, western suburbs, we're having a party, and most of the room is red. I got dogs in the house, plenty of food. All right, now's a good time to tell everybody that you have COVID again. How'd you get COVID there, Will?
I went to a friend's gym, right, to watch the Chicago Bears Monday Night Football, and there was like 30 people in there, and that's where I suspect that that I got it from, because he himself, the owner of the gym, was not feeling good also. So
Probably.
last Thursday got fever, recovered from the fever, but now it's just like you're in this mopey mood and you're weak. I'm weak. You know, and I woke up, okay, I'm going to feel better today, you know, but it's not feeling better. It doesn't go away, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, and we have medications available to help us recover sooner, but they don't give them out.
What, the bleach? Who don't give it out? The bleach you're talking about? Is that the bleach?
No
that
bleach.
You're not injecting
The-
bleach?
Just notice, Trump had it, 74 years old, and he recovered in 3 days.
3 days.
And you're how old? How old are you?
I'm 35.
And
I'm 53. Vice
right,
versa.
and you have it, and you haven't recovered yet. I wonder why that is.
It's because the medication. They politicized the medication.
They give you something? You don't, but you don't even actually have a diagnosis yet, right? You still have
It
to
should
wait.
come in tomorrow, right? But I know I have it for one reason, because I feel weak and I can't smell anything. You know, I just cannot smell nothing.
So Willie's missing our election night party because he has COVID. And technically, this was like his and I party. We're like, we go party. Where's Gus? Where's Gus? I'm missing Gus. He said Gus was gonna be here.
He said he was going to be there, but because I'm not coming, he said he wasn't going to go. That's why. You know,
I can't wait to see Gus.
yeah.
There he is. What's up, man? He's in
Is
blue.
that Gus?
Blue drink. There's the blue drink.
Oh, look! That's a Democrat right there. But hey, Davey, ask him. Hey, Davey, meet Dan. Okay, meet Dan. Watch this.
What's up, Puerto Rican?
What's up, Daniel? And all that. I couldn't answer your phone call earlier. Hey, Danny, I went to meet a good friend, Davey, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Okay.
How you
Now,
doing, man?
Davey, ask Danny, who did he vote for? Ask him. Who did he actually vote for?
Private. I cannot answer
We
that
know who he
question.
voted
Right.
for.
It's private.
I'm with you.
Ask
I'm
him.
with you.
He got dumb Trump socks on, but ask him who he voted for.
I got
It's
dumb Trump
private.
socks on, but it's private.
He lost the bet.
God did me a favor, so I promised I would vote Trump. But there's no way Trump's winning, so I ain't even worried about it.
So you had to vote for Trump because of a
I
bet.
had
By
to
one
vote for
vote.
Trump.
Because of a
Hey,
bet.
Hey, Davey.
Not because of anything Trump has done. It's because of what Scott and I, what he did for me.
So Scott, in a roundabout way bribed you to vote for
Yes.
Trump.
Yes.
Yes, we know.
What would that be illegal, wouldn't it?
That would be bribed. So it's a roundabout way in a play. So let's do it this way. He playfully bribed you
He did,
to
yeah.
vote for Trump. He
Yeah.
playfully
But we have a
bribed
bet,
you.
right? We have a bet. So if Trump wins, I owe him $1,000. If Biden wins, I get the Lambo for a week. I get the Lambo.
Oh yeah, sounds good. Hey, tell him to go ahead and give you the keys today.
I got the Lambo.
Tell him to
for
give
a
you the
week.
keys now.
He ain't going to win.
Go ahead and give him the keys now.
All right, now he owes me $1,000. So, oh, what's going on? Hey, Puerto Rican, you all right?
I'm okay. I just feel weak. That's it.
Yeah. Do you feel like they touched your brains?
Yeah. Headaches? Is that what you're referring, or to the swab that I had to?
Wow.
I had to do it myself. And now that you do it yourself,
Oh, then you're going to be negative because you didn't go deep enough.
Say, Dan, here's what I want to know. Ask Willie this question. If the guy that he's voting for didn't take this whole thing serious, and they both have it now,
They both, yep. Both had it.
but they both, yeah, but they say the Democrat, but Joe Biden, who's a Democrat, who said, "Hey, you should have done this," has not had it.
I know.
Do you believe that's a conspiracy?
Hey.
You need to watch Totally Under. Hold on, wait, Puerto Rican. You need to watch Totally Under Control, right? It's people from that were in his administration and people that are currently in his administration, and they tell you how terrible this was mishandled. Terrible. And they give examples of countries that did it right and that haven't even locked down. They give examples of countries, but they'll show you what terrible leadership we've had.
Yeah, but Willie and them will say, "Oh no, he's done a great job. Oh,
I know.
it would have been a lot more millions of people."
They're pot committed, so they have to say
Yeah.
he did a great job, right? They could never
Hey,
say
TV.
he's actually a bad leader.
Dan had it. Dan had it. He went down to Florida and he caught it.
Hey, but look, nobody's saying that you can't catch it. There's again, it's been the mismanagement of this whole thing. How this thing was handled.
It's on I think Netflix or Hulu, but totally under control.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Look, I'm gonna say this. I Willie. I'm gonna say this because I spent 4 years in Singapore. When SARS came out, Singapore shut it down, and SARS was rampant in Southeast Asia, and they didn't have the cases that they were having because their prime minister and them shut it down. What I'm saying, the reason why I say that is, we pride ourselves in saying we are the greatest country on this earth, right? And there's some truth to that. I don't want people to get me wrong on it. There's some truth to that. However, how is it that we're lacking behind other countries who don't have nowhere near the means that we have in this country, and we have as many deaths? We should. I don't care what side you're on, whether you're a Republican, Democrat. We should be able to have a better handle of this whole epidemic situation. Why is that so?
They hate Donald Trump. That's why.
Who is they? Who is they?
You're Democrats. Come on, there you go again. Who's they? They hate the media.
You
the media,
that the Democrats. So you say
okay,
so you
I'm
say
right
the
there.
Democrats
Yeah,
have that much power right now. They have that much power that they will allow over 200 and something thousand of their own citizens to die to get this dude out of office.
Exactly. That's what's going on. That you should look at the guy in the middle. That's a moronic moron right there, right? Moronic moron. That's how I describe him. I saw a report, DV, right here on.
You gonna make me choke on my fish?
Hold on One American News. Okay, hydroxychloroquine works. It's been around since 1955. Okay, with early intervention when it comes to hydroxychloroquine, right? People get well right away. There was a fake liberal report that it's killing people. They had to retract it, and they retracted it. There was two doctors in California. They had over 2,000 patients, right? That they gave hydroxychloroquine.
Just call it bleach. Just call it bleach.
The chloroquine, okay? All these patients got better, right? And it's proven, right? Now there's a new force going on, right? Where doctors are signing on that this works to bring it back on. The CDC, right, said, okay, that only 6% of deaths, right, from all those 200 plus thousand of people who have died, it's because, right, they had underlying conditions. It was not due to COVID. They're putting people who die in car accidents if they had COVID as a COVID death, because in the new pack. See, Danny, you say no. You say, and that's the problem here. So you and I, so stop right there. Let me say something. Right? There's two different news sources here, and this is a perfect example. Danny's informed one way, and I'm informed the other way. And why is it that he stands correct on his side, and I stand correct on my side? Because they publicized politicized. I can't say it right now. I can't say a lot of words lately because of this COVID, right? But they politics should be out of medicine. It should be 100% out of medicine, but it's not.
Okay, so let's say, right, a majority of the doctors say, hey, this administration did not lead very well on this. Would you agree with them? Would you agree?
Okay, so now let me ask you a question. With one case in the United States of America back in January.
Wait a minute, Will. That was a fair question. You got to
answer. I'm going to answer it. Okay, with one case, right? With one case back in January 31st, 2020. Okay, one case from China. Trump shut it down. What did they call Trump? Xenophobic, right? They said that. He shut it down. Now, I can't hear you, Dan. Let me answer your question, okay? 2 months later, right, they were saying, go out. You had Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco in Chinatown, right? You had the main health official for the New York mayor, de Blasio, his health official, saying, you know what, this is safe. It's being blown out of proportion. It was the Dems who were doing this. And Donald Trump shut it down. Now, I'm going to ask you this, right? They declared. Huh?
Yeah, you didn't answer his question, though.
I said,
yeah, you didn't answer his question.
Majority of the doctors, because they're the professionals in their industry, would you agree? If they said that this administration mishandled this whole pandemic, would you still be saying what you're saying?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
what doctors are you? Hey, here's what I got to ask you. What doctors are saying this? What majority of the doctors are saying this? Because from my news sources, the majority of the doctors are saying open it up. Just think about it.
Open what up? The economy?
The economy.
No, I'm talking about the doctors that deal with this every day that say, hey, the administration totally fumbled the way they handled this pandemic.
Show me these doctors. I'm yet to meet these doctors. And who are these doctors?
I can watch Totally Under Control or any other documentary.
Watch AON News. Watch the documentary that I saw last night.
So
just think about it. And that's what?
Here's the thing, though, Will. See, you just said like Dan is getting from one source, right? And his source is correct, and you getting it from another source, and your source is correct. So,
exactly.
But how about you listen to a different source than one that you've been listening to? Because that was my whole challenge. I said, wait a minute, who's correct? What information that's being put out to the American people, right? You got CNN, Fox, and all these different channels, and they're all putting out these different reports that will lean towards their agendas. So to Dan's his comment was, if the majority of the doctors in this country said that
media, I'm talking
you're talking about professionals. Yeah, take the media out of it. But if the professionals are saying, hey, this administration handled this incorrectly, and a lot of the things that's been reported, like this could have been handled better. The question is a fair question. Would you still be saying, hey, that Donald Trump is correct the way how he handled it?
Pelosi called him a xenophobe. No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you if
I didn't say Pelosi. I said Biden called him a xenophobe.
I know what you said, Pelosi, because she said.
I said Pelosi went in San Francisco and she went to Chinatown. Don't misconstrue my words, young man.
My question was the experts, not the politicians. The experts. A majority of them say, dude, this administration completely fumbled this pandemic.
Show me the experts. Show me the experts. And that's the divide right there, right? And this is what I keep telling you, Dan. You keep saying no. right? So, DB, I'm going to answer this, right? Dan's got, according to experts that he's listening to, his news sources, right? But I'm going to tell you this right now, right? My experts, my doctors that I listen to, that I get the information, I believe those are experts. They're on Donald Trump's side. Just think about it. And I'll tell you this, okay? We're at an impasse right there, okay? Just notice this. How did Biden handle H1N1? 60 million people got infected. 60, huh?
How many died?
Because I
can't hear you.
How many died?
How many died?
It wasn't as severe, but his own person, his own Danny. See, you're a moron because you're laughing. But I'm going to give you a stat. I'm going to see, and that's you don't want to listen, and that's what I'm talking about, DB, right there. That guy is right about his experts about what they say about Donald Trump. But when it comes for somebody else to say about Biden, he laughs, and that's the problem.
No. Okay, Will, hold on. No, Will. He only laughed.
200,000. Who did better? 12,000 versus over 200,000.
Okay, how many? So Danny, how many people were exposed to COVID because it was shut down? How many people were exposed to COVID? How many people have been exposed to COVID? Answer that right now.
In the U.S.?
How many people total in the United States of America have been exposed to COVID?
8 or 9 million.
That's it. He mentioned it was 60 million. And the severity of COVID, more people would have died.
It's not over.
See, you want to be right. This is right. You want to be right. I don't trust your experts. I don't trust your CNN analysts. I don't trust MSNBC. I don't trust the media, just like they hide Hunter Biden's story. It's all propaganda. And you listen to your news sources and you think you're fucking right. And you think you're right. Take the F word out. I'm sorry.
It's just results, right?
Right? How would Biden handle this from his basement? A mask.
Hey, so look. Here's what I can say.
It's only about results, right? I didn't say anything about CNN or Fox or anything. I just said it's 12,000 versus over 200,000. Do the math.
But notice the severity. So you notice the severity of the disease. It wasn't that severe.
According to you guys, this isn't severe at all. According to you guys say it's 0.001% death rate.
Exactly. And they still want lockdowns. Okay, I'll give you this, Danny. I'll give you this, Danny. Right? In California, they want lockdowns. But the schools are closed. So why does Gavin Newsom have his kids in private schools? And all private schools are open. But public schools are not.
Hey, Will,
isn't that hypocritical right there and then? Because they know it's not that fatal. They know it's not that fatal.
Will, I think you're causing us to lose viewers, man. When you go on your rant, we had 30 people. We have 18 people now.
I can't stand Dan. The guy in the middle, I can't stand him. That's why.
Hey man, we lost a lot of viewers, man.
Yeah. Yes, we are live. Can you hear me now? I can hear you. Stephen. I tried to call in.
Who's that?
And Dennis Prager over there was holding.
Oh, that's the TV. Is that the TV we're hearing?
We lost a lot of viewers.
Man, we lost a lot. We lost a ton of them, man. We had 30 people on at one time. Now we're down to 14.
I want to know what you guys think is far more likely.
My fault. I gave myself a headache too.
Yeah, man, you got too hype.
The only person who needs to run the board tonight is Biden.
Well, this is what it's about, right?
Yeah, it is. But look, here's the thing. Okay, after tonight, they get a determination who's the winner, right? And I'm gonna go with this. Let's say Trump wins again. All right. Let's say Trump wins again. So where do we go as a country? What happens to the pandemic if Trump wins? What happens?
I believe he's got to get the Senate and hopefully the House. Right? If he loses the Senate, nothing's going to be done here. Right? So they're not going to work with him, and they don't care. It's another 4 years of wasting time. Right?
So then nothing changes. Then
nothing changes. But if he gets the Senate, if he gets the Congress, they're going to open up the whole economy. That's what I believe.
So Damian Lord, appreciate you chiming in there, Damian. He says, for the record, I don't like neither person for president, but the Trump supporter acts like a typical Trump supporter. Shaking my head. Yeah.
See.
The Trump supporter.
It's because the guy that we had as a guest, Dan, him and I go back 20 years, right, Danny? And he's right about everything, and we're great friends, right? So he's like my little brother, and it's always an emotional battle. So I can't control myself when it comes to Dan DeVries. DV, I can control myself with you, right? You know, so we're doing something live here, but that guy, Dan DeVries, he'll laugh, he'll smirk, you'll give him facts, he'll blow him up in the sky. He doesn't care, right? He just doesn't care, and that's why.
And for the record,
Damian Lloyd, you're absolutely correct, right? Yeah. I'm acting like a Trump supporter when it comes to Dan DeVries.
yeah. And for the record, he wasn't laughing at the thing. He was laughing at the fact that you said how many people got exposed versus how many died, because you didn't answer that question. That's what he was laughing.
Well, I couldn't. Talking to Danny is talking to a dead horse. Right? I'm glad he's off, because the temperature rose in my head. I got a headache now, and that it happens all the time. Every time I talk to Danny, right? Yeah. That's why him and Scott go back and forth with their tweets, right? You know, the Facebook Messenger, and I'm in that text group. I avoid it. I avoid it because no matter what you say, it's a lose-lose situation.
Right,
so
Damien, Scott has got to be right.
It was a lose-lose situation. Go ahead.
Yeah, because Scott has got to be right. He is right always, right? Yeah. You even say that, right? So, yeah. So Scott is always right. That's what that's his thing. Welcome back, dude. Welcome.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Right. Hey, Danny's over here celebrating, and he made you all mad and stuff. Dude.
He made Willie mad. He's
like, I got him yelling on his own podcast, saying the F word.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's Dan DeVries. Yeah. I hammered him.
So Scoot, we had 30. Look,
he said he triggered you.
Yes, he did. He triggered him something awful. He
did it on purpose. Told you, DV. Yeah. Told you. So Scott, we go at it all the time. No.
Yeah. Scoot, here's what happened. Yeah. We had 30 people on our live, right? We had 30. We were at 30. Dan triggered Will. Will went on this rampage and used a couple languages. We dropped down to 14 people like that.
Our baby podcast. And
yeah, we're getting back up to 19 now. I think people wanted to know if you calmed down, Willie.
I calmed down. It's Dan DeVries. I triggered. That's why I stay away from Dan. Oh no, he's always right.
Was it funny? No, I'm always right. You should have brought me over. You're like, go get Scott.
Yeah, you should have got Scott. Yeah,
you got Scott to deal with Dan.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny.
I'm the guy that handles Dan.
I gotta go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Go get something to drink.
Put Arlene on. Yo.
Yeah. Hey, so no more. So no more for the Biden side has showed up to the place.
Yeah, there's Dan and his girlfriend, right? And Donyetta's here.
Oh, 3 whole people. Wow.
3 blue.
Yay!
If that's a poll that we can take, then
wow. If that's in the indication,
look at all the red, bro. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming.
But aren't those states usually red?
Yeah. But look at Wisconsin. Look at Michigan. Look at Texas. No way Texas goes blue.
New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas. I mean, you got.
I'm gonna predict Nevada and Arizona red tonight.
What about Utah? Utah's gonna be red.
Red.
Yeah. California blue.
It's a very religious state. Mormon population out there. Although, let's see, Utah, Colorado will be blue.
So what do you mean by the religious population? I mean, I know about the religious stuff, but how does that?
Bob Snyder's from Utah, right?
Right.
Predominantly Mormon.
So how does that equate to Trump though? Because he's not morally, he's not a moral
Very
guy.
fiscally conservative. Utah, look, the great thing about Utah, it's so conservative fiscally. It doesn't have financial problems, right? It's one of the best fiscally sound states in the country. And it's also religious. So when you talk about, the stuff that these guys are, when you talk about abortion, it's not, that's like a ixnay on the
Oh, okay.
on the conservative side for sure, especially that state.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, Mitt Romney, senator from Utah.
Hey, look, I'll go on the record with this one.
Go on the
Mitt
record.
Romney hadn't been running, hands down, he would have been my choice.
Here, you mean this? Really?
In this election, he would have been my choice, hands down.
Again, you're going to hear me say this because I've said it before, but the in 2016, I couldn't vote for Hillary. I would never have voted for Hillary. I couldn't handle her. Plus, when Comey came out and listed all the crimes that she had actually committed, but we're not going to no reasonable prosecutor. So I didn't. I'm like, all right, I'm going to vote for the reality show, right? So, and me and Willie were traveling around the country back then, opening offices, right?
Yep.
And we would watch the primaries, and I'm telling you, man, I was like, oh man, that guy Trump. So I was not a fan, and seriously, I even sent a bumper sticker to Eric Counts. It says 2016, neither one. That was my bumper sticker.
Yeah.
But he has governed conservatively outside of the debt. You're talking, and look, I don't care what you say. He hasn't started any new wars. He's pulling troops back. He's broken peace deals. He's made us energy independent. We are now energy independent. We're not dependent on Middle East for oil. We are now a bigger producer, the biggest producer of oil and energy in the world right now. That's why gas is so low. Tax cuts. I mean, Biden wants to actually a federal property tax, right?
So I read, I saw a report that came in that talked about how the tax cuts from Trump actually hurts the middle class. Okay, they're gonna actually pay more in taxes over the course of the years.
Let me help you with that.
I mean, sure. Go ahead. Sure.
So the administration cut taxes for everybody, up from bottom to top. Okay, everybody got a tax.
Okay.
However, the Congress said, "Hey, we can't make this permanent." So they created this step-up situation, and the step-up should start in, I think, 2022, where they're going to raise taxes on everybody. So the Congress is like, no, we're not going to do it permanently. We're gonna sign this to cut everybody's taxes, and then we're going to step them up every 2 years. We're going to step them up. That step up happens, I think, in 2021 and 2022, right?
So taxes are going to be raised regardless. So who gets?
We're going to get raised regardless. Trump is actually campaigning that he wants to make those permanent. He's like, we're going to take away the step ups, and we're going to make them permanent tax deduction. That's his campaign. Whereas Biden's like, you know what? We're going to raise taxes on the rich, 400,000 and up. But it's already planned. The tax step-up plan was built into the tax cut plan, and Trump wanted to get rid of it, make it just permanent tax cuts. But the Congress did not. They're like, nope. Here's our bill. So the negotiation was, the compromise was, they're going to raise taxes. That was Congress telling Trump that. Trump's like, fine, as long as we're going to lower them during this first term, we can work on that if we get into Congress in the second term. That was the compromise.
So yeah, so everybody's taxes are going to get increased regardless.
Yes, that's what's right now that was passed. The bill that was passed, right? And again, Biden.
So then why don't they just come out and say that? Hey, you know what, guys? Hey, you're going to get a tax cut right here, but regardless, your taxes are going to get raised. No matter
it's all about
what
spin,
happens.
bro. It's all about the story, right? It's what you believe based on. Right? It's based on what you believe. They get you to believe what they want you to believe in the media.
Right. But then people say, oh, Biden's going to raise the taxes on this and everyone. for 400,000. I'll be honest, when I hear that, I'm like, okay, how many people is making $400,000, right?
Me?
In your life?
I know some.
Well, yeah, we do. We do.
Yeah,
but I'm
we
saying
do.
the average person. We do. We know quite a bit of people do. And because of what we know, though, we how I don't want to say what we know how to work that to our benefits because of the knowledge that we have, right? So we're educated. But however, the other folks who are out here who are making that kind of money, or people who are not making nowhere near that kind of money, they hear stuff like that and they're like, oh, well, the more money I make, meaning my taxes are going to get raised. And so I could understand them not wanting to vote for Biden because someone like 50 Cent who says, I don't want to be 20 Cent, but it's like, come on, dude, really? Like, if you don't have the type of accountants in your circle making the kind of money that you're making, that will say, hey, you're actually not going to pay a lot of these taxes because of how you're running some businesses here. So this is not like just income, like a job. You're making $400,000 income. So that's why it's a little misleading because 50 Cent has a lot of business and stuff going on. There's going to be a lot of write-offs for him.
Maybe not. Maybe we got to recruit him into our education so he learns.
Well, maybe we need to do that. We need to get 50 Cent on
reach out to 50.
Yeah. 50 Cent, if you're watching this live broadcast, hit me up, brother. I got something for you.
If you're one of the 16 people.
One of the 16 people.
Yeah, let me give you guys some encouragement. So do you know who H.A. Goodman is, Will?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I listen to him like crazy. So he started in 2015 with 30. Like he's like, man, that year I hit 30 people, and today he's had hit a live. He had 2,300 people on listening to him live, but he's got 500,000 subscribers, right? So where we're headed, boys, and the people that are on with us right now, these 17 people. I'm looking at the.
We thank you.
Yeah, thanks for patronizing. They're probably in the bathroom. They're probably like, I'm just gonna put it on and walk away.
Just put it on.
Hey,
if y'all are still watching, leave us a comment.
But you know what? I don't know if Damien's on. I don't even know if he's on yet. But he did say something. He goes, for the record, don't like neither person for president, but the Trump supporter acts like a typical Trump supporter, right?
He was talking to Will.
I already addressed that.
Yeah,
that was
we read
about
it.
me.
Oh,
I was yelling at
you
Danny. Danny's the moron.
Yeah.
Well, not according to Damien.
Well, I get it. You know the way I get with Danny, right? So
yeah. So it's a good thing. We should probably have him on the show.
No.
We should. Yeah, we should, man.
How was Danietta? Did Danietta behave herself?
She did.
I would take Danny over Danietta. Danny's more controversial.
Danny's more controversial than Danietta?
Yeah.
No.
You would take Danietta over Damien?
No, I take Danny over Danietta.
Oh. But then you say he's more controversial.
Yeah, we're going to go head to head a lot. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to go head to head. But,
I'd like to hear from the people who are still watching us live. Leave us a comment. Let us know.
Yeah, there's nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I left. There was like 45 people, bro. What'd you guys do to our audience?
I'm telling you, Will made him run away,
Will, huh?
man. Will, he scared him away.
I got to see the recording of this. I want to see what the heck happened.
Yeah.
They're saying, that guy is crazy.
Hey, if y'all think Will is crazy, leave a comment. That Willie guy is... he's like a dog that Nancy's still here. See, you got a great woman, man. She's loyal to the end.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, your queen is still here.
Hey, are you up? So my wife didn't come to the party, but she's listening to us. Where in the bedroom, honey?
Where it's safe. Yeah, she's like, yeah. What, are you crazy? Is that Donald Trump?
Come on. Hey, guess who it is, Will? It's your buddy.
Get on the mic. Come on.
Oh, hey, Joanna. What's up, girl?
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
Good. Why aren't you over here?
I got COVID. I'm recovering.
Aw.
He got the same thing.
How you doing?
that your president had.
We have to get together.
Yeah, most definitely.
Trump 2020.
Oh yes, yeah. You like my hair? You know, like
Hey,
camisa.
who's the bear? Who's that bear? Who's the bear
Huh?
supposed to be?
Trump.
That it looks exactly like him too. Oh my goodness. He's just not that cute and cuddly.
Yes, he is.
He's not that cute.
Who are you?
Yeah, there you
Huh?
go. Who are you?
Yeah, who are you?
Tell him,
Yeah.
who are you? There you go.
I'm the cute guy that's saying Trump is not a cute guy.
You need to be over here.
I need to be there.
I'll set you straight.
Okay, all right. Set me straight. Come on. You're live. You're on live, by the way. So people want to hear you set it straight.
Everyone, hello, America.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? You might need to sit and join the show. We might get more viewers if you are on
Dude,
here.
you need some Latina women on there.
Yeah, we do.
There you go.
know.
Latino
There you
women
go.
for Trump. Latino women for Trump.
So what's your name again? Give me your name again.
Joanne.
Joanne. So give me
And I
a
live
couple
in
reasons.
Chicago.
You live in Chicago. So Joanne, give
I
our
work for the city of Chicago.
give our people some reasons why you vote for Trump. Why is Trump your person?
Well, first and foremost, he's for Americans. He's for America. Before anything, I'm Mexican is my ethnicity, but before anything, I'm American. Born and
Okay.
raised. So are my parents, my grandparents. But I've been working since I've been 16, paying taxes since I've been 16. Really tired of these Democrats taking our money, giving away stuff for free. I mean, we really have enough people here living off welfare, and we pay the tab. Getting tired of it. When it comes to immigration, sorry, I don't get nothing for free. I can't even get a free cup of coffee. My kid that can't go to school for free, get free phones, free education, free Medicare. When I retire, I'm not going to have any medical. I have to pay for my medical. So you're going to tell me somebody who's going to come here illegally is going to get free medical, free insurance, free right to vote?
Preach, girl. Preach. Preach, girl. Preach. There you go.
I work too hard. I've been working on my own, never asked for a dime for anything. So, sorry. Trump, he doesn't say everything politically right. He's not a politician. I just like that he speaks from the heart. Some things I don't agree with, but a lot of things that he does. I protect the Second Amendment. I own guns. My son hunts. So a lot of things he's for, I'm for. America first.
I hear you. Right. Here's the thing. There's no right or wrong, right? I think when people try to make they try to make it.
To each its own. You know, I don't hate anyone for, whatever side. There's too much hate already going on. Too much racial divide. And I just think that, like I said, I mean, people can say it was his fault. People can say it's Biden's fault. At the end of the day, we're all just killing each other. It needs to stop.
Yeah. So what do you say if Biden wins, though? What is your?
We're going to be in a recession.
We're going to be in a recession.
He's going to shut us down. The economy is going to go down. Stock market's going to go down.
But some would say that's already happening, though. We're already been shut down.
No, that ain't happening. That's not happening. And that's just right there, D.
No bueno.
Okay, just DB, right?
Bueno, I got it.
Third quarter, okay, GDP, fucking awesome. Excuse the French. It's awesome, right? It's awesome, right? But the media doesn't report that, okay? And there's growth in jobs, but it's coming from red states. Blue states are shut down. Imagine if the blue states would open up also, right? So no, and that's the propaganda that's going on. That's the division, right? The media is saying something against Trump, okay, and they're not revealing the truth. And it keeps on going and keeps on going, and the spin goes on, and it creates the division. That's got to stop. It's got to stop. Just like I'm divided with Dan when it comes to the healthcare.
I get it. So, so some of our listeners who are in here, some say, hey, it's going to happen anyway. So some people believe, and again, we can argue about what news source is reporting this and reporting that, right? The truth of the matter, though, is the country as a whole we're hurting. I mean, there's jobs being shut down, and these jobs are not saying, "Hey, we're Republican, we're Democrat," or "We're in a Republican state, we're in a Democrat state," but they're being shut down. So what is
the
happening?
girl in the middle.
Look at everybody. I got a blue Smurf with me.
There you go.
I like her.
He's speechless.
I like her.
No, don't give him the mic. Don't give him the bear. Don't give him the mic. Hey, but Devi, you're gonna ask a question. Go ahead.
Typical Biden.
Yeah.
He just wants to smell
So
me.
yeah.
He
So
wants to sniff on me. Typical Biden.
he wants to. So you know, like listen, like Damien says right here, that's going to happen anyway, right? I mean, I truly believe it doesn't matter who's in office, which one of these candidates win. One of them is going to win, right? What are they going to do to turn this pandemic around? What are they going to do to get these businesses back up and running? What are we going to do about this high cost of education? Whether you agree, whether people say, hey, college should be free or not, the truth of the matter is college is extremely expensive. Why is that? And we've had Republican and Democratic presidents come through, but why is that? So my question, like everybody else, is if Donald Trump wins, what's going to be different from the 4 years that's going to be there? What's going to be better? And then if Biden in it, what is he going to do that's going to be different too as well? That's going to make us.
4 years that he's been in, the first year he was in, that he did anything? Do you honestly think that he hasn't done nothing? The economy wasn't good before COVID.
Well,
lowest unemployment rate amongst blacks, lowest unemployment rates amongst Latinos.
Okay,
just think about
it. So you could claim that, right? You could claim that, and he gets that. But also, he inherited a good economy.
Oh my God! No! The former president said this: "You're going to need a magic wand to bring back all those jobs." Remember that?
Okay. Wait a minute. So you cannot dispute the fact. You cannot dispute the fact that when Obama left office, the economy and the job situation was at a high. It was doing well, right?
You know what Obama's legacy is at, right?
Wait a minute, Will. Look, I'm just saying, because I have some beef with Obama. I have a lot of beefs with Obama, right? But the truth of the matter is, when he left office, he handed over to Donald Trump a booming economy.
You're nuts.
You're nuts.
Unemployment was at 4.7% when he handed it over, which is pretty good, right? Trump, he did some things, he kept it going, he didn't screw it up, and it got all the way down to 3.5 or something like that. The question is,
so it dropped a little bit.
It
did drop a little bit.
What
and
is
that's proven. It did drop a little bit.
Right. But what is it right now? Is the country better off right now from when Trump took over? And if you just go by facts, just facts, not feelings, right? Unemployment's higher than when Trump took office.
Is that because of the economy, or is that because of 2020, the COVID situation that happened and he had to shut it down?
And who was in charge?
But a pandemic happened. Right, and he had to shut down his economy. Prior to shutting down the economy, what was the state of the union in the economy? Answer that, Dan, and answer that, DV. Right?
No one is denying how great the economy was.
Right.
Nobody is, right? It was
okay.
Great. So where is it at right now? And my question is, are Americans better off now than they were 4 years ago?
Well, there was a poll 2 weeks ago. 56% of Americans stated they are better financially off today than they were 4 years ago.
Okay.
You should ask that question to all the people that are unemployed.
Yes.
Ask that question.
And what about the people who got?
It's higher today than it was when Trump took office. That's not.
Say that again. Say that again. You broke out.
I said the unemployment. I said ask the people that are unemployed. All the people. The unemployment rate is higher than what it is when Trump took office. That's not CNN. That's not me talking.
And I get it, but why? Okay, so let's compare apples to apples, okay? Prior to Corona happening, coming over here from China, okay, we had the lowest unemployment rate ever.
Okay.
The lowest unemployment rate for Latinos, for blacks, never ever seen before.
I agree.
And now you're telling me right now, let's look at it right now because the economy's been shut down due to the COVID. But let me ask you this. It's due to a pandemic. Nobody foresaw that. Now the pandemic recovers. What do you think is going to do? Who do you think is going to do better? Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
See, this goes
Sending our jobs to China or keeping our jobs over here?
No,
Joe
he
Biden
didn't.
said he said he's going to shut down.
This
everything.
goes
Yes,
this
he did.
goes back to my statement that the pandemic was poorly managed, right? You want to give Trump all the credit for how great the economy was and none of the blame for how terrible it is now, right?
Okay, so stop right there. Okay, so stop right there. There's there's political divide right now. Okay, if you go to New York, California, you go to Seattle, Portland, you go to Minnesota, they're all shut down. They're all blue governor, Democrat state ran states. And they're all shut down. Now go to South Dakota. South Dakota never shut down. I was in South Dakota, and you know what? Facebook did not allow any type of video to come in from Sturgis to Chicago. Just think about it. And then they said there was a breakout of over 250,000 new cases in Corona, which was a lie. There was 250. But CNN blew it out of proportion. Now let me ask you this.
Going in for a heart attack, saying that they died.
Bingo. Now.
So hold on, Will.
Doctoring up the
Our
numbers.
listener asking you not to scream, Will. They said you're.
Okay, Damien, I'm just loud. Okay.
No, it's a lot of people saying you.
Okay, so put it like this: Florida is not shut down. You got kids in public schools. Okay, New York is shut down. Okay, in Florida we got the elderly. We have the elderly in Florida. Okay, they weren't put because they had COVID. They weren't put back into nursing homes. New York did that, and people died. Right now, notice the way New York has handled it, and notice the way Florida has handled it. Who has handled it better? Whose economy is struggling and whose economy is thriving? Answer that.
First off, New York is open. Okay.
It's not open.
Yes, it is.
It's not open.
New York,
Huh?
New York is open.
Their schools are in. The kids are in school in New York. They're not in school.
There's some suburbs that are shut down, but the whole state is not closed.
The whole state is not open. You're either open or closed. You can't be half open.
Actually, you can't be half open.
You can't.
I get it, but here's the scenario that I'm painting. Florida is completely open and they're striving. South Dakota completely open.
Okay,
they're
okay.
striving.
So Will, okay, I agree.
Wisconsin's
You
completely
say
open, and their infection rate is like, or their positive rate is like 48%.
the same thing happened with Florida when they opened up. They had a spike in infection.
Yeah, and then they handled the spike. There's a spike.
So look, I'm not so.
You agree with fracking? You agree with all of that, right?
I didn't hear what you said.
You agree with packing the court, and you agree with what they're going to do with fracking. You agree with what the
Biden didn't say he was for packing the court. He never said that.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
wait a minute.
He's for packing the court, and that's just it, Danny. That's the problem right there. And then
But wait a minute.
Danny says, you know what? Biden says this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Before we go to another topic, right? You all brought it. You just introduced another topic, right?
Okay.
So before we go to that, we was talking about how Florida opened back up and they saw a huge spike in the amount of people who got COVID because of some of the
That was this summer.
Okay,
Past
right.
summer.
But I want to go back to the economy thing because that's how the epidemic got poured into it as well. And one of the points, like Damien talked about, because we talked about how the economy was doing well and Donald Trump took it over. It was doing well. It dropped a little bit. And remember, who was the person that shut down the government and furloughed a lot of people, right? That was Donald Trump doing. Why? Because of he wanted a wall and all that to keep immigrants out and stuff like that. Now, look, I'm all for, hey, we got to do a better job at the borders and immigrants and stuff like that. I'm all for that, right? There's just got to be a better way. But he ran on. He was going to build this wall. and that Mexico was going to pay for it, and yet we shut down the government. Well, we shut down government workers and furloughed a lot of people who missed paychecks for a couple months, right? So my question is how was that helping all of Americans?
So let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this.
Well, before you can ask me anything, you gotta
Okay,
answer that.
answer your own question yourself. How was the economy before COVID to you? How was the economy before COVID to you, DV?
We already said that the economy. So the economy was doing well when Obama left office, right? And we know he brought that from. It had no choice but to go better because of where we were at, right? Okay. Now Obama gives us a great economy. Donald Trump inherits that, and he was doing well. It dropped a little bit from what he got. It dropped a little bit. So the economy wasn't doing as well as it could have been when he was handed a good economy. So that was before COVID. When COVID hit, it went to I was about to say the ship sank when COVID hit. So
I think that nobody's saying anything. When COVID hit, I don't think that even the president himself, and even I think he said it, and even Biden said it, nobody really was prepared for what this virus was or what it was going to do. So, I mean, I just think that when it did come, everybody forgot about that, and they just wanted to make it as another excuse to blame something on Trump. Another excuse to say, okay, we're going to use this now, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to actually use the excuse of innocent lives dying and turn it on the blame of Trump. Do you really think any of these other leftists, they really cared about all these lives that is lost? This was something that was easy for them to use to blame on Trump. The reality is that this is a virus. This is a virus that nobody really knew how to cure or how to get rid of. It's a form of the flu. People die of the flu, the regular flu. How many die every year? Nobody says anything. Nobody's wiping down everything. Nobody's walking around with a mask during flu season. But now COVID comes, and now you have to wear the mask. Oh, the mask doesn't work. Oh, the mask does work. Oh, don't do this. Don't do that. I mean, come on. I mean, you hear it all the way around from different parts of different doctors saying one thing, another doctor saying another. I mean, what can they even believe? Because you're hearing all this information from different sides. Of course, we're like, at some point, you need to get back to living. You need to get back to life. Like the president says, we need to get back to working. Florida's numbers rose, but you know what? It's just like even here when they opened up a little bit, the numbers are rising. Yeah, because you're opening up, so more people are around. It's only normal that you're going to catch the flu or COVID. Of course, the numbers are going to rise, but how many people are dying? The statistics are showing that not those 90%, 99.some% actually recovered. So come on, I mean, they were using it to the point.
I agree.
Come on.
I agree with a lot what you said, right? And I think what's happening is we as the American people have got caught up in this tug of war. This tug of war is going on between Trump and the Democrat. So we're gonna say the Republican side and the Democrat, right? We've got caught in the middle of this, and we're the sheep that's been laid out for the slaughter because of their fight with each other, right?
But DV,
wait a minute. Okay, but hey, it's on both sides, right? Because again, it could have been handled a lot better because Trump himself was saying, hey, it's not a big deal and all this kind of stuff, and he knew about some things, right? But also on the Democratic side, they put these scare tactics out here and get people all scared like we're all running around here with. Well, but that's not that's not the whole problem, though. Will is what I'm saying.
That's the main problem.
It is one of the problems. But see, here's what I don't hear from you, Will, and this is why I disagree with you. Because I just laid out. I just said to you, Trump didn't take this thing very seriously, and everybody knew it. He even said this was a hoax. This was a ploy for the Democrats to do all this kind of stuff. Right? It's still on his watch. As the commander in chief, you got to say, you know what? I'm going to take this thing head on. We're gonna handle this. This thing is not gonna hit our shores, and our people are not gonna be affected.
He shut it down to China. He was getting impeached in the United States Senate, and he shut it down to China. And you're telling me he didn't do anything? Just think about that.
Who cares about him being impeached, right? what I'm saying is what did when you say he shut it down? What did he shut down?
He shut it down to China.
What
the first
did he
case,
shut down?
January 31st, after the first case, he closed our borders to China. He knew that China had a problem. And he was getting impeached by the Democrats for bogus stuff in the Senate. And they criticized him for shutting it down. What else do you want him to do?
Okay.
That's a question. What else do you want him to do?
No. I want to understand you, Chris. You're saying because he was getting impeached is the reason why COVID was able to come and affect
No, the
America?
Democrats were busy impeaching him. And they weren't worried about the COVID situation.
Who's majority in control right now?
See, stop right there. Stop right there. Answer my question. The Democrats were in the Senate impeaching Donald Trump.
Okay.
And he, with the first case, after the first case, he shut it down, all borders to China. The virus that the country originated from. Okay? That was January 31st, 2020. What did the Democrats call Donald Trump? Xenophobic. So I asked you, if he didn't act, he shut down the economy. He shut down the borders to China. How else do you want him to act? If he took initiative, it wasn't the Democrats acting. It was him protecting the American people, and they criticized him for protecting the American people. What else do you want him to do? Because you say he didn't do anything. You keep saying that.
Let me just ask you something. And it's just like a hypothetical question. It's just like a hypothetical question. Oh, it's just like a hypothetical question. But let's just say Biden was president at the time, what do you think that he would have done any different than what Trump did?
So I even heard President Obama say this. He said this pandemic would have been a tough situation from any president that would have been in office, right? He even said that. And I agree with that. This would have been a tough situation because this was something that none of us knew about and, be prepared for, or they didn't understand. Maybe they didn't understand the magnitude of it. However, what I think would have been different between Biden and Trump would have been, I think Biden would have said to the American people, hey, we need to start taking more precautions. These are the things that we need to do. Start taking you guys, wearing the mask and all that kind of stuff. It's like we started wearing masks after this thing got blown up, and then they had to start shutting down public places. So when you say the Democrats start shutting stuff down, I'm saying, well, we started doing that after the fact that we started having more cases of people being affected and actually dying. So that was a result of that. So the thing that I think would have been different is they would have said, hey to the American people, hey, this thing is serious. This is a serious disease or virus, and we need to do some precaution. These are the things that we need to start looking at because hey, we need to head this thing off before it actually hits America hard. That's the difference that I believe would have happened.
Okay, so Donald Trump, right? He had a thriving economy. He shuts it down. Okay,
but he didn't have a thriving economy because let's go back to the. Let's go back to the furlough. Let's go back to the furlough.
I think that what all of us we got to realize is we're just the little people here, right? We all have our jobs. We all go home. We have single family homes. We're not rich. We're not billionaires. So the thing about it is that this is Trump, right? He's getting all this information from China. This is what's happening. It's a virus. He didn't want to go out there and start getting everybody in a frantic. Of course, that's not what a president should do. Go on there and start shutting everything down and wear a mask and do all this stuff. They still had to figure out what really this was, what was going to go down, and what was the best thing to do. They were still listening to doctors. They had different opinions. And let's remember, the governors are in charge of these states. So let's not forget our governors and our mayors who did a horrible job, mainly in Chicago and in Illinois. Look at our governor and what he's been doing. Mm-hmm. They've been playing this little political game. No matter who wins.
Yes.
You know that no matter what, we always get screwed somewhere or another. We're the little people. Okay?
And that's been my argument
when you're voting, to me, no matter what, I want to look at a person who stands for the things that I feel are important to me, to this country.
So you got someone who agrees with you. They said yes. So and that's been my argument is I think it's time for us to stop playing these games, this power struggle, these that they all both sides have been having, and saying, hey, you know what, we if we're really for the American people, let's be for the American people. Let's forget this Republican Democrat stuff, and that's not what they're doing. It's all about power there. Victoria Villagomez says the left has weaponized Trump's non-PC way of speaking and used it like a nuclear bomb and created the big divide. What do y'all think of that?
What did she say? Use what as a nuclear bomb?
She says, okay, I'll read it again. The left has weaponized Trump's non-PC political correct way of speaking and used it like a nuclear bomb and created this big divide. So his non-PC way of speaking, they've used that as a nuclear bomb and created this whole division that we're having in our country.
Media. Veronica's absolutely correct.
Victoria,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean Victoria, right? It's called memetics. Okay, memetics is one thing that he says, right? It's blown out of context, and what he actually says is distorted, and it's put out there, and people believe it. And when they believe it, that creates division. And when you got big tech, you got companies, the media, all against Donald Trump, the takedown of a president. The people get one information, but his people that communicate with them are getting another different set of information. And this is what I'm going back to tell you, where Danny is saying, when it comes to COVID, he's got his news sources that told him that Trump screwed up completely. Okay. But the reports that I've been listening to, you know what? They don't allow him to do anything. So there's the division, and it's been a big divide. So one thing that I ask, okay, and here's to what Victoria says. Does systemic racism exist today in America? Because, in 2008, we had a black president. And he was asked, and I've said this before in our previous shows, he was asked, if you lose the election, is that on merit or it's because of your skin color? And he goes, no, it would be merit. So, the Obamas were in office. Systemic racism did not occur. Okay, they left office, and here comes Donald Trump running for office. So if systemic racism existed, why didn't Hillary Clinton win the election back in 2016? Let's think about it.
Okay, so, all right.
So it's all propaganda. It's what they're feeding from the media, news outlets, to the people. And when the people are informed a certain way, that's where you create division. All right, me and Dan are against each other. Damian looks at me like a regular Trump supporter, right? And that's it. But when it comes down, we're just the peasants. She just said it, right? Joanne just said it perfectly. We're the peasants that pay the price.
Robots. We just watch and listen to everything. There's a small group of individuals that actually, like, for me, I don't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I always vote for the person that I feel like in my heart that I really feel that he's good for us, good for the country. I like his policies, or I believe in a lot of things he believes in. So that's where I'll go. If Trump was Democrat, I'd be voting for him. So I don't really distinguish myself between that. I don't also pretend to know everything about politics, especially about foreign policy. I think a lot of us think we do and we don't. We kind of just hear. You really, really have to know the ins and outs of everything of military and what's going on. But with that being said, like I said, there's so many of us, especially in these west side and east side, lower west side of Chicago. We listen to what all these politicians, we got to think, oh, they must be right. They must be right. And we just sit here and we listen and we eat up everything they say. And all they're doing is throwing us a bone just so we can get a vote. They tell us what we want to hear. And then later all the lies come out. And like I said, me personally, I'm tired of it. I think that people like the girl Victoria, or like we're curious, and I think people need to really start investigating more themselves for what they really want to know the truth to, instead of listening to the media, because the media does control what we
Exactly.
hear. We see a shooting of a police and another black man, and it's shocking to the eyes. So everybody wants to be fucking jury, and and already he's guilty in this, and just they come down with it and they start rioting without even really realizing what's going on. In the media feeds it and feeds it and feeds it. There's crime committed every second. We don't see any of that. We only see a clip of what they want us to see, and they want us to react. We're human beings. And I just think there's more people need to really start forming their own opinion and start, like you said, they're using us against each other. So
Yeah. So
Well stated.
Joanne, so I want to say this, Joanne, since you've been on, we went from having 8 people because Will lost. We had like 45 people.
I'm sorry, you
on.
said since I've been on what?
Since you've been on, right? So before you got on, we had like 45 people on, right? Will went on this rant and we lost it went from 45 to like 16 people. And then he calmed down a little bit. We got up to 19, and then we dropped. He went on a little rant again. We dropped down to 8. That's when you came on. And since you've been on, we've gotten back up to 19 people. So I just want to say, Joanne, we need to have you come back on the Big Divide show more often. And we may have to replace the Puerto Rican with the Mexican, right? A better looking, right? We got to get a better looking person on there. Right?
Nah, I'm way better looking than that.
Hey, Will, you will never get me to agree with that.
Man, come on, bro.
No, you guys are great.
Hey, thank you, Joanne, for joining
God bless
us. Appreciate
America.
you.
God bless all of us as a whole.
God bless us all. Because, like you say,
hope
we
everything works out for everyone.
Right.
It was nice talking to you. Me and you got to get together soon. I'll see you guys soon.
All right.
Bye.
So, Willie, Victoria says we don't vote for personality. It's not a see, I'm not even gonna be able to pronounce this, but I know miscongeniality. How you say that? Yeah. I'm a country boy from Georgia. I don't know how to pronounce them big words like that. Context.
Yeah,
policy is what's important. Yeah, it's policy what's important. Yeah,
and everything that Donald Trump created, he created. He got rid of NAFTA. He's got the new USMCA Act, tariffs on China. He's saying no more, no milking us.
Well, that wasn't 100%.
In the Middle East. This is
that
policy.
stuff wasn't good, though.
That's what she's saying. Policy is important.
Yeah. Here's one thing why I just could not get behind Trump. I'm gonna say one of the reasons why I couldn't get behind Trump is because there were a lot of military leaders that he had in his cabinet that are no longer part of his administration.
Why not?
And then for them to say he's dangerous, and the go. We're talking about some very high-ranking military people, and one in particular, General Mattis, who I served under. I was on his staff.
Okay.
So knowing this man and knowing what General Mattis, who he is personally, for him to go against Trump, I'm like, all right, there's got to be something to that, because this is just not a guy who's gonna be with someone and then all of a sudden leave because he's doing everything right. If General Mattis, if he has a characterization of someone, you got to take that with a lot of merit, right? And so that's why I'm like, okay, and it's not just him. It's been several other high-ranking military officials who said, "Hey, I can't follow this guy." That's where I have a problem with Trump.
Okay, but who was voted into office? Donald Trump. The people elected Donald Trump. And that means
the people didn't electoral votes and all that kind of stuff. Right?
Oh my God.
I mean,
what are you talking? There was an election in 2016. You're telling me that Donald Trump did not win the election? Is that what you're stating?
Did Donald Trump win the popular vote?
See, let me ask you a question.
Right, I get.
Who won in 2016?
I get it.
Who won in 2016?
Donald Trump won 2016.
Thank you very much.
Okay, but you said he was voted in.
Yeah, he wasn't appointed. I mean, it is.
Was there an election like there was today, like there is today, back 4 years ago, DV?
Check.
Yeah. Okay.
Who won?
Okay.
Who won the election?
Let me ask you this question. Because
See,
this is,
and that's the problem right there.
No. Wait a minute, Will. Because understand this. We still do have people who don't fully understand how this whole election thing works. So let's educate. Maybe you can even educate me. No.
Okay,
Follow me.
but that's another
Follow me,
subject.
Will. Follow me, Will.
Let's talk about it. I'm in.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about.
Yeah, but you're taking one point about the generals. Why is it that the generals are defying his orders, or why is he firing all these generals? But you don't realize that that's his responsibility. And when I asked you, who did he get voted in, and now you took it somewhere else. Well, he didn't quite win the election. You know, the population vote, right? He won based on the electoral vote. Okay, the electoral vote has been around since the 1800s. Okay, and he was nominated in office, right? Elected into office.
Okay. All right.
Now, I'm going to ask you this. Okay, ISIS flourished during the Obama administration. Okay. Soleimani was alive. All these generals, ISIS, they were alive. Okay, and ISIS was big. Donald Trump flew in the middle of the night to Iraq, and he bypassed the generals, and he went directly to the guys fighting the war. He goes, "Hey, what do you need from me in order to get rid of the caliphate?" He asked them personally. He goes, "We need to go. We need the green light to take care of business. How quick can you get it done?" They told him 1 week. 1 week. And he eliminated them in 1 week. So what were the generals doing? How are they compromised? Just think about it. And Donald Trump says it, right? The wars, our kids fighting wars, foreign wars, somebody's making money off of them. Right? That means that the people who have the connections with the Washington swamp making money off of making tanks, planes, artillery, everything else. So when he did it on his own and he said, "Let me go find out what's actually going on," he realized, you know what? They're not giving me the up and up. And just because you're a general doesn't mean you're in charge of the United States of America. It's the president. That's why we elect the president. Go ahead.
Okay, so when we elect the president, right? He's the commander in chief. So the military follows him. The military follows him. But who does the president listens to? Who does the president listen to?
He's got his advisors. Doesn't mean he's got to follow what they say. He's got the right to say terminated or not terminated. He can say yay or nay. That's why the people vote him in.
Well, let's answer the question. Who does he have to listen to as the president?
When it comes to strategic war?
Yeah. Can he declare war?
No, he can't declare war. He can declare war, but he's got to go to the Congress and get the enactment. Right? They got to put it like that.
Congress has got to vote for it, right? So
yes.
he can do a military action, but he can't declare war. And after so much time, he's got to go to Congress and say, "Hey, this is what's going on. I say we take a vote on war." So, but who does he have to listen to? He can't go to war just to go to war. He can take military action like he did with the general of Iran, right? You say, "Yeah, take that guy out." Right, because he's the commander in chief. But an all-out declaration of war, it's got to be voted on by Congress.
Yeah.
But now, to Deevy's point, what do you mean? What does he have to listen to? So, what is it that Donald Trump, or any president for that matter, who are they accountable to? And that's the right word, accountable, right? Who are they accountable to? So, who is the president accountable to?
His advisors militarily, the generals.
No, he's not even accountable. He's not accountable to them. So they can't tell him, "Hey, you're going to do this," right? The accountability does come from Congress. So there's the three branches of government, right? That keep everything in check. So Congress can't impeach like they did with him in 2019. So they can impeach him to say, hey, you've done some, impeachable stuff, which he did not do to get impeached, right? The impeachment was a fraud. Senate votes for the impeachment as a conviction or a non-conviction. So he is accountable to, as in Congress, like I have congressmen here in Illinois, you have congressmen in Virginia. So these congressmen represent us to keep the president accountable, right? So that's an accounting system. But when it comes to the military, is he accountable to a general, or is a general accountable to him?
A general is
The
accountable
generals
to
are-
him.
Yeah, they're accountable to him in the chain of command.
So who does he does have advisors. He's going to say, all right, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? But the ultimate decision is up to who as the moves he makes, almost like taking out the Iranian general. Who's
The president of the United States.
President of the United States.
President of the United States.
That's what you're voting for. You're voting for, hey, the commander in chief is going to have the nuclear codes. Right? So you got to be able to trust it. And a lot of people don't trust Donald Trump with the nuclear codes. To be honest with you, I questioned that in 2016. You did, Will. We both questioned it watching the primaries, right? But I love his policies. To be honest with him in there, he's done more as a president. He said he was going to do something. He did it. I'm going to move the Israeli embassy. Presidents before him said, yep, we're going to do that. It was part of my campaign. President after president after president said they're going to move the embassy. He's the one that did it. Nobody crossed North Korea's border. Nobody.
No president has ever done that. Donald Trump was the first.
Let's let the globe. Hey, you take care of your country. We'll take care of our country. You'll take care of your country. There's no reason to send us insurgents into your country. And one of the things here, there's a reason why.
Because Scott, some will say he's in bed with dictators. Some would say that.
Oh,
when
boy.
you talk about, Will, I'm just making a statement. Don't say.
Okay, I get it.
I'm saying some would say that. Some would
but
say
the question is this: what is he getting from the dictator? I mean, what kind of benefit does he have with crossing North Korea's border, the DMZ?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he gets from that.
I don't either. I mean, I think that he just
I don't know if
peace,
there's.
so we
I
don't
don't
got to
know.
worry about missiles.
Okay, we can say that. Or he maybe make.
Well, I do say that. What do you say?
I could say he could be making some kind of deal with them. He may like the dictators, and because we say, hey, he's in the bed with Russia too, and it seemed like that. He speaks highly of Putin. So I mean, how many Americans would speak highly of Putin?
Give me a quote from Donald Trump that says, "Hey, Putin's awesome." Did he say that? Like, what when you say speak highly? Give me quantify the spoke highly of Putin.
So, again, I hadn't been watching it like that, so I'm getting that from a news source.
Okay, you're saying something that you can't even quantify because you heard it or didn't hear it. You're just saying he speaks highly of Putin because the news told me that.
Exactly.
Yes.
And you represent millions of people getting that same type of information.
Okay.
And this is why I'm going after clips, right? So when I go on the podcast, I'm like, all right, give me a clip of that. Okay, give me a clip of that. Give me something, right? So when we went over the debate, I'm like, oh, he denounced it there. He denounced it there. I want to hear what's coming out of his mouth to say yay or nay, not what somebody tells me he said or the narrative they created around it, right? And I think that's important for anybody. You got to get the facts down. And the challenge is how do we know? Just like this Hunter Biden thing, right? Nobody. Not one person. The only person that initiated the Russian disinformation narrative was Adam Schiff, telling the New York Times, who disseminated it down to all the other news channels to protect Biden, right? The Bidens didn't say it wasn't real. Nobody said it wasn't real. The FBI actually pulled in the business partner and questioned him for 5 hours. They actually are investigating Hunter Biden right now for money laundering, but you're not hearing about that in the media. Things are happening with that laptop, but nobody's talking about it except for the right-wing media. Why?
You broke up, Scott. You broke up, Scott.
I didn't break up. I'm waiting for your answer.
No, you did break up.
Would I break up?
No, I got repeat the question, Scott.
The question is, so Hunter Biden's laptop is now being investigated by the FBI. The FBI interviewed that Bobolinsky guy for 5 hours. How come nobody's reporting on that? If the guy's last name was Trump, if it was Trump that and Donald Trump Jr. had a laptop with him doing drugs, underage kids pictures on there, emails from Ukrainian oligarchs. If he had a business partner that came in and gave 3 cell phones full of tweets and texts and digital stuff, if the last name was, if it was Trump's son, do you think the media would have reported on it?
More likely, yes.
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, more than likely, yes. Right.
More than likely.
And I'm not here defending Biden. I'm just simply saying I started this off as saying my issue with Trump is you have these career high-ranking officials who went on to say, hey, this guy is dangerous in how he's running his administration, right? So I'm like, okay, who would I listen to? Have been a military guy, knowing personally one of the guys who was on his staff, said this guy is strange, and then for Trump to go on TV to say things about General Mattis and his integrity, that's where I really have a problem with it. Now he has said that about.
Hey, by the way, Pennsylvania just went red.
Well, it's pink.
It's right now it's trending red, which means that Donald Trump is winning Pennsylvania right now. It was blue, and it just went
on the map.
The Democrats
here right now.
This
That ain't real.
It ain't real. Why? Why do you say it's not real?
The one that's on our Facebook screen.
Yeah, that's Politico's map.
See, this kind of goes. This kind of goes to
radio.
what I'm looking at too. Is what information do you trust in this country?
That's right.
What information do you trust?
And that's why I like hearing speeches. I like to hear stuff coming out of people's mouths, right?
But again, like Danny said, Will
you know what? I trust you, Evie. Listen to this, Will. This will be good. I trust you, Dv. You know why?
Why?
Because you like a little baby. You don't really read much. You don't know much. You like a little bitty baby.
You said I don't read much. See, there we go again. See, here we go again. So you say I don't read. Here we go again about I don't read much of this because I'm
this podcast.
You know what?
Is your biggest education?
No,
hey, Scott, I got a question for you.
Before you say that, because I agree with here's what I'll say. I agree with Victoria.
Like a little
Victoria
baby.
says this. Hey, Victoria Villagomez, good friend of mine. She says this. She says, I gotta say, this platform is refreshing. This is what we need! Exclamation point. Open communication is the key to coexisting. You guys rock. So so that. What I'll say about this podcast is it has allowed me to say, you know what, you guys live and breathe this stuff. Like it's an obsession for you, Scott. It's an obsession for you, right? And you even said, hey, a few more days and I'm done with it. What I'll say is I hadn't paid it as much attention as I have been on this podcast. But what it has revealed to me is this is just a big power struggle between these two sides, and they're saying, okay, who can put more dirt on everybody else, and so make myself look better, so I can be the one to come up. Who says I'm?
So I'm actually hitting the mute button, so you don't hear the back, right? So I hit the mute.
Yeah.
I'm saving the podcast. Okay. Yeah, I forgot what you said. I was going to reply, but.
It's just a power struggle. It's a power struggle. That's when you were saying you were.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So America is becoming very tribal, right? It's becoming very tribal, and there are tribes popping up that have. And to be honest with you, Trump's win has created a power vacuum because it's a new type of. It's a populist movement, right? So. See, I'm back to this, and you guys have heard me say this before in my meetings. I am not Democrat or Republican. I'm educated, right? Nobody's landing on my street with their Gulfstream jet and coming to dinner with me. So make some policies that's going to help us all live our lives better and leave us alone. That's my policy. That's me. So, but now with this whole thing, you're seeing socialism is actually being introduced. So the Democrats, the radical Democrats, are saying this. Something just happened. People don't like. You guys are all looking at stuff.
I'm listening to you. It's
Yeah.
TV.
So, listen, people don't like Trump so much that they're seeing an opening. They're like, all right, there's a chance to get our agendas through because people have this emotional angst about Donald Trump. So I think this is our shot to present some radical ideas we could have never tried before because they're so upset with the way he is and his tweets that we can actually push our agenda, right? So you're seeing these little factions inside the Democratic Party, like the squad, and you got the establishment, like the Nancy Pelosi's versus who's the senator, who's Dianne Feinstein, right? That's going away. They're like middle now. They're moderates, right? And you're seeing this radical pull, and it's because of the education. The institutions have been taken over by liberals, by democratic radicalization. Socialism is now being accepted, whereas by a portion of this country, and it would never have happened, right? I mean, we were rooting out communists back in the McCarthy days and going, gotta go. It's a communist. It was a dirty word. It's like a Nazi. Today, people are like, well, we think that it should be a socialist country. We're moving towards socialism. And to be honest with you, the Democrats are playing that long game with the education system, with the
Healthcare.
not healthcare,
Speech.
education, teaching the kids, the media. That's what I'm saying. So the education and the media are perpetuating this idea where, hey man, everybody should just, kumbaya, and it should be a big utopia where we put everything in the middle and we all grab what we need, not what we can strive for, but hey, you need some healthcare, take some of my money, right? Hey, you need some education, Will, I'll pay for it, even though I never went to college. I'll give you. So there's people pushing back because this country's been capitalistic since the time we came from England. We landed, we made some, I would grow crops, you would make horseshoes, Willie would cook some bread, and we'd swap. All right, I need some horseshoes for the horses in the field that are growing my crops. Then I hand it to Will, and he makes some bread. He hands it to you.
I'm offended by that.
What's up?
I'm offended by why I gotta make horseshoes. Why can't I grow crops and go keep making your point.
He belongs on the plantation, he tells himself.
Yeah, that's
way to go, buddy. He just gave you to me.
I'm gonna go watch.
I know.
You're an ironsmith, and you would rather be on a plantation.
I know. No.
See, now listen, Willie can get away from that. Willie can get away with that little joke because he's brown.
Yeah.
The white guy can't say that. I can't say something like that, right? I'd be a racist in a minute. But the brown guy over there who speaks Spanish can tell the black guy, oh, look, you just want to be on the plantation. You see DNA. The white guy can't say that.
That's true.
Hey, and I got to shout out one of my white friends I went to high school with, man, Sean Lilly.
You got no white friends. I'm your only white friend.
Man, you're my only rich white friend. Sean Lilly, he says, this has been awesome since plugging in a few episodes ago. So welcome in, Sean. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Lilly.
Yeah, keep listening, dude. You can remember when you were one of 18 people. Like 5 years from now, when we got hundreds of thousands of people, you'll be like, I was one of 18.
I was one of 18.
I'm one of 18.
Yeah. He's gonna always be one of something. He was in the school for the black people. He was
I got a question for
you.
you.
A few white boys.
Okay,
Right,
DB
so
was
Puerto
saying.
Rican got a question for me. Okay, here we go, brown man.
DB
Go.
was saying that Trump inherited the economy from Obama. Is that true or not?
Well, every president inherits an economy from the previous president. So
Yeah,
that
but he
is
said it was
true.
thriving, and everything that he did is because of Obama.
No, it was striving. It was trending up when he got the economy, right? And here's my take on this, which nobody else, I've never heard an analyst in the country ever say this. And I think this is why I'm brilliant. Here's why. Let me tell you something. So Obama got an economy that it couldn't get any worse, right? Like he inherited something from Bush that was like, here you go, I'm out, right? And Obama's like, crap. So Obama's bailing out GM, he's bailing out the banks, right? In his first month, right? So Obama got handed a shit show. Excuse my French. Now, it's a lot easier to take a shit show and turn it around by throwing money at it, government money, right? Printed money, than it is to take what Obama handed Trump and make it what Trump made it. It's almost like this. You got a full, like imagine that you got like an orange in your hands, right? And the orange is full of juice. Yes? Well, the economy was ripe to be repaired by Obama when he took it over. Like throw money. Okay, we're back. He looks like a great guy. And don't get me wrong, it was trending north when Obama handed over to Trump. So you can't deny the graphs. But what Trump did with it was he took it to a place no other president in our lifetimes have ever taken it, right? So Obama squeezed as much as he could out of the economy. And then you remember Obama even said when Trump was running, and Trump's like, hey, I'm going to be the best jobs president. He said that during his campaign back in 16 or 15. Obama is on tape saying, hey, tell us where you're going to get, where's your magic wand? How are you going to bring these jobs back, right? Obama was telling a crowd, listen, you got to get used to the new norm. GDP is going to be slower growth because it's global. These jobs ain't going to come back. And you have to re-educate yourself. This was him saying this to a crowd when he said this, famously said this. So where's the magic wand? How are you going to bring these jobs back, right? He said that. And Trump's like, don't worry. And here's how Trump did it. New trade agreements, tariffs on China, deregulation, and tax cuts for businesses, for everybody. That's how he did it. So Trump took the economy to a place that no other president in our lifetimes has. I'm going to give props to both presidents, right? I'm going to give props to Obama for taking a crap show and turning it into what he turned it in. And then I'm going to give props to President Trump for taking that baton and taking the race to a record. So Obama handed the baton off. I mean, don't get me wrong. You had crappy Bush coming up, chugging around like, here's your baton, man. Good luck. Maybe you can help us out. Obama.
He was on a peg leg. Bush was on a peg leg.
Terrible. Bush was terrible. So Obama takes that and he catches us up. He's like, all right, good. We're back in the race. And then you gave it to the guy that has been the best economic president since in our lifetime. They hand it to the finisher. Boom. Yeah. And we're like, right? And the only thing that you can say that a tribalist person who hates Trump and hates what happened to Hillary, the Hillaryites, the Democrats, the only thing they can say is, well, it's Obama's. It's not really yours, right? Instead of giving the guy props for taking the baton and making it a record-breaking economy, they couldn't do it. They couldn't just give him his props. I just gave Obama his props. Why couldn't they give Trump his props?
Yeah. But Willie, you had an argument with that because you were saying what I said was not correct. That Obama didn't give him a good economy, I should say, is that what your argument was? I'm asking you the question.
Well, Scott,
I don't say it was a good economy. I say it was a recovered economy, right? It was recovered. I mean, you're talking about the worst economy that we've ever seen in our lifetime was 2008. The worst, right? Yeah. So Obama took that economy and saved it, right? He recovered it. Now, there are some arguments that say it was the slowest recovery in presidential history. I don't care. Look, we were better off when Obama left than when Bush left. Okay, why can't we just be that? Why can't we be humans going, hey, thank you, Obama.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing what you did, right? There are some policies and some things he did with Iran and things he did with Uranium One, and there's some things he did with Benghazi that I got quite, but when it comes to the economy and me helping my family, thank you, Obama. We didn't lose our country because of 2008. Thank you.
I mean, like Willie just gave Trump props for getting the Iranian. Was it Iranian? Yeah.
Soleimani.
Yeah. But we don't. Yeah, but we don't talk about Osama bin Laden, which which Bush.
Oh, everybody gave him props. The whole country
I gave
was
him
united
props.
under.
We were all jacked.
under-
I was jacked that Osama bin Laden was killed.
Yeah, Willie didn't. I just didn't hear that because he
Oh
talked
no,
about.
I was jacked. I was happy.
Yeah.
No.
No,
You know who didn't want to take him out? Biden. Did not want Obama to take him out.
Look at Sean. Sean Lilly's got a good point. Look at Sean Lilly.
Yeah, I
He
saw
said
that.
something real good. Obama inherited a war broke country. Completely true from Bush. Terrible. Bush was absolutely terrible. Terrible, right? Obama did a good job. And then Obama and Trump inherited a medical broke country because of Obamacare, the broken exchanges, right? So that's good. It's a good take.
Which, you know, the medical thing how long have they been they've been talking about the medical? I remember when I started voting, they've been talking about medical, this whole medical reform and all this. And they even said Obama was the only president that got something passed for the, through Obamacare. Now, was it the absolute best thing for all Americans? I think you can even ask Obama; he'll tell you it wasn't like 100% for everyone. He said, but it was better than what we had in before, because people were not getting taken care of for pre-existing conditions, and not everybody was insured or all that. So it's kind of the same thing, but can they be better? I'm sure it always can be, and that's when the argument is why are we still waiting on Medicare to be better? Like okay, take that on, somebody.
Do you know what I'm okay with? I'm okay with, we could adjust the medical the medical problem by taking a look at the gouging that the insurance companies, the hospitals, the drug companies, right? If we took a look and said, there's a medical monopoly out there, and everybody's into collecting money. It's like a big monopoly. It says, yeah, you're now a doctor, you're now a hospital. Come on, this is a great game. We're going to take a lot of money. But if I don't, maybe if there was maybe if the government said, hey, we're going to give tax breaks to the hospitals that are completely transparent with their billing, right? So if for some reason you can actually bring down bills if you're willing to take a look at the bills that people are walking out of the hospital with, the gouging stops, right? Maybe there's a property tax break for the hospitals that are doing something, just to make sure that that's another crap show, right? How expensive medicine is here, medical practice, like it's unbelievable that you walk out and you're paying $10 for a freaking pill,
Little small,
right?
For
like
pill. 6
out of the
pills
hospital,
in there.
where you can buy it at Walgreens, for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, the gouging, somebody's got to address that. And I think Trump did. Trump at the end here said, hey, we're going to show the, I got a better idea. How about training people to negotiate their hospital bills? Yeah, listen, dude, I'm not paying this. Like this, I could here. There's a whole profession out there waiting to happen, where medical accounting, where you hand your hospital bill to an attorney and or an accountant, and then they go to the hospital and negotiate for you based on prices they could get the stuff in like a Walgreens, right? Like you take a look at what you pay per pill, and then you go against the market and say, listen, it's got to be some kind of work in there capitalistically for humans to have lower healthcare costs.
Yes.
Right. That's the problem.
Same thing with college.
Yeah. Well, college
it doesn't have to be free. It doesn't have to be free.
I'm okay with the certain level of college being subsidized by government to the point where somebody could go for free. But you'll never see Harvard do that, right? There's always going to be a capitalistic, hey, better education does cost more. Right. But if you want to walk out with a degree, there's some low-cost colleges, and there's a lot of programs out there that you could financial aid programs that you could take to get into college and graduate.
Sean says, did y'all know that hospitals get $30K more, I guess, for death for COVID per death? I'm not. You got to clear what you're saying here, Sean. Did y'all know that hospitals get 30% more death from COVID death?
So that's what I was talking about, DV, earlier, right? If somebody dies from a car accident and they happen to have COVID, they'll diagnose their death as COVID, not due to the car accident. And the government, they get more money from the government.
Yeah, so that's a problem then in America then, right?
But that was passed into the CARES Act, right? That was passed into the CARES Act. And that's the problem here. That shouldn't be happening.
Puerto Rican. Bye,
Can
baby.
you guys hear this?
Yeah, they can hear it.
I can't hear it.
I can't really hear it.
No. Wait. Where we at?
Hey, Scott, we gotta
YMCA.
bring Joanne. We gotta bring.
Oh,
Joanne
yeah.
and Dan.
Well, there you go.
Does Biden have?
MAGA. MAGA.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! He's got a song, really?
You didn't hear that, David? See, you've been in the closet just like Biden in the basement.
Look, man, I don't watch y'all watch too much TV,
It's
man.
okay, boo. You can sing. You know you want to sing
Y'all
it.
watch too much
You
TV.
can sing it.
Do they really have a song?
Oh, yeah.
Are you
MAGA.
kidding me, man?
Oh, yeah, and Donald Trump dances to it at his rallies. You should see him dancing, right? Dancing.
Yeah.
And he does the fist pump.
Yeah.
See, you should be at the party.
This is gonna be... So Scott,
You didn't know that they had a song.
No, man. I don't.
Oh, dude.
Hey, they don't play that on the R&B station.
On the Breakfast Club. Oh, I'm gonna undress Dr. Umar come Thursday, brother.
Oh yeah, you know what? We're gonna get on that. I got some people waiting for you on that one, man. We got.
Oh yeah.
We got some
great.
people
Oh,
who
that's
wanna
gonna be fun.
listen on to that one.
That's like you pitching me a bunch of softballs and me plowing them over the fence, dude. That's gonna be easy.
No, yeah, okay.
That dude's he's an active racist.
I'll be right back, boys.
All right.
Dr. Umar, you said Dr. Umar Johnson is a active racist.
He's a race baiter, right? Like he's a racist for sure.
He's a race baiter.
Listen, anybody that says I can't vote for somebody because they're married to a white person. What?
And finish what he said.
Yeah, I can't vote for a person because they're married to a white person. That's all he needed to say to be racist.
He said because how can she have the black agenda in mind when you didn't even think enough of them?
Black. And because if we could just get to the point where agendas are just for humans instead of color, right?
Oh,
That's listen, you know me, I'm a champion guy, right? I'm like, DV, I want you to use your champion, the DV champion, to become awesome, right? Don't deal with the victim conversation ever. You can be anything you want to be. Anybody can be anything they want to be, right? And they say, but I'm held back. I don't want to hear it. We're done with that conversation. We're going to start wherever you're starting from and kick some butt.
So
right?
Here's the challenge, though. You can easily say, oh, but we're done with that conversation. But we're not done with that conversation. We have never been done with that conversation.
And you know what? It'll never be done because there's money in it for the race baiters.
Okay. So I can agree that there are people that could they're race baiters. However, there is truly some, like Willie was getting ready to argue about, systematic racism doesn't exist in America anymore.
Okay,
okay.
You have to define what systematic racism is. Like you're saying that there's no law on the books today that says, oh, do not give that black person a loan. Now, is there racism? Yes, there is. An individual at a loan desk, at a desk that gives out loans. So you're going to get a mortgage at the bank, right? You walk in and the person that's actually approving the loans is saying, internally, they can't fight their DNA because they're a racist, right? They're like, well, black people again. Can you hear the conversation at the desk? So that's an individual that is inside of that bank that is making a decision on you. Does this make sense? Based on the color of your skin. But it doesn't mean that the bank is racist or the board of directors of the bank that's sitting in New York are racist, or the laws. There's no racist law. There were racist laws. There were for a real long time, right? Since colonization here, a lot of laws that were racist, right? Today, I'm going to ask you to name a law that is racist. Look, I hang out more with brown and black people than I do white people.
Yeah, so that makes
white people are too uppity. They're not cool.
I just don't want to get deported.
He's using me.
Wait a minute, how many Mexicans are there? Because Joanna came on and our numbers spiked again.
She's Puerto Rican. Is she Mexican?
No, she said she's Mexican. She said she's Mexican.
All right.
I think we need to replace her. We need to replace the Puerto Rican with the Mexican.
So you think so? We probably got more viewers.
That's what I'm saying. We got more viewers. Yeah. We were losing people when Willie was on.
And then Joanne came
on and we went back up, man.
Our viewers went up.
So we got some comments here. Eric Dorsey says, "Love how you guys are having mature discussions about political issues and still showing friendship." Yeah, that's what the Big Divide show is all about. So Eric Scott, Dorsey. explain your whole idea and concept of how the Big Divide and why it even came together.
Well, we all came together. I picked the black friend, happened to be DV. Right. I picked my Hispanic friend, which is Will. I've been known forever, and I got a Jewish friend who hasn't been into the camera yet. So, yeah. But we all come from different cultures and different experiences, and our opinions and our beliefs are based on obviously our upbringings, right? So being the Big Divide's design was, hey, let's bring everybody together from their cultural experiences and talk about issues so that we can all unify around them. That's all.
Yeah. It's been great. Because I say about this man here, Scott, he's definitely a brother from another mother. And he's one of those guys. He's a coach. He tells it like it is. He's straightforward with everything, but he does it in such a way. It's always to build you up. You're never going to he's never going to give you any kind of sympathy type story. Like it doesn't matter what your background is, where you come from, what has happened to you. He's always going to say, hey, but you can rise above it. Even in those circumstances, you can rise above it. And so, he's all for the people. And when he asked me to be on this podcast, there was no question. Even though I'm not that political guy. I don't get into the politics like.
Yeah, you're like a little political baby.
Yeah, maybe I'm green. Hey, you know what? I'm green to it because to me, it's just it can consume you. This stuff can really consume you. And I'm like, I don't want to give it all this energy because it's just crazy. For me, I rather spend my time on something else. Like we debated about who's the GOAT, Michael Jordan or LeBron James, and we all that was easy. Right?
That was easy because nobody's ever said, "Hey, I'm gonna steal your LeBron James." I'm gonna steal your Jordans. When somebody's actually gonna rob you of your shoes, and they actually don't call it a shoe, they call it a Jordan.
In a white neighborhood, I'm gonna steal your Jordans.
That's a GOAT.
Hey,
when LeBron can get it, when somebody can say, "Hey, I want your LeBrons," they don't do that. Nobody's getting robbed for their LeBrons, but they're getting robbed for the Jordans
in white neighborhoods.
LeBron is loved in
Joanne.
China.
Joanne's still. Oh no.
Yeah. So.
But LeBron loved in China. Jordan was loved all throughout the world.
Yeah.
But I didn't. Willie was such a Democrat when I met him.
I was
dude. Look. He and I went to go sell door to door, and we told you the story, but we didn't tell this audience here. We would go. I would avoid the white neighborhoods because they were all uppity, and they were they were just uppity. They didn't want to look at your stuff. They felt better than you. Like you go to a white neighborhood, it was white supremacy. Sure, dude. Right? I will always go to the hood. You take me down 18th Street, all the Mexicans, man. I throw out my crappy Spanish, and they all laugh at me and they buy. That's great.
Yeah.
Yo vendo.
I
Yo
go to the
vendo.
hood. I go to the hood to sell stuff. Everybody wants a good deal in the hood, right?
All
They
the
don't want to
brothers
pay
be like,
full price.
hey, all
They
the
don't want to
brothers
pay full price in the hood. The problem
Right,
is the
right.
white people, they want to pay full price. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, because we can afford it. You come in here with this crappy stuff. We want the high end stuff.
Yeah, they look at
So-
you funny when
Yeah,
you're out
yeah.
there selling stuff off the street. But you go to Mexican streets and the hood, they're like, come on in, show us what you
Oh,
got.
yeah.
Hey, the hood is code word for black neighborhoods, y'all. In case y'all didn't get Scott.
Who don't know that?
I'm just helping you out, Scott. You know,
Do I sound like I need help?
yeah, it's code word.
I must sound like I need help.
Code word. When everybody says the hood, they know. Oh, that's black neighborhood.
Hey, DB, I stood up in Scott's wedding. You should have seen his wedding. That was an international wedding. Tell him, Scott.
I had two guys from Israel. I had a guy from Korea. I had Willie. I had a German
Rican.
named Ty Gruber who looked like a freaking Nazi. Ty Gruber. He still looks like a Nazi, right? He's all German. Dude,
Yeah.
And
that guy's
the pastor and the pastor.
the pastor. The only black person in the whole wedding was the pastor. Dude.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll tell you why. You know, we grew up Catholic. Nancy and I grew up Catholic, and the Catholic Church, when we came to go, we were like, all right, I want to get married in Wisconsin. The pastor didn't know us. The priest didn't know us, right? And I'm sitting there in the interview with the priests, and they're like, now you've got to sign a document. You've got to promise that the kids will be raised Catholic. That the only way they would marry us, we had to make a promise that the kids would be raised Catholic, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, what if they don't want to be raised Catholic? Don't they have a choice? I mean, right? Like but your job is to raise them in some church, right? You've got to promise that you're going to do it Catholic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't do that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
So we walked out, right? And her mom says, I know a pastor that will probably do it. And we're like, all right, sounds good. First name Willie, last name Brown. Pastor of my wedding, the only black was Brown. The only guy in the whole wedding that was black was the guy that was in front. And we had this beautiful church. How about it, Will? Big organ in the back. Huge. It was
That was
fun.
Waukegan, right?
Willie
Waukegan, right?
Not Waukegan.
Kenosha.
Shout out to Pastor Willie Brown for marrying Scott.
Willie Brown, baby.
Willie Brown.
Willie
He
Brown.
That's how
was the
you say
pastor,
it,
and
too. You
his
gotta say
wife
it
was
that
in
way,
the
too.
his wife was in the pews, right?
Yeah.
That's it, man. Two white families married by black men.
Willie Brown. So did that wedding last a lot longer than you had anticipated with Pastor Willie Brown?
I don't think
doing
so.
Okay.
No, it was nice. It was gorgeous.
nice.
Okay.
And then that was the best wedding I've ever been to.
Only
had
the
fun.
black people
It
understand
was
where I was
big.
going
It
with
was a
that.
big wedding.
Only
It
the
was
black
big,
people understood
humongous
where I
wedding.
was going with that.
Say that again.
Say it
I'm
again.
interested.
What?
Only the black people understood where I was going with that. That your wedding would be longer, with the black pastor giving the
Yeah. Okay.
the speech at your wedding. Anyway, but Sean says sounds like you had an American wedding.
Well, I guess it was in America.
International. Big props to Pastor Willie. Yeah, Pastor Willie.
Hey,
Hey,
Donald
you know what?
Trump.
I'm gonna give big props to Eric Dorsey. I know how I know Eric Dorsey.
How's that?
This is what Eric Dorsey. Eric Dorsey was in prison, turned his life around, and was preaching. He's a pastor himself, right? So he's preaching. He's helping people in prison turn their lives around through through the Bible, through God.
Yeah.
And when I met him, he was starting a church, and I actually every Sunday he ran his church right here. He's like, so I'm like, yeah, I'll open up every Sunday. I was the only, and here's the contrast, right? So even though Willie Brown was the only black person in my wedding, I was the only white guy at Eric Dorsey's masses right here in my office.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Eric Dorsey, everybody. He's changing
Eric
lives.
Dorsey.
Eric
Big-
Dorsey.
Shout out
Eric
to you
Dorsey.
there, Pastor Eric Dorsey. Thank you for listening in, joining us. So you guys So we want to invite you all to check us out on BigDivideShow.com.
BigDivideShow.com.
The BigDivideShow.com.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you know, and subscribe. If you go to YouTube, you can subscribe. We're doing one show a week right now that handles all these different ideas from different perspectives, real talk. And once a week, you can drive and listen to it. Subscribe on YouTube. Go to BigDivideShow.com and check it out there. Spotify, whatever. We're just getting started. We did, 6 shows now. They all interesting.
All interesting.
All interesting.
It's going to be interesting what we're going to have to talk about this time after the election now.
We're going to talk about Umar Johnson Thursday.
Yeah.
I got lots
Yeah.
to say, bro.
Okay.
I got clips. You sent me stuff. I'm like, cut that stuff up. I got some stuff to say.
Yeah. All right. Maybe we'll get him to come on the show and
Dude, you get that guy on, man. I'll give him respect.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
guy's got a following. He's passionate about what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I just think he's racist.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
we gotta get him on there. So we're gonna ask everybody to go. Do we want them to go to the? We want to wait or have them go check it out, and then they can. Then maybe people who are listening in, they can comment. Oh no, it'll be after we record it. I was just gonna plug in.
Go check
Jay,
out the
have
other
them go.
shows. We got 6 shows. All 6 shows are good.
They check out our 6 shows, but
Yeah,
then
6. Check out our 6 shows. Right?
No.
6 episodes. Season 1.
hey, we're well on our way. We're season 1, 6 episodes down. We're you need a Latina on the show.
Hey, are you free every Thursday? What are you doing every Thursday? I'll bring her on. We might need to replace Will.
We might, Will is,
I mean, he does have COVID. He's got
Yeah,
COVID.
he
He might not make it.
yeah, he might.
Oh, don't
He
say
can't
that.
get the
man.
bleach. He can't get the bleach.
That's me.
He can't get the
This might be
bleach
this
right
might
now.
this might
Get
be,
rid
we
of
might
the
need Eric
evil
Dorsey to get
spirits.
last rights.
Oh yeah.
Listen, man, I've known you long enough. I got enough stories.
Santa María Madre de Dios juega por los pegadores ahora a la hora de la muerte. Amén. No, ain't nothing gonna happen to Big Will over here.
No, Big Willie, you
Big
in
Will.
it. Big Will.
Big
Big Will.
I got a pounding headache though. I do got a headache. I had to put on
Now
the
you know how now you know how I felt the last 23 years hanging out with you.
Funny.
Hey, Will, I will say, you're a lot taller than I expected in person. I know I heard this all weekend with being in Chicago. People say, "Hey, man," they look at me and say, "Hey, we didn't realize how tall you were." But I was like, "Will's pretty tall too." I didn't realize that
You're 6'3", right? You're an inch taller than me.
Yeah.
I'm 6'2".
Yeah. So I was like, "Oh, okay." I already knew Scott was short and all that, but Scott will tell you he'll tell you his story of what he thought I was for a whole year. It's crazy. It's
Well, I don't know who named you, but it sounded like a girl's name. So all year long. So I didn't meet Devi. First, Devi and I worked together online every single day. I thought he was a girl based on the name.
because you thought it
I'm
was
like,
Devi.
Devi,
You
yeah,
thought it was
Devi.
Devi.
Then I met him in DC the first time. I'm like, "You're Devi?" No, I'm Devi.
But I would say Devi also, right? And I go,
Yeah.
okay, how can I remember to say Devi, right? Devi, and then it clicked on me, right? Say it backwards first, right? VD, DV.
That's a horrible way.
Welcome to inner city Chicago education, right there.
Yeah, but I remember your name, bro.
Product of the hood, baby.
Wow, that's horrible, man.
but I get your name right all the time,
Well,
man.
now you do. I'm glad you do, but that's a horrible way to. I would never tell someone, "Hey, you want to remember my name? It's DV." But if you say it backwards, VD, and you'll get it right every time.
I had to share him, bro. But you
get
didn't
it
realize
Hey,
it.
venereal
Yeah.
disease.
Yeah, viral disease. Oh, that's the guy who, his name reminds me of viral disease. Yeah, really? Come on. VD is his STD.
Yeah, Eric does. Yeah, but that's exactly how Willie remembered DV by thinking VD.
Yeah, come on, Willie.
I had to share that one with you.
You know what? No, that actually says more about Willie than it does about you.
It does.
You actually think about sexually transmitted diseases to figure out people's names. That's a weird relationship there, Will. I don't know.
So
Who else do you ever know?
So somebody who
ever know
has
that's called DV. Just think about it.
So
Deviant.
if somebody, if you want to remember somebody's name, what the clap? What kind of name is that? Philip.
Oh, man. Oh, geez.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, that's an awfully red map there, Deeves.
Yeah, it is, man. It's it's
I
not
know
completely
Wisconsin's
red, but
Michigan's red, Pennsylvania's red, Ohio's red, Georgia's
still on the
red,
fence.
Florida's red, Texas red. A lot of red, baby.
the states
That's
are
a Trump win. If it stays this way, it's a Trump win.
Oh yeah. You know what does this say if Trump wins again? What do you say to Democrats or your Democratic friends? I should say.
Here's what I would say to Democrats. Thank you. Thank you. It's all of your craziness that you had the last 4 years where you didn't do anything in Congress but tried to take him down. Like they did nothing to try and create policy in Congress. They just tried to get rid of him.
Yeah. Too power hungry. That's all it was. Power hungry.
I think, listen, here's what I believe. And you said it earlier, Deeves. If Mitt Romney was running, you'd have voted for him, right? Because he's nice and easy to take, right? And he ain't Biden, because Biden ain't up there anymore.
You're right.
But I think that Trump is the easiest candidate to beat, right? I mean, he should have been beaten 2016 easy, right? The problem with today is he's got so much done. And I know that the Democrats are like, he didn't do anything. He did a ton, dude. He did a ton. And he did a lot more than in 4 years than a lot of other presidents have done in 8, right? And you may not have liked his promises, but he kept his promises. And I think that's why he's getting reelected. But I do think that the Democrats, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and there are 2 podcasts that I listen to where they were actually lifelong Democrats. One of them was a Bernie bro. The other one would never think about voting for the GOP. Tim Pool is the non-GOP guy, and H.A. Goodman is the Bernie bro. Both of them can't stand the Democrats anymore, and they were Democrats, right? That's why I'm thanking the Democrats. I'm like, thank you, Democrats, because now you're shaking up the system. You're crap, and Trump's odd way of doing things and getting them done has really changed how we look at politics. One of the benefits of this election is this is record-breaking attendance, of voting attendance, right?
Yeah.
America is now caring about their vote, right? Unfortunately, they're also being very tribal about their selections, right? Like, hey, if my guy don't win, your guy can't. You can't have an easy time with it. Does that make sense? That's the problem right now.
No, am I muted? You can hear me?
No.
Yeah.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah. No, definitely. I was even saying that earlier. And say, hey, they're so concentrated on beating Trump that they're not getting anything done. They're not addressing issues or whatever. Like they could have beat him by just saying, you know what? Hey, we're not going to worry about all this stuff. Let's get some stuff done and show the American people who's really for them. And they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball.
Yeah, I think that Trump was a terrible candidate, which shows you how bad Hillary really was, right? And now the problem is Trump got in and did some stuff, and now people like the stuff that he did. They might not like the guy. I still got problems with his tweets. I still got problems with his communication. His brain and his mouth are not connected by the same things my brain and mouth are connected by, because I sound much better.
Yeah.
But what? And you know what? I don't. Who was it? I was having a conversation. Maybe it was Jay. That I said, no, I know who it was. It was Bob Snyder. I was having a conversation about Trump with Bob Snyder, right? And we're talking about lawyers and attorneys, real estate stuff. We're talking about attorneys, good attorneys versus bad attorneys, right?
Yeah, who's Bob Snyder?
I've experienced a bad attorney that I've hired that I would have won the case if I was arguing in front of the judge. I watched him lose my case on my shed. Okay, I watched it happen. So I'm like, dude, I would have won that case, right? So we made the suggestion, the GOP, the Republicans have never been fighters. They've always said, well, the media are saying crappy things about us, so we got to change our tune. That has been traditional GOP, right? They're all about the nice and conservative, whereas the Democrats have been radical screamers, right? They're like, they're fighters. Well, today Donald Trump is the fighter, and he was a Democrat. Today, he's a fighter for the GOP. He's the attorney for the GOP fighting the case. Does this make sense? And he is, and I told, and even Bob was like, I can't. The guy is such a terrible communicator. There's somebody that's got to be making these policies happen. I go, oh, I guarantee it ain't Trump. Trump's got good.
Shout out to Bob Snyder.
What's up?
Shout out to Bob Snyder.
Yeah. I said, look, it ain't Trump. Trump is not the guy. Trump is a brand, right? He doesn't put up the hotels. He just puts his name on it. He didn't put up the casinos. He just put his name on it. He didn't create the state company. He just put his name on it. He didn't even create that real estate investing education company. Somebody just said, hey, can we have your name because you're a real estate guy? We'll do all the work, right? So he's always been a brand guy. I guarantee you that the country had gotten so bad and the DC had gotten so bad that and I heard that a bunch of military guys, past military guys, tapped him and said, hey, we need a guy up front as a brand who's willing to say whatever he's got to say, sound like you, while we craft what we think what's going on, destroy what's going on with the elites and rebuild from the people, right? So I believe that Trump is just a brand, right? I believe there are some very intelligent people that actually tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, we need to talk to you about something we want you to do. And think about this, Trump could not pass up being president because he's that narcissist. When you say, listen, we want to get you elected to president, he's like, that's it. That's the last rung on the ladder for my name.
Right, yeah.
Trump and over the White House, right?
Yeah,
he couldn't pass that up.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
This has got to be the scenario from my brain. That's got to be what happens. There's a bunch of brilliant people that tapped in and said, we need you on the podium being you while we actually implement strategies, right? There's a lot of people that are ticked off of the DC elites, and we think that you sound just like them. So get on the microphone, be Trump, be president, while we tell you what we need to get done based on what we know about this country.
And use him and get it done. Yeah, I definitely can agree.
Yeah,
with
that's it, dude. And you were the guy that said, I don't know if he's doing this for his brand or not. He is the brand right now. Like that's all he knows. He only knows about putting his name on hotels and casinos and state companies, right?
Yeah.
So right now his name is on the White House, and that's all he really cares about, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Which is I'm okay with. I wasn't okay with it in 2016. I'm okay with it now because I see how it's working with the people that tapped him. I'm like, all right, I like the policies. Put them back in because I want the people that are behind him back in.
Yeah, so it's the people that's behind him that you're saying, hey, that is really getting all this stuff done. It's just Trump, the name, the brand. He's the front guy. He's the front guy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to work. The dude wants to watch Fox and tweet. That's it, right?
Yeah.
That's it. But he's a fighter. You want that attorney, right? You see, the best attorneys, the best litigation attorneys aren't the ones in the libraries going over the books looking for the precedent on the laws. They have assistants to do that, right? The best attorneys in a courtroom are talkers. They're persuaders. They're salespeople. Does that make sense? The GOP needed that. They would never be that. There's not a single senator. There's not a single. Although there are people learning how to fight by watching Trump, there are good people, good politicians that care about getting stuff done, that are learning about how to fight right now that they're watching it. But Trump ain't that guy. Trump is not a genius. He's not a genius. He's a narcissist, right?
Yeah, right.
He's not a genius. He's a narcissist.
Yeah.
But the combination between the geniuses that tapped him and Trump, the narcissist that's willing to stand on stage and double down on everything he just said and not take it back, right? He's a mud monster. You can't throw any more. You throw mud at him, you make him more powerful. He grows. Monster, right?
Yeah. Hey, I
look
see
like
that.
Jennifer wrote.
I saw it. I see it.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
are you turning DV?
My sister on the line.
She didn't
That's
spell
your
my
sister.
name right. That's your sister?
Shout out to Jennifer.
Is that the famous Jennifer?
That's the famous Jennifer.
Oh,
maybe
says,
infamous.
Are you turning infamous?
Okay. That's funny.
I can deny that she's not talking to me because she didn't spell my name correctly. So Jennifer, no.
Yeah, she spelled it as the girl name.
As the girl name, yeah.
Moore.
So that's Debbie. So it's not to me. So, but I do
Princess
like
Debbie.
So yeah.
Oh, Demi Moore,
Princess
not
Joy.
DV. Demi Moore.
So Eric Dorsey says, well said, Scott. I agree 100% with your take on Trump. I do too. I definitely agree with that. You're spot on with that.
Yeah, let's not make Trump anything more than he is. That's what he is. Right? He is what he is.
Yeah.
What was that? Who was that? Who was the guy that said that about the Bears? Who was that? Who was that? Who's that coach?
That was the coach from the St. Louis Cardinals.
No, it was
from the St. Louis Arizona Cardinals.
No, he was at
We know
Arizona.
the Bears. Who were they? We knew who they were. The Bears were the Bears.
No.
That was
They
Black
were
brother.
who we thought they were. They were.
Yeah,
who
the
we
black
thought they
coach.
were. Joe Bears, who we thought he was.
Yeah.
Black coach. I'll look it up on my phone.
Let me put it this way: Tom Cruise isn't really a spy. He just plays one.
Yeah. I like Bozinka. I hope I pronounced her name.
Bojanka.
Bojanka. Okay.
Bazinga.
Oh, is that the same young lady that was in the office?
Yeah.
Deviation.
Yes. The
Deviation.
Polish lady.
Yes. Okay, got it. Deviation. I like that. Yeah, Danny Green.
Denny Green. That's it.
Yes,
Denny Green.
that's
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Denny Green, baby.
That's right.
They were who we thought they were. The Bears were what we thought they were. Trump is what we thought he is. You can take Trump for what he is, man. And that's how you're okay with it. It makes sense. You can be okay with it if he wins, and it looks like he's going to win based on the map. If he wins, you can be okay understanding that he's just the name that tapped him. The geniuses that tapped him to do that's going on. They got what they want, and ultimately, if everybody could just relax and take a look at the policies, they're probably going to get what they want.
Well, Grace says she disagrees with you, Scott.
Oh, here we go.
Disagrees with you.
Oh no, I don't want to.
Is that the Latina?
I don't want to get in a fight with Joanne. I do not want to get in a fight. I saw what she did to. She emasculated Willie. So
Is that Joanne? Is that Joanne?
No, not me.
Greg
okay.
Joanne. Yeah.
All right. Well,
When I got into an argument with Dan.
First, I'm gonna add her as a friend.
Hey, Joanne, why don't you turn around and bring your butt back here and get on the mic? You disagree? Come on. What's up? You left early. You left the dance early.
What's his name? Is the name?
Shout out to Jennifer, Scott's sister.
No, listen, don't get me wrong. I love Trump because Trump ain't trying to be anything but Trump. I love authenticity, right?
Yeah.
So I can appreciate Trump for who he is because of it. That's just him. Does that make sense? Oh God.
I said this too, though. Here's I can appreciate.
I got a proposition. I got a proposition here. Willie, pay attention. Pay attention.
Tell me Green.
Tell me this. Denny Green.
So you got that hoax thing, huh?
You got the hoax. You got the COVID hoax. You got the COVID hoax. This is the last show. He's not gonna be around much longer with the COVID.
Yeah.
And die.
From the COVID.
But he goes, why?
We already got him replaced. We already got his.
All right, hey, I got a suggestion. Hold on a minute, Danya. She won't even know what I'm talking about. I got a suggestion. What if we put Danyetta and Joanne on two microphones on our show?
Who's Joanne?
Joanne and Danyetta going at it.
That could be a big cap fight. Oh yeah. I got my money on Joanne.
Hey, I would pay good money to see that.
Here, you take. I'm gonna go get some drink. Here. Go ahead.
Who's
Joanne's
Joanne?
listening. Joanne's listening.
She's coming back. She's coming back.
She was in the office earlier.
To work in the morning.
She was the one with the bear. She was the one with the bear. The mascot. Did you see her?
Scott went to get some food or something. I don't know.
What is that? What's happening? Hey, Danyetta, we might have to call it defeat. It looks like.
Hey, Diddy, you've been hanging around these Republicans too long. Hold that thought.
Okay.
What is up with that?
I just wanted to see
what is Hillary saying?
Hey,
Hillary.
The game ain't over. The game ain't over till the
That's right,
zeros
Diddy.
on the
Come
clock.
on now.
I got you. I'm
Come
with
on
you.
now. What's up with that?
I just wanted to get your. See, look, we're on a live broadcast, so we got to stir some things up. I got to get you to go, so that's why I did that.
Malcolm X, by any means necessary. It ain't over till it's over. Okay.
By any means necessary.
Hey, Daniela,
Joanne
you got
says
some.
hello.
You got some red on your blue lipstick.
That's right, because I'm a real patriot. What about you? I'm a real patriot. What about you? That's
What
right.
patriot are you? A Biden supporter?
For real.
You're about to concede, and you just told DB not to.
I ain't about to concede nothing.
Yeah.
Ain't over to the fat lady sings. As far as I know, she's still over there.
Hey, because you know what? Hey, but they said that same thing for Hillary. They said the same.
What'd you say, DB?
The same thing was said for Hillary. Oh, looks like she got this in the bag. She got it in the bag.
Oh no, I can't hear you. I can't.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Just very little. It's very low.
I think it's you. Oh,
I gotta listen really closely.
Can you hear me, Daniela? Can you hear me?
I hear you a lot louder than I hear DB.
DB, get closer to your mic.
check. How about that?
Definitely
Ooh,
hear you now.
that sounds kind of good. I like that.
Yeah, you got to get closer, DB.
Wow.
Very great, imp. She's not
Okay.
singing
No,
right.
that's Joanne. Yeah, I might have to keep this voice.
What you say, DB?
I might have to keep this voice. I like that. I'm turned on by that. I don't know about anybody else.
He's turned on by his own voice. Come on
Hey,
now.
I'm just saying. I know all the listeners on there. I'm hearing it in my ears. I'm like, whoa, that sounds kind of good to me.
Ain't nobody singing right now.
So sing, DB. Hey, MAGA.
No, you know what? He can win. He can win 100 elections. I am never singing that song.
DB, how you deal with this crap?
Yeah, he voted for Joe.
Because look,
Independent.
Like Scott tries to call me a baby. He's a baby on it.
No, it's not. It's great.
Yes, you sound much better. She's I'm close to the mic, but okay, hold on. Let me do it this way. How about that? So I'm into the mic. How about that now? So can you hear me now when you're on mute?
I can hear you.
You're on mute. You got to.
No, you're on mute, Daniela. You're touching the mute button.
So much better when you're on mute.
When you're on mute, you can hear me
I'm
better.
on mute.
Yeah. Okay, so you got to keep quiet then, because you got to hear this voice. You hear how I sound?
Okay, I can hear you now, DB. What you say?
Yeah. I'm just rambling. Right now, I'm just rambling because I'm falling in love with my own voice. I'm just saying. I'm falling in love with my own voice.
I don't know what happened.
Willie, aren't you at the
I don't know
office?
about this podcast stuff. All I do is Facebook Live.
No, I'm in my living room.
No, the podcast is where it's at. It's fun. You got to do the podcast.
We're gonna do the podcast.
Yeah.
We got to get to y'all.
That's what I'm saying. You look, Danielle, you gotta put the thing aside with Scott and come on the podcast and talk and debate. Like, people like to see that stuff. They want to look. They've already said they want to see a Latina. They want to see a black woman. We need that stuff on here.
I don't have to put nothing to the side with Scott. I'm ready.
Well,
He the one that don't want to say nothing, because I told him I'm not having these conversations with him in his office, and
right.
I'm not.
Well,
I
look.
have conversations with him.
Well, hey, just like in anything, you got to audition first, though. You got to audition.
I done had plenty enough auditions. You go to Wine Wednesdays on Wednesdays and you see my commentary. I ain't scared. I ain't never.
So look, I'm on record. I'm all for the women, being a part of this stuff. Like, what I'm saying? I wanted a woman president. I think it's time for the lady. I think it's time for you ladies to run this show. You know what? I'm tired of these old.
It's got to be an intelligent woman, though. Someone with merits. I've been telling you this, DB.
You're saying, that's a double standard, though, because we said it's got to be an intelligent woman. Where is Trump intelligent? Where is he intelligent?
He's a billionaire. He ran businesses before.
This guy. Okay.
Trump is
You lost me in that. He was given.
He's crap.
He was given that.
So let me ask you this: how did Joe Biden make his millions if he's earning only $50,000 on average as a senator? Just think about it.
You didn't hear me say I'm for Joe Biden. I just said
but he's running for president. Kamala never ran for anything. She doesn't even belong there. Just think about it.
But your statement was back to me. I said I'm ready for the ladies to run it. Right? It didn't have to be Kamala. I'm just saying I'm ready for the women to run it. I think it's time for the women to run this country. Right?
But it's got to be a qualified woman.
Your comeback to me was it's got to be a qualified woman. Where was Trump qualified to be president? What
He
made him
beat out
qualified?
17 Republicans. He beat out the Democrat, Hillary Clinton, and he got elected.
So then all it is for the women is then
Yeah,
we
with the
just need a
Russian
woman
belt.
that can win out. It doesn't
Okay,
matter whether
so-
she's qualified or not.
Now let me ask you this: did Kamala win out? Did she win out when she attempted to run on the Democratic ticket? She was the
Willie-
first one out.
But Willie, you're
Nobody
missing my
wanted
point.
her.
Right. So because look, the truth of the matter is, I said this. I believe none of the women, because there were other women on there, none of them won out because they wanted to push Joe Biden because they said this is the guy that can beat Trump.
Okay,
So it had nothing to do with the women's qualifications.
okay,
All of
but
those
I'm
other
going to
women
give
that
you
was
one
on there-
woman that was qualified. One woman that was qualified, and she was a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. She was speaking the truth. She's a true Democrat. And Hillary Clinton came out and said she's a Russian asset. That's how they labeled her, to destroy.
Is a useful idiot, and she's
Say that again?
right now.
Okay. So now let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. How about Kamala or Kamala or whatever her name is? Right?
Kamala.
Nobody wanted her. The most leftist person in the Senate. Just think about that.
Who? Tulsi?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
And nobody wanted her. And Joe Biden selected her. And if they win tonight, right, she's the next president of the United States.
So Willie, what do you have to say about Warren? What do you have to say about
Huh?
Warren? What do you have to say about Warren? Why didn't she get through?
Oh, she's a dumb nitwit too. Another socialist.
We can't
Oh,
help it.
yeah.
America is proven to be racist.
Dv, you said it best, right? The Democratic Party left us. You said it best. They're extreme now. They're far radical to the left.
Are you kidding me? Okay, so wanting health care for people, wanting to make sure that police brutality is not a factor, wanting economic equality is radical.
Okay, Daniela, let me ask you a question. Who are you going to call if somebody tries to assault you? Who are you going to call? The police? Or Black Lives Matter or Antifa? Who are you going to call?
I'm calling the FOI. That's who I'm calling. The Free
Right.
Islam. That's who I'm
See,
calling.
Daniela, the people that suffer most when you defund the people or the police are minorities, blacks, and Latinos. They suffer the most, right? You don't see when a child is shot in the South Side, a toddler shot in the South Side, Black Lives Matter protesting in the middle of the street. You don't see that whatsoever, right? And if you look at Portland, Black Lives Matter, all the people that have been arrested for Black Lives Matter, you know what they are? They're white privileged 20-year-olds, right? They're not even black. They're not even from Portland. Just think about that.
Right, because they see the
Call
tragedy
Ghostbusters.
and the tragedy of the crime that goes against Black people at the hands of public servants.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
And that's just crap. Like,
So let me ask you a question.
see
Yep.
that there is, forget all of the black on black crime, because I know that's what you're gonna say.
Okay.
No.
So let me ask you a question.
As if there's no white on white crime.
Okay,
there's no
let me ask you a
no
question.
Asian crime.
Hey, Daniela, what city do you live in?
I live in Chicago.
Okay, who's your mayor? Lori Lightfoot. Is she black or is she white? She black or white?
So what? What's your point?
Okay, who's the superintendent of police right now? Is he black or white?
Okay, so he's new. So what? What's your
But
point?
before him, it was Eddie Johnson. Was he black or white? He was black also.
Black, yes.
Just
There's
think
a
about
long
it.
time-
LaShawn McDonald. LaShawn McDonald.
I talk about them all day long on my Facebook. Pull your damn pants up. Stop wearing the damn white t-shirts. I know that's an issue, but that ain't got nothing to do with police brutality.
Who's the state's attorney
The history of police brutality and the history
Right.
of
for
police.
Cook County? Find the systemic racism.
What?
Just think about it.
Yes, I'm
Right? They're all black, and you're calling these people racist, but they're all Democrats in charge.
Oh yeah, he's a Trump supporter. He's a
So-
brown Trump supporter.
So
Jennifer,
look, hey, I'm on.
Can I say something really quick? I want to answer Jennifer's question, right? This is Scott's sister.
I don't.
Jen, I'm coming from home because tomorrow I get my test results for COVID, but I suspect that I have it because I can't smell anything. So, and I have fever.
The hoax virus that your president let run rampant in America. Now Joe Biden y'all claim that he been in office for 47 years and ain't did nothing. But I tell you what, on his watch he didn't have a pandemic outbreak, and he could have very well had. But you know
That's
what?
a lie. He had H1N1. H1N1.
Guess what didn't
It
happen?
wasn't severe.
It overtook the country.
It
And he
wasn't
didn't go to the
severe.
hoax.
It wasn't as severe as COVID. Over 60 million people got infected.
You know why? Because he was smart about it. Because they got in front of it. Unlike your dumb president.
Daniela.
Hey, Will, you saying that it wasn't severe is like
wasn't,
like
bro.
no, you saying that like it's like Michael Jordan saying, hey, the reason why I didn't have a game 7 was because the other teams were weak.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me ask you this, Stevie.
I'm just saying that you're saying.
Well, let's keep it on the subject. Let's keep it on the subject. 60 million people got a virus, H1N1. People died from H1.
People
Let me say this. Daniela, you got to let me talk. Breathe, young lady. Okay. Now, there you go. Okay. H1N1. Okay. People died. But it wasn't that if you got it, it was a death diagnosis. Okay. Same thing for COVID now. COVID, I got COVID. I'm not going to die. I don't fear like that. I don't feel like I'm going to die, and I'm not fearful like if I'm going to die. But I went to get tested back in, I believe it was in May. I was sick for a weekend. I go, oh, darn, do I have this? I was terrified. I was terrified to go get tested because they didn't understand it. But now that we understand it and we realize that people are not dying because they're exposed to COVID. They're not dying. But there's medications that can help our symptoms, and they're not being prescribed. Let's keep it being kept away from us. And that's where I'm angry. Because I saw the report, just like I said last night, on One American News. If taken hydroxychloroquine early, it helps with the recovery. So if we get the flu or an infection, they give us penicillin. Why can't they give us hydroxychloroquine?
This man's crap all you want. The America has been overtaken by COVID because of his dumb mistakes, because he called it a hoax, because he thinks everybody is after him, because all he thinks about is himself. And now
is that an opinion or is that a fact?
America has died because of his dumb decisions.
Is that an opinion or is that a fact?
Brown person might get over it. It looks like you're going to get over it, and I'm glad because I like you, Will. I want to see you around. But you know what? 200,000 people died because of this man's dumb mistake.
That's the truth.
Okay, is that an opinion or is that a fact?
That is not an opinion. That is a fact.
That's a fact.
And that's the problem right there in America. Right there in America.
The pandemic team in China. So you know what that means, Will? That means when they were colluding with each other.
Okay, Daniela, let me ask you this.
Let me finish. To create this so-called man-made disease that y'all tried to spin in some kind of way, they were over there festering with it because why? Dumbass took away the pandemic team. And you know what happened? COVID, it festered. And now look at where we are. And all of these other countries and these states are doing way better than America. And we're supposed to be top notch. But you know what?
According to who? According to who?
According to the world, we are on top, supposedly. But thanks to the dumb, okay, I'm not on Wind Up Wednesday.
Show me facts. Show me facts.
You're on Wind Up Wednesday.
I am on Wind Up Wednesdays. We're there.
It's Turn Up Tuesday right now. This is Turn Up Tuesday.
Tuesday right now.
This is Turn Up
as a matter of
Tuesday right
fact.
now.
So I'm not going to use my sailor language
Yeah.
that I normally use, but I'll tell you what, your president that you think so highly of is the cause of this death, destruction, dissension, race wars, disease that is going on right now, and you guys are willing to put him back in office, whereas if it was Barack Obama, y'all would be out there with tiki torches.
The scale of balance right there, baby. The scale of balance.
Hey, so look,
there with tiki torches talking about Jews will not replace us. And those are the people who you support, okay?
Hey, Daniela, let me ask you this. Where did the virus originate from? What country?
China.
Thank you very much.
As
Okay.
Donald Trump says, China.
Okay. And when it started in China, why is it that the Chinese, Daniela, you're not listening. Are you listening?
I got two things going on.
No, you can't have two things going on. You can't say what you got to say and then turn a deaf ear, and have another conversation somewhere else.
Daniela, hey,
You know what? You're fired from my show. Go. You're done.
Hey, Daniela.
I'm done, Daniela.
Hey, Daniela, message to the young lady behind you. What's her name?
What'd you say?
A message to the lady behind you. What's her name?
Hold on. Her name is Christelle, and she's my
Christelle.
co-host at Wine Up Wednesdays, and I'm gonna
Okay.
let her talk because
So,
I'm too much for y'all.
I was gonna
Hold
say let the chocolate goddess.
How you guys doing?
How you doing? What's your name again?
My name
Christelle.
is Crystal.
Okay, Chris. She
you
called you
can call me
Christelle.
Crystal.
I was going to
Like
call you the chocolate
like
goddess.
The fine wine and the fine perfume.
That's like Don Lemon.
Okay.
Don Lemon.
So look, hey,
Don
I
Lemon.
want to ask you about because I want to point out. Eric Dorsey said, "Is it too
on.
much?"
Click this, and you'll be able to hear me.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
But they can't hear you until you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Here's a question because Eric Dorsey says, "Is it too much to ask for police not to abuse their power and still ask them to do their job?" Because that goes back to what Will said. He asked Daniela, who are you going to call if someone's trying to rob you or something like that, right? So that was Will's question to Daniela. And Eric's response was, is it too much to ask for police not to abuse their power and still ask them to do their job? What's your take on it?
Okay,
Police
can you hear
brutality.
me?
Yes,
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me? Okay, so my take on if it's too much to ask them about police brutality.
Oh, wait,
Closer to the
You gotta
mic.
get closer to the mic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is
Can
that
they hear
better?
you now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I don't think. Okay, they can hear me.
We can hear you.
So as far as police brutality is concerned, I definitely think that the police should abide by not exercising police brutality. Period. Ever. It's a horrible thing to do. Period.
Yeah. So Will, what do you say to that?
I think it's horrible. I think that the police that are doing it
Okay.
need to lose their money.
There was
lose their
an incident. I'm going to explain to you, right? There was an incident this year, right? And it was horrific. Okay. What that police officer did in Minnesota, okay,
Right. George
Floyd. Kneeling on his neck, George Floyd's neck, that was a disgrace. Now, I grew up in the city of Chicago. When I was growing up in the most segregated city in the Union, Chicago, Illinois, back in the 80s, if there's 3 or 4 of us as teenagers in a car, we're getting pulled over. And we used to get pulled over. If it's cold outside, let's say it's 15 degrees, take off your gloves, put your hands on top of the trunk. What do you think our hands are doing? They're freezing on top of the trunk. Now, let me ask you a question. The majority of the cops were white, and we knew that, you know what, it was brutality, but did we pay attention to them? Of course we did. Did we follow the rules? Of course we did, because we knew that if we got out of line, something's bad going to happen to us, and they're going to get away with it. And that was completely screwed up. Now, when George Floyd, when that happened, and I saw the video, I was angry. And the hero in that video was the black brother on the side of the sidewalk, and nobody ever talks about him. But he was saying, that's bogus. Get off his neck. And he was yelling on the video. He was talking to the Oriental police officer. He goes, you're garbage. You're garbage, and you're allowing this to happen. Then I saw it the next day because I showed it to another individual, and my tears were crying. My tears were coming out. And if I would have been there, I would have bum rushed that police officer. I would have bum rushed him. I don't care if they would have shot me or not. If I would have been there, I would have been right there saving that guy's life. They'll beat my butt, right? I've been beat up by the police before. I got no problem with that, okay, from the 80s. But I'll bum rush. Now, that police officer was immediately charged. The DOJ went in there, okay? The Attorney General went in there, okay? And why is it that it's every other police officer's fought for this one action of this racist PIG as a police officer, right? They shouldn't pay the price for the crime of that one individual. They shouldn't pay. And that's not what's going on in America on a daily basis.
Okay, so that is.
We have evolved as a nation. Go ahead.
Hold on, Will. Let her go.
Go ahead.
Goes on in America on a daily basis, but we as Black people, we constantly suffer the consequences of whatever anyone else does, as far as Black people are concerned. So if the police are suffering the consequences behind the efforts of that police officer, that's just part of the system. That's just part of what goes along with it, because that police officer was wrong. He knew that he was on a platform for America to see, and he had no business doing that, period. It was horrific. He should be charged.
And he was charged.
He should lose all of his money. His family should suffer.
He should be in jail for the rest of his life. He's currently on bail.
Exactly.
He posted bail. But my question to you, why is it, you know, my brother, his best friend was a police officer, Ron, okay? And Ron is Black African-American, served this country in the military, several branches, retired as a police officer, right? And he never did this to another individual, right? I got friends that are police officers now in the force. They haven't done that to other individuals. They know how to respect other people. So why is it? Do we take? Let me ask the question. Hold on. Why is it that we take and generalize all police officers and put them in contacts and you know, put the bottle away, and we say they're all bad, right? There's I'm Puerto Rican. There's Spanish people that are racist. Does that mean that all Latinos are racist? No, there are Blacks that are racist. Then let's verify police, right? Because defunding police, you know what we're doing? We're taking where the crimes are actually happening in low-income minority neighborhoods, right? And where the crime actually happens, and we're defunding the police, those are the people that are going to pay the price. Do you want low-income minorities not to be protected? Just think about that. And I'm going to say this. The politicians. Let me say this, and I'll say this. The politicians that are preaching defunding police, they all live in luxury high-rises in secluded, rich areas. They're caged, then nobody else can come in. They have their private security. They have their police officers, taxpayers expense protecting them. Wait a minute. What they're telling us, you know, it's good for us, but it's not good for them. And that's the problem here. You know, what's good for thee is not good for me. That's BS. And who pays the price?
That's the
problem. The little peasants, us. It's got to stop.
Right, that's the problem. But you're still supporting, if you're a Trump supporter, which that's your business. But you're still.
Trump didn't kneel on that man's neck. Trump did not kneel on that man's neck.
it doesn't matter if Trump need on his neck or not, because he would never do that because he's the president of the United States. But
So why is it his fault?
because he incited that type of behavior and that.
Oh no, he didn't. That's
He
that,
did.
and that's the propaganda. That's where I disagree with
One
you.
thing you're not going to get from me is I'm not going to debate with you about.
I
your
get it. I understand that.
perspective because it's yours and you own it and it's yours. But the bottom line is that as a president, he was not presidential. He should have never, ever, ever stood for any of this BS that's going on. He should have gone against it. Because
He did.
all-
He put
did not go
the
against it.
DOJ right on it. The next
No,
day,
he
the
did not.
DOJ was right on it.
Here's what I say, because I'll go
he
back
was
to.
not okay. He okayed all of that type of behavior.
See, and
He
that's
okayed all of it.
I mean,
He didn't
the
stand up there. He
argument.
didn't say, "This is not how we're going to do it in America. We're going to
Can I
all
ask
get
you a
along."
question? Can I ask you a question? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Didn't Kamala on the podium running as a Democrat in the primaries? Didn't she accuse Joe Biden of being a segregationist? Didn't she call him, "You're a racist. You hung around with segregationists," and I was that little girl that was bused? Wasn't he racist? And now
Joe Biden probably is racist.
exactly.
Probably is racist.
He came out.
Well, I'm not. I can't hear. I can't hear
Okay,
them
Danetta.
and you at the same time.
So he came out with the reform of locking up black brothers in jail and keeping them in there forever. He's the one that came out this. He
Well,
utilized
let's
Robert
correct that,
Byrd.
though. Hold
Huh?
on, let's correct that, Joe. Will, because what Joe did, there was a provision in that law to that they was talking about locking up black men. That Joe even back then he said, "Hey, I don't like that portion of it because no one should go to jail for drugs and stuff." Now that was ultimately passed. But Joe is on.
Hey,
the
Joe
record
said
for-
that. Wait, that Joe he doesn't want people to go to jail for drugs.
He said they shouldn't be going to jail for drugs. They should be going to they should be getting help. Right?
When did he say that? In 1994?
He said this then, and then he said the thing that he regrets is that he didn't fight more for that not to happen. He said that's what he regrets more, and he's been fighting. Now I'm just saying this is.
He was the number one advocate for it, bro. He was the number one advocate for it.
The advocate was for the push on the drugs, the rampantness of drugs, but he wasn't for it for the locking up of black men and for them to go to jail for it. They were for it.
DV,
I'm just
do your research. I'm sorry, I can't go with that. You got to go do your research because in my research,
But you're saying that Joe Biden was the sole responsibility for that, and that was
he was the primary advocate on that. Yes, it was. And what he said about blacks, Donald Trump ran a commercial on everything that he said about black people. Right?
Okay,
I don't want my kids going to those same schools as these jungle bunnies. He said that.
Right, and her comment was he could be racist, right? And we're not arguing
That's
whether
horrible.
he's racist or not,
That's
right? And
horrible.
That's
That's
horrible.
horrible.
But remember this: Donald Trump also
that Joe
took out a
Biden called
full-page
black
ad.
people, he
Donald
wants
Trump
black
also
people
took
on
out an ad to have those young boys who was accused of killing that woman, right? He took out an ad saying that these boys should be strung up. So he ran that. So again, the argument is really just we got to get back to the police brutality, and all we're simply saying, I'm just with Eric Dorsey here is because police brutality didn't start with Donald Trump. It's not going to end with him. It was way before that, right? In this country, we have had a history of where the police have not been the friend of the black community, the black and brown community. We know
I
that
agree
for
with you 100%, bro.
Yeah, right.
I agree with you.
You and I, we know for sure that we have a different experience than our white, Asian, or any other ethnic people in this country, right? And I've been a victim of police brutality personally, so I know. So when we say this about police brutality in this country is we're not saying, hey, we're against police, and we're not saying that all police officers are like this. There are some fine police officers, right? They're great police officers. My dad was a police officer, right? And I didn't have the best relationship with my dad. But my dad would also tell you that there was some crooked stuff, and there was some things going on in the police, in the police departments that they wouldn't be proud of. And what we're simply saying is the police department as a whole, because we think so highly of our police force, is that, hey, you guys could do a better job of policing your own people. And the things that we've been experiencing for decades in the Black and brown community that is now being shown, that's now just being televised now. Hey, we could do better. I said this before, as a U.S. military person, when I put that uniform on, we go into another country, and if I'm acting a fool, nobody says, hey, that DV is acting a fool. They say, hey, look at that Navy guy, right? So I represent, whether I want to or not, I represent how other people look at the military, at the U.S. military. And so we're held at a high standard. All we're simply saying is, to our police department, our police force across this country, we hold you at a high standard. So try to live up to that as much as you can. They're not going to be perfect, but a lot of things that's been happening with the treatment of Black citizens and our brown citizens, this is unacceptable. And we can, as a country, we cannot just say, oh, it's only a few bad apples. No, it's more than a few bad apples. This is happening way too often, and too many people are getting off, and no retribution, nothing is happening to them. And that's what's got a lot of people upset, because we can't just watch and see somebody get killed, and then other citizens can think they could take the law in their own hands, because, hey, if the police are getting away with killing Black people, we can too. And that's what's happening. And we got to say, and something's got to be done by it. Now, is defunding the police the sole answer? I don't know. But there's some things that the police department there's some things that they got to understand, that there's some repercussions of your actions. And if you don't live up to that, then we either got to take away some of these privileges that you have.
It's a broken system.
It is very broken system, and so we gotta fix it, and we gotta do something better. We can't just say.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So
Okay,
we can't just sit back
to
and say
wish you guys
that.
a good night.
Hey, thank you for joining us.
Win that's gonna win tonight.
Cristal, it was a pleasure.
Girls all worked up behind whether Trump wins or loses or Biden wins or loses.
She's talking to me.
I'm talking to the world.
She's talking
I'm
to the
not
world.
To you guys.
Thank you, Cristal. We appreciate you.
That's what it all boils down to. Because either way it goes, I'm gonna get my money and I'm gonna live my life, and
Exactly.
I'm gonna
That's what I
stay
said.
illuminated.
That's what I said. My life ain't gonna change. I'm gonna wake up.
We'll
I'm
see
gonna
you
wake
on
up
the
in the
show.
morning and still be the same me, regardless who wins. I'm still gonna be me,
Yeah,
and I'm still gonna do what I do.
Because green is what we all have in common: money. So I'm gonna keep reaching for mine.
We got to vote for the leprechaun.
Good night. That's
Have a
what
good
I wish
night.
I could vote for.
Have a good night.
Okay, later, dudes.
And thank you for all those who are still on with us. I know y'all can hear me. Thank you all for who are still on with us. And I see your comments. Damien said, I can tell you firsthand myself. He said he was a cop. I appreciate you, Damien. Eric Dorsey said, well said, Davey. Thank you. I appreciate it. We see
Damien, thank you very much
Kalucha.
for your service. Also, I just saw that, and I didn't.
Yep, thank you. Jared Wontkelsler joining us, one of fellow Navy guys. Thank you for your service. So
Prepare yourself.
Eric Dorsey says police don't stop crime.
Hey guys, how you doing?
They're called in after
Good,
crime
Jay,
has
how are
been
you?
committed.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, we did, Jay. You know, the show is not the same
All
without
right,
you,
so I've
man.
been in the room and I've been watching the map, and I want to get caught up with you guys to see where we are here.
You're better. You just
I don't know where we're at.
Speaking.
I know. Arizona went to
He just
Biden.
he just walked up and muted me. All right, so Will, DV, where do you think the map has taken us right now? What do you think the key is?
Well, according to this map, yeah, this map is.
I don't think your map's accurate. Is that accurate?
I don't know. So
I don't
I'm
know if
watching,
it's accurate.
I'm watching ABC News.
Where's all that
have,
background noise? Oh, that's right here. It's right behind me.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah. ABC
What do you-
News has Biden winning.
Who does? ABC?
ABC News, yeah, they have Biden up. It's
Yeah,
like
they still have a lot of states
187,
out here.
114. Yeah.
All right, so let me share with you what I see here, and I'm looking for, we talked about this last week. I'm looking for a Trump win, so I'm looking at the path to that win. Here's what I see. I see Michigan falling to Trump, and Pennsylvania is the key. So I think Michigan is done here. I think North Carolina is going to be called for Trump. And then the key is Pennsylvania. And that's where it's going to be won or lost. I think we talked about that last week. I think that's it right there. So I was just talking to Scooty. He seems to think Wisconsin is going to go Republican. I'm not convinced of that. And I don't see any chance of Minnesota coming around. So we're probably looking at maybe Wisconsin, but certainly Michigan. And then it's all going to be on Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And
Now,
we won't
is
know
this
that
all-
for a couple days.
Yeah, is this all based on the votes? And because I guess I probably need a better understanding of the electorals. I need a better understanding of the electoral votes and the popular votes. Like
I see. I'm strictly talking electoral votes because that's how the president's elected.
Correct,
I'm not looking
correct.
at the popular vote, and it wouldn't surprise me if we finish the evening with Biden ahead in the popular vote and Trump winning the presidency. That's not a guarantee by any means, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that, just like we saw last time.
So DV, every state is awarded certain amount of electors, okay? And it's the first one to reach 270 points. Got it, DV? So every state, as they win a state, let's say let's say Nevada's still up for grabs right here. It's in white. Let's say there's 18 points. That means if it goes for Trump, he gets 18. If it goes for Biden, it goes for 18. You see it?
Yeah.
And it's the first one to 270. First one to 270.
Right. Now, all the states have a number of electoral votes that go to one of the two candidates, with two exceptions, Maine and Nebraska. Those are split. So each candidate could pick up partial electoral votes from those two states. And I think we've seen that. I think we saw that in Maine. And I don't know where we are in Nebraska. That might be split as well. But those are small. Those are one vote each. Every other state, all the electoral votes go to one candidate or the other. And that's what puts somebody in the White House. So I'm looking at that. I'm not looking at the popular vote.
Gotcha.
That makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, so what I'm looking at now, they're showing Biden 48%, Trump 51%, 29 electoral votes in Florida. They're talking about Florida right now. So
They just announced Florida to Trump. That's turned red. It's official.
Wait a minute, Will. Did somebody actually call it? They called the state to Trump?
Yeah. Trump wins Florida. Look at the screen. If you got a Fox screen right there behind you, he won Florida. Biden wins Arizona and New Mexico.
well, that's funny because I'm
All right,
looking at
Trump-
ABC.
okay,
They
got
say
it.
Florida 52%, Donald Trump 47%.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to see that. The next one that I want to see called is North Carolina. I think it's going to fall Republican. But
Carolina.
I'd like to see that called. And then it's coming back to what we talked
Oh, they're
about.
different. They're
I don't
different,
think-
different demographics.
Yeah, Arizona was already called to Biden, and I think Michigan is going to fall to Trump. So you're looking at really Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are where this is going to happen. And we're not going to know Pennsylvania tonight. They actually stopped counting in the Philadelphia area. There was
But yeah, there
we
were
had-
7 counties that didn't even open up votes. They'll open up tomorrow.
I didn't hear that. I heard that they stopped counting in Philadelphia for some, I don't know what the reason was, something about the machines. So we're not going to hear about Pennsylvania. We may not even know about that when we're doing our show on Thursday. So we might be talking about this on Thursday, trying to figure out where Pennsylvania is.
Wow. So we may still not know who's president for a couple days.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all,
Yeah.
DV, if it takes a week before we get an answer, maybe even longer. And I do believe it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. So, I'm not speaking like I know anything that, you guys don't know. It's just my opinion and the way I'm reading the map.
Yeah.
So I wanted to share that. I'm going to bug on out soon. I just wanted to share that, poke my
Yeah.
face in here. I finally figured out how to hear you guys. I've got to mute the mic here to hear you because I've got so much noise in the background.
Yeah,
Guys,
yeah.
I'm gonna sign up because I got a pounding headache and this COVID. I got to get some rest.
All right, Will,
So
you take
I guess
care of
we're gonna
yourself. I'm
call
going to
it.
get Scooty back on the line.
Yeah,
Okay,
get
just
Scooty
hang
back
on
on.
until Scott comes back.
I'll hang on because I could either run the show myself, because I fell in
He's
love with my own voice.
He
with
loves
this
hearing
mic.
his own voice.
Yeah, I fell in love with my own mic, so I might just stay on whether there's no listeners or not. I'm just be talking to myself and be like, "Hey man,
All right,
yeah.
don't we all? Okay, I'm going to bug out, guys. Will, feel better, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. Thanks,
All right.
Stevie.
Yep. Hey,
Thank
feel
you.
better, Will. Take your bleach, Will, and get better, man.
Got it. Hey,
All
you
right.
got it. Drink that bleach.
Well, who's still on with me? Let's see. I got all of the. Oh, we still have some listeners, so I'm not gonna. We still got some people watching in. Y'all still checking in. Y'all still hanging in there with us. Let me come over here. Well, I want to first say appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. It's a late night. So I'll
What's happening? I don't know how to make that bigger. Do I need to make it bigger? What are you doing? What's up? You can't hear me? What's wrong? What's wrong with it? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Did it? Hey. Did it break? Did you break your mic? I can't hear you, dude. Pull your mic out. Pull your mic out and use your computer. Pull the mic out. Unplug the mic and use your computer. Your computer mic. If you unplug your microphone, then your computer mics might work. Maybe reboot. Reboot it. I can't hear you. Reboot it. I can hear me, but I can't hear you. All right, it's just me and you guys. Let's see here. How am I? Are you muted? Didn't move. What's up, Ada? Ada. Can't hear DV. Nope.
Check.
I got you. I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm back.
I can hear you now.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
I heard you for a second. I don't hear. Hold on.
You can't hear me now? Check. You can hear me now? I'm back.
I can hear you now.
Okay,
turn up your mic. Turn your gain up. Your gain is way down. Your gain on the back, on the top one. Yeah, turn it up. Turn it up.
How about now?
Turn it up.
Check,
now
check.
That's all the way down. Turn it up. That's why.
Check. Oh, okay.
Yeah, now
Yeah. I can hear myself
that's
too.
it.
That's really good. I was telling everybody, I might stay on by myself because I fell in love with my voice. Hearing myself through here.
You're pulling a Willie.
I was pulling Willie, but I was answering Wade's question. Wade wanted to know what time is the big divide, and I was letting him know that, hey, we recorded on Thursdays, and they usually go live on Fridays, but he can always go to bigdivideshow.com, and you can subscribe to our podcast, so you'll get the updates of when we go live or when we've posted our recordings. And then you can also submit comments or questions for us for any of the hosts. You can tell us how crazy you think Scott is and how wonderful you think I am, right? Because I'm a validator, right? So so Wade, bigdivideshow.com and subscribe, man, and you'll get the updates of us, and you submit your comments and we'll address your comments first before we get into any other topics.
What we're seeing is
that sounds kind of loud now.
Here's the weird thing.
Where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls. He's competitive in Michigan, where he was not supposed to be competitive according to the polls.
All right. I don't know. Politico's the map we're looking at. Politico.
Yeah.
See the map here we're looking at.
Yeah.
It doesn't match up with what Fox is talking about. Fox has already got Biden at 238 on the way to 270, and Trump at 166. So.
That's the same with ABC News. It has.
They got him at 223. So 223 to 166 is what Fox has. On here, Politico's map has got Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. If that goes red, it's over. But right now, they're not calling it on Fox.
So your sister's asking, did I write you in on my ballot? So I started to, and then I saw the other guy. I was gonna write Scott Rowe in for president. And then I saw the other guy, Joe Jorgensen. I said, okay, well, I get to vote for a Joe. So that's what I did. I voted for Joe Jorgensen. I wanted to put him in there, Jennifer. I did. I wanted to put Scott in there.
Technically, it's Jorgensen, Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah, Jorgensen. Okay. I just want to say J because JJ. We make him JJ. So ABC has Biden 192, Trump 118. This is according to ABC News that I'm watching.
And that's behind Fox. Fox is actually out front saying Biden See, this is the screwy part, right? Like they're saying Biden is 223.
So what does Biden need according to Fox?
You know what? I'm reading. You know what they're doing? The reason I'm seeing it that way is because they're playing with the map. Make sense? So they're like, all right, if he takes this date, right? So they're changing it on me. So it's not real. What I'm saying to you is hypothetical. I'm looking over my shoulder going, huh? And it's them playing with the map.
They were saying, hey, if this scenario was.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're laying out scenario.
Yeah.
It wasn't real. Yeah, so if you want to listen to the podcast, we got 6 episodes. You can binge listen to it. 6 hours.
And Jennifer, I know Jennifer. I know you can go in there and tell us who your favorite host is. I know it's probably me, but I know your loyalty to your brother, and I understand it. So
no.
if you have to go that way, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Hey, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's break it up. Mandalorian. I just binge watched the Disney Plus Mandalorian with Little Yoda.
Yeah.
Seen any of that?
I'm not a big fan of TV, period. But that show, I like that show, Mandalorian. I've been watching.
I watched them all. I'm all caught up. I watched all last year's and the first episode of this year. I'm all caught up.
Yeah.
What I think is interesting about the Mandalorian is if you look at the credits.
She says no loyalty.
Yeah, exactly. Which is the way it should be, right?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so what I love about the Mandalorian is it's the same writer, it's the same producer, but every single episode has a different director.
I didn't know that.
Check it out.
I didn't know. I'm caught up too. I've been watching it. I'm waiting for the new episodes.
Yeah, different director. So every episode's a different flavor.
Yeah. So my show that I'm watching now is called The Boys.
The Boys?
The Boys. About the superheroes. So now you got these superheroes that are in society, but then you got these group of guys who saying, hey, they're phony, or they're breaking laws or whatever, and they're trying to take the superheroes down. Of course, the public loves the superheroes, but then the superheroes are really doing. There's some superheroes that are doing bad stuff. They're abusing their power, and then there's some other superheroes who are doing good. Kind of like America right now, our politics.
So technically, anybody that's doing bad stuff couldn't be considered a hero; they'd be considered a villain.
So yeah, but they are disguised. They're hiding behind the fact that they're doing good things. So one of the strongest superhero, he actually goes out and kills people for fun and all this kind of stuff. No, but in the eyes of everybody, but he you got to watch it. It's a great show, and that's the whole cool part about it is because the American people think he's just this wonderful because he says the right things and all that kind of stuff, but behind the scenes he's a narcissist,
serial killer.
Yeah, and he's a narcissist too as well.
All right. I'll tell you, DB, if you want to watch a show that was awesome, I think there was only 3 seasons of it planned, but my favorite show of all time, and I'm a Trekkie, I like all the Trek stuff, right? But my favorite show, well written, and I could not wait to see an actual scripted show, fiction, was Hannibal.
Hannibal.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I just bought it again. I'm watching it. It happened like years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. But Hannibal, awesome.
Yeah. See, Jennifer, she knows what I'm talking about with The Boys. See, she watched the first episode. Yeah. Yeah, he's an evil guy.
Evil, not hero. Evil, you can't call it.
Yeah, but people don't know he's evil though. That's what we're saying. They don't know he's evil. We as the viewers know it.
He collects up bank robbers and hands them over to police, and they're like, "Yay!" And then he flies off and takes somebody out. Is that it?
Those same bank robbers, he'll hand them over, but then he'll go and kill them.
So, but he's killing the people that he catches.
Yeah, instead of letting them go for to be judged by justice, he'll take matters in his own hand. He'll kill them. That's evil. That's not right.
He's like
the police right now. being the judge, jury, and executor.
Mhm. All of them, all the police,
Huh?
all the police. That's systematic, like, racist stuff. The minute they become police officers, they get into a zombie state where they're just hunting down.
I just made this statement, Scott. I just made this statement when you were not here. All right. When I was in uniform, right, and we go to different countries or anything like that, right. So if I'm in uniform and I'm acting crazy, I'm acting a fool in a country. Do you think that the local people will say, "Hey, that one guy, that guy Devi is crazy," or do you think they would say, "Look at the U.S. military"? Do they judge me
Sure
by
they
me
cheer
as an
behind
individual,
me
or
because Texas was just called? So you're gonna have to say that all over again. You're in another country in uniform, and you're being
and I'm
a bad
acting,
guy?
I'm acting a fool or whatever, right?
Well, I act a fool all the time, so make it different. Like acting a fool, I'm like, yeah, sounds fun.
Okay, but what does the local community, or what do you think they would say about me in that as a person in uniform?
They would say you're a fool in uniform.
Right. Do you think it's possible that they may say, yeah, your husband's special forces? I was special forces too, but I can't tell you that. I can't. We can't tell you it's special forces. No, I really wasn't.
What happens if there's a fight in Michigan? What are the laws in Wisconsin? What are the recount laws? I mean, that's the first place we got to be looking at right now, which is
I'm back.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, Scott,
You're
is,
acting a fool in another country. I'm sure that happened.
or let's say me. It's a group of us. It's a group of Navy guys or military guys, because it could be Navy, Marines. It could be a group of military guys, Navy, Marines, right? We could all be out, and it's a small group of us. Do you think they judge us individuals, or do they judge us as a whole?
No, they'd say those darn Americans.
Right. So does that make all Americans that way?
No.
All right, and that's when we say the police.
Why are you making my points for me? How come I bring up a point and then you just slam it home for me? That's all.
But what you're saying is we're saying all the police, and that's not what we're saying. When I talk about police brutality, I'm not talking about all police.
Well,
I'm saying the police force, just like we would say in the Navy or the military, we would say, hey, because we're held at a higher standard, even the few of you all who are acting this way, like we gotta correct that, and we gotta go and say, hey, this is not the way that we're supposed to present ourselves. So you got to do better. That's what we would say as a military unit, because those few make us all look bad. And all I'm saying I would say to the police department or the police force across the country is, start calling out these folks and say and held them to a higher standard. And if more of them are being punished for that, right? Less of this stuff would happen, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Question. I got a question. So I see the George Floyd incident, right? That cop murdered, right? It was that guy. I know they say, oh, there was fentanyl on his body, whatever. That guy's knee on the neck was wrong, right? That was bad. Call that out, murder.
Mm-hmm.
But again, and you and I went over the Breonna Taylor thing.
So I listened to Audible almost anytime.
I don't think anybody went in to murder somebody. Bullets coming out meant bullets going in. But let's take the latest incident in Philadelphia. Guy comes out of the house with a gun, with a knife. And he's charging the cops with the knife. They don't have to. I would have said, hey, please. They don't have to, right? What should they have done? They shot him. Right?
Right, but we've so here's the argument that in the black and brown community, we've seen on video, we've seen where police have been charged with by other, let's call it what it is. We've seen on video a white person can come at the police and not get shot. Now I'm not saying that some white people don't get shot by the police. What I'm saying is, you can see that where how they can disarm this person, that and this person can go and get locked up or whatever, and then even some of the treatment of people that you know who just shot people or who shot out the police, and they were able to be arrested, apprehended, and taken off to jail. But it seems like that is not the case. We're treated and handled a lot differently than our counterparts when it comes to the police.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the argument is. And saying, so when you have,
look,
go ahead.
I think the cops had it out for me in Shanahan, Illinois. My sister will attest to this. I had 17 tickets between the time I was 17 years old and the time I was 20 years old. In fact, my sister was driving my car, right, that I just gotten a ticket with in a week earlier. She's driving my Z28. Got pulled over by the same cop on the highway for speeding, and sees a ticket in the back with my name on it. And he's like, "This year," and it was a black cop, by the way. He's like, "This your brother? Who's this? Whose car is this? My brother's car. Whose ticket is that in the back?" He sees his own signature on his own ticket. Mine goes, "Tell your brother that." He goes, "Have a nice day. Tell your brother to have you see him in court." Right? Like.
What would you?
It's still abuse of power, right? Come on.
Yeah.
Cops, right? I had a big problem with cops when I was younger. Like, there's this one cop in town that just had my number, right? Always looking for my car, always looking for. I don't know how. I mean, I can't say that. Look, you don't understand. You were black. I can't say that I was black. Have I experienced racism? Yes, in the South Side of Chicago. I think we talked about that, right? Where I walked into a barbershop, the most blatant thing that ever happened. And again, it only happened in one barbershop. So it wasn't like I'm driving down the street in a car. I'm not getting pulled over driving black, right? Which I think does happen. I think there's a lot of racial profiling in the world. And I think there's a reason for it. There's always an organic reason for it, right? Not that it's the right reason, but there's an organic reason for everything. Everything. Coca-Cola exists because people buy Coca-Cola organically. Coca-Cola not good for you, but it's going to exist because people are buying it organically, right? So anyway, barber shop. I walk into a barber shop selling stuff. "Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, crackers. I just turn around, get out of here before something happens." That's not racist. That's what we say, right? Like, because you white, you can't talk, right? I'm extreme. I experienced in that one business. I probably sold things in the next business, right? Probably bought me out. But I have experienced harassment, and my sister will back me up on this too. When I was selling stuff, the cops are always looking for me. I've had people call the cops on me because I was selling stuff in their strip mall, and two cop cars pull around my car, drop the box, and put their hands on the hood. I'm like, all right, now we get it. Right? So I think that there is an indignant power when you give somebody a badge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you are breaking up. I thought it was just me, but you are breaking up a little bit.
Check. I think there's an indignant power there. Like, I mean, a lot of cops, a lot of testosterone, they love the power, right? They love being able to pull somebody over and tell them how it goes. And unfortunately, there's a lot of abuse of power out there. I agree.
Yeah, right.
I don't even know what that means, dude. Here's what I know. Statistically, and if I got, and you know me, I'm a logic guy. You know, I hear somebody say, "Well, cops are trying to kill all of it. It's a genocide out there." I'm like, it's not. Statistically, there's more white people being killed than black people by cops. Statistically, every single year. And there's more white people. Yes, statistically, there's more white people, so the law badges are higher. Okay. There's another stat, though, and I always have this conversation, and I don't know where to go with the stat, but here's a stat that I do know exists. Something like 49% of the murders in America are committed by approximately 7% of and not even 7%, right? The black males, and it happens a lot in their own neighborhood, killing their own people, right? Killing community members, killing community members. But there's a disproportionate rate of murder in the black community, right? And you and I had a conversation about this, about financial disenfranchisement, right? Like, well, it's survival, right? The streets are business out there, and violence is the way of the street. I think we had a conversation about that.
Yeah.
The financial disenfranchisement creates a situation where crime becomes a way to survive.
Right.
Unfortunate, right? So what do you do about it?
Yeah.
But the statistics say, look, if 49% of the murders in America are being committed, then does a cop go out there going, all right, statistically this is happening, there's an organic thought that says, do I think racial profiling is good? No, I think it actually exasperates stuff. Like, you see those videos on YouTube where the white cops in the neighborhood doing a dance with the kids in the neighborhood, right? That's so cool. That's cool. That's communication, right? That's human communication. I think we should do more of that. I think that cops should be trained to do more of that, right?
Yeah.
I think that they should be trained to say, hey, listen, get out there and get to know the public, right? Get them to trust you. There should be training around that versus just prejudge everything, right? Communities prejudging cops. I prejudge cops. Like in my town, I'm like, the cops hate me. They keep giving me tickets. They keep pulling me over. They just target and Scooby. Every time I get my Z28, seems like I'm getting a ticket for no reason. I was probably speeding. Right? So.
But here's what the argument, because I see Ada got some comments here too, right? He said, but are those white people unarmed, Scott Rowe, right? And then
another stat. I mean, if you look it up, I think the number is 9 unarmed Black folks killed last year by cops, unarmed, right? And so again, all these unarmed people getting killed by cops, not necessarily. Only 9 on record, right? And there were 7 of them charged. 2 of them tried to drive a car over them. They didn't have a weapon. They had a car. Right. So you got to look at stats and say, okay, organically, what went on with the shooting, right? And are we being accurate with the numbers, right? So unarmed, I'm in the position where, like, why are they armed? Like, why does it got to get so bad that the black community's got to try to survive, right? And that's why I love what I do. What I do is I don't care who you are. I'm going to help you find your own champion and make it and do good with it. Does that make sense? Let's help you. You guys all look at me, so So DV, let's create a champion out of everybody, right? Bring them. Let's all help the world.
Right. No, and we've already said that, right? And here's the thing about it, and even Quentin even said it, because you said they're going to give you tickets, right? A lot of black and brown, we don't even have the luxury of getting a ticket. Like, we would love to get a ticket. They're not shooting you, is what they're arguing, what they're saying.
Say something about the Philandros Castro, right?
Yeah.
That was outright murder right there, right? Even like, are you kidding me? You're just shooting into the car. That's bananas.
Yes. And why wasn't he evicted? I mean, convicted. Why was this guy wasn't? Why wasn't he convicted? I mean, why wasn't he convicted?
That's what we got to look at. And I'm sure that's again part of the organic problem is the black community. They see that happen to a black person, and then the person walks free, and they're like, "Come on, man, what has to happen?"
What do we have? What has to happen?
What's got to happen before that guy goes to jail for doing what he did to another human?
Right, because look, I'm a person. I'm licensed to carry. I'm licensed to conceal carry, right? And I get pulled over by a police officer, and I give them. So as soon as I give them my ID, or as soon as they run my tags, it comes up that I'm licensed to carry, right? So when I give them my driver's license, I'm doing everything right. And that's what this guy did. He did everything right. He informed the police officer, I am armed, and the weapon is in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Right there. So that shouldn't happen.
Tragedy.
Right. And so what we say when we say at the black community, we're saying, what has to happen? Like this guy, like how? What do we do? Because we've heard it and seen it before. Oh well, they should obey the law, or they shouldn't be committing crimes and all this kind of. There's always some kind of justification why this person got killed by the police, and we're saying, well, this guy here, he did everything he was supposed to do, and yet he still.
To be honest with you, I don't know if I look at the George Floyd incident. I mean, that guy that kneeled on George Floyd's neck, that was an evil guy. That was an evil man, right? That guy should go away. Sure. Like, you can't watch that video and say that's a good guy at all, right? I watched the Castro video, and it looks like the cop freaked out. Like they didn't intend on doing that, but complete injustice. Should have been manslaughter. Should have gone to jail, right, for the mistakes that guy made in that stop. Like that was unbelievable. Like I'm like, dude, did you ever see that video of the guy in Vegas, who was a pest control guy, white dude, right? Another white cop goes there, and we might have to play it on our podcast. He crawled to me. The guy's like, he's crying. I'm like, oh, and he's like, crawl a certain way, and the guy didn't crawl a certain way, and he just started shooting him in the top of the head. The guy's crawling towards him, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, there are some cops that just get this, like that was a white dude on a white dude, right? But it's the badge and the gun and the power,
right?
And I think that's the answer right there. Screening first. Screening. Logical screening. Big background check. Long people are not doing that, right? And then enhanced training. You gotta weed it out. Right? The person that killed Floyd, I think they should be killed. I look at that video and I don't see a person who can. They weren't like I'm gonna like the guy that killed the dude in Vegas and the guy that killed George Floyd. That was intense. Right? I think
Something's wrong with your connection, Scott.
You hear any of that?
Bits and pieces. It was coming. I was making it out, but
Philando Castro.
Yeah, you're good now. You're good now.
What's his name?
Philando
Castro, right?
Yeah, Castillo.
Yeah, that person should not have been a cop. That person should never have made it to that point where they had to actually pull somebody over. They should be in jail for what they did. There was no excuse. The guy saying, "Hey, I'm a gun license, I'm gun owner," right? That was bad.
Yeah,
I think that was more fear. I think that the George Floyd incident was evil. I think the kid in Vegas.
Well, that's part of the point. You're making a point because the narrative has been many cops, especially white cops, have a fear of black males, and like that's the kind of the feeling we get that, and whether this is true or not, but this is the sentiment is that white America doesn't know how to interact or handle, especially black males, and we all blacks, right? And so this we've been portrayed certain way, and some of it is not just all on white people how stuff is portrayed. We in the black community, we got to take some responsibility for a lot of these things too as well. But as a whole,
give me an idea. Since you said that, give me an idea what you think is one thing that could change in the black community that might change their fate. And I'll bring up, I'm talking about the cops being retrained and screened and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've dealt with cops with power trips, and I'm white.
Yeah. Well, it used to be said, hey, the way you were dressed, or but I if you got your pants hanging off your butt, I mean that's something. The pants off the butt is something new, but this police brutality goes far back. One of the things I think that we do in the black community is this portrayal of the gangster and this whole gangster movement that we killers and all this kind of stuff. We it's in our music and all that kind of stuff. And so I tell my son this. I say, hey, son, you can listen to the music, but understand it's just music. Don't take any of that stuff. Don't let that stuff get in you and take and run with that stuff. But I think society listens to that, and certain people want to live up to that. And so now you have police officers who see this stuff and thinks, oh, they're all gangsters or they're gangbangers and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's the same way you're saying we shouldn't be talking about all police. Maybe the police are saying, hey, this is how black people are, and especially when they're in these communities, when they're in this neighborhood. You can go to the hood, but does that mean everybody in the hood is bad? Not everybody in the hood is bad.
I used to love the hood. I love to have my favorite stomping and selling grounds. The hood. I hate going to white.
Right.
The white neighborhoods are all uppity people, right?
Right.
I mean, they're all.
Right.
I mean, if you talk about supremacy, even me selling in white neighborhoods was like, oh, they thought they were better than the peddler. That makes sense.
Right.
So in that case, like me carrying a box and selling stuff door to door, I got looked down on.
Correct.
I got looked down on in a white community.
Right.
Right. Like, how can you do that?
You're considered poor white trash before they even know you.
Right. Exactly. Look at a peddler. Right. But then I go to the hood and people are like, yeah, man, what do you got? Right. It became equal. Right. Like I'm like, thank God people want to look at my stuff. I'll sell some stuff today.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I couldn't cultivate a white area. It just took a lot longer just because of their feelings about it all, you know?
No, but it's so when I go into a white neighborhood and my house is in a predominantly white neighborhood, right? But I have to portray myself, or I have to carry myself a different way, right? I'm 6'3".
Do you have? I mean, let me ask you a question. Do you when you and I gotta.
Yeah.
Is there a thought in your brain like, I gotta be in my best behavior, or I gotta do something because I'm in this neighborhood? Like, do you have that thought when you walk into a predominantly white neighborhood?
Absolutely.
Peace out, peeps.
Absolutely.
See you later, woman.
Absolutely.
Going to sleep with Biden on top.
Yeah.
You
Let's hope I wake up.
With Biden on
Love
top.
will win.
Good night. Thanks for everything, Scott. Oh, there we go. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, no, to answer your question, absolutely. Absolutely. You going,
you go to a white neighborhood with your guard up. With your guard up?
What my antennas are on. Like I'm in tune to where I'm at, my surroundings, how I act and how I present myself.
What's your worry? Okay, let me ask you this. So have you been pulled over for driving black?
Yeah, actually, I've got pulled over by a police officer here in the DC area, pulled me over, and his story was, I fit a description that they were looking for.
You black.
And I said, what was that description?
You black.
That was it.
That was it, right?
Right. And then, but then he started asking me questions, and I was like, what does that have to do with the stop? Like, what did I do to cause you to stop me? Oh, you fit a description in your car and all that.
I would do the same thing when I was getting pulled over as a punk. I'd be like, can you tell me why you pulled me over?
Yeah.
Oh, I get a good story.
So you get stuff like that, and it's like, okay, how? So and some of that could be. I mean, it could have been somebody had a similar car to mine.
I'm gonna take it to another level. All right, so you've been pulled over. What's the worst situation with a cop where they had no reason? I mean, how far did they take the confrontation with you, where they were completely out of bounds?
I can go back to the time when I was 15. When I was 15 years old in Atlanta, we had just found out we were going to host the '96 Olympics. All the schools let all the kids go out. We have this big parade in Atlanta. Everybody goes to downtown Atlanta. Where I'm in the crowd, we're crossing the street, and this is where I go with the dress. I'm dressed in this what we call the preppy, the stylish kids and stuff like that, the clean cut. And we're crossing the street, and this huge police officer, that white guy, it had to be every bit of about 6'6", because I'm 6'3", and I, even at 15, I was about this height, right? He comes through the crowd of all these people, and then he gets to me, and all of a sudden he just throws his arms out and he shoves me in the neck, right? just shoves me in the neck, and then I'm
Okay,
like,
so I mean, I want a picture in my head. So you're walking, and he's coming at you, and he shoves you.
so yeah, we're crossing paths. I'm just crossing the street,
Right.
but like with everybody else, there's a crowd of people.
And he stiff arms you. He
He
stiff arms you
me,
like a
yes.
running back.
Yes, like to the point where I fall into
That's a
other people.
racist. I get that's just. I mean, unless he's actually doing it to you and the white guy behind you, that's a racist, right? He's like, that's racist.
Yeah, because
I would
when
think
he's
that's
coming
a
through,
racist
he's coming through the crowd, and we see police. We
I guess.
understand
I
the
mean,
police is
unless
there.
I see him do it to a white guy, I'm like, well, he's just an asshole cop that's abusing his power. He's on a power trip, right?
Right.
But he I mean, that's if he's picking you off and not other people. If you didn't see him do it to anybody else, did he do it to anybody
Didn't say
else?
it to anybody else, and even the people around us, because we fall into other people, and everybody else is like, wow. And you can hear it. People are like, wow, and I'm like, yeah, why did he? And I questioned. I said, why did you shove me? Of all these people, why did you shove me? Then he used terms like, boy, shut up.
Really?
Yeah,
That's a racist. He's a
stuff
racist.
like that, right?
And that's the problem with it, right? Like we go, okay, that's systematic racism because he's a cop, but you know, it's that person behind the desk at the bank that goes, and they got that prejudgment in their head. They're not going to push the loan through because you're black and they feel a certain way about black people. It doesn't mean that the person on the other desk over there wouldn't have done it, right? I don't think that, you know what I'm saying? And how do you do that? How do you wind your way into it's almost like guerrilla warfare?
Because it's been embedded in this. So the sad part about America is it's so embedded in so many things that we do that some people can't even recognize it. There are people who didn't even recognize that they're doing something that could
Are you
be.
suggesting that cop didn't recognize he's doing something wrong?
Who's that?
The cop that pushed you, the stiff arm you.
No, it's like what you. So there's stuff that's blatant, and then there's stuff that's just like, oh, was that really? What was that? Like you got to question this, right? You got to question and ask. Okay, what was that? You know, certain things that could be said. You know, we joke and I joke about some of this with my white friends. They'll say certain things. I'm like. You may not want to say that with some other people. Like I know you, I get it.
You talking about
I
me?
know you.
talking
No,
about me?
I'm just talking in general, right? Like like Quinn said, there's micro and there's micro and macro stuff. But like you got friends who can say certain things around people. They can get comfortable with that. But you say that around somebody else that don't know you, they're gonna be like they're ready to fight or whatever. So you have things that go on like that.
I mean, when I got you and Willie on, and Willie's like earlier when he's like, you just talking. You're like, how come I'm the blacksmith? And I'm not the farmer? And
Yeah.
Oh, you want to be back on the plantation, right?
Yeah.
I'm joking. And I said, I couldn't say that. The brown guy could say that to the black guy, but the white guy couldn't say that because he'd be considered racist to everybody, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's a weird world, man. We got to work.
It's a world, but where does that come from, Scott? That comes from just a history in this country that we really never address. We have yet to address that. Now people will say
that's not true. It has been addressed. I mean, Martin Luther King got killed on a balcony addressing it, right? I mean, there's been.
That's not why we that ain't why he got killed, but
I'm interested in that.
But
I mean, that's a man that went the distance, right, for civil rights. I mean, a lot of folks before you have gone the distance for civil rights, right, to make change.
Yeah, and they could have killed MLK long before he was murdered. But when he started changing his message and when he wanted to start bringing us together economically, that's when his life was taken. So because this thing is not really about color. This thing is about money and the equality that the money will bring. From an economic standpoint,
I think through history, starting with slavery, right? Starting in the days of slavery, right? Think about this. Think about this. On a plantation or wherever I'm using the word plantation, but the slaves outnumbered the white people in the house. Does that make sense? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I think it comes down to not letting them feel like they could overpower, right? The
slave owners.
The majority, right? Like
Yeah.
they can't over. So finance is about power, right? Being able to actually walk in and buy anything you want, I think, is about power. So I think historically that America, the white people in America, have kept black people down because they didn't want that. Look, we can't let them think that they can overpower us. I think that comes back. I think that's from way back when. We can't let the slaves.
I've said that.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's a generational thing that has just shown up in different ways. And financially is one of them. I think with the Black Wall Street, right? In Tulsa, Oklahoma.
In Tulsa.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey man, they're getting too powerful.
Right.
Soon.
Just in this small town.
Yeah.
Imagine what if they have that. And that's where we talk about a lot of the systemic, the system as a whole. It's a perfectly designed system. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And that's the
Can I say something about political then? I think the Democrats are the culprits of making sure that the black community doesn't have power by giving social services, right? They're like, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of you.
Mhm.
Don't take care of yourself, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if they're paying people to be lazy and complacent, right? Then that's a designed weakness built into the system, whereas not letting a person achieve something, right?
Well, I think it's so, and this is why a lot of Black America is saying, you know what, the Democratic Party, the gig is up. However,
I think so too. I think that I think you're right, right?
Yeah.
I think this whole. And don't get me wrong. I am not. I got to be honest. I am not a. I don't support Black Lives Matter because the founders are Marxist. Okay, that's just. No, hold on. I believe in Black Life Matters for sure. I'll say when somebody says you believe in Black Lives Matter, I'm like, nah, it's an organization that started by a couple of Marxists. I believe Black Life Matters for sure. Right? I'll say that all day long, but I'm not going to say Black Lives has been branded by Marxists.
the brand, you're saying the BLM brand.
Yeah, the brand was started by Marxists who want to push against the system and create a socialist system. In my world, that's my view based on what I've seen and heard, and you know, I dig into this stuff a lot. But I believe that Black Life Matters. I believe that there's a revolution going on, where I think it's good. I think it's good that the Black community is getting back on its feet again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's standing up again, right? And you've seen these waves, like, you know, the civil rights movement, abolitionist, right?
Abolitions, yeah.
It was abolished, right? So that's, you know, a platform, and then civil rights, and then, you know, I think like Black Wall Street. But again, you know, there's a fighting of we rise, and then there's a pushback, right? And that happens with everybody. Once you're pushing back against the system, even like Trump is a problem for the DC elites. That is, the DC establishment's now pushing back against it.
Yeah.
So you got to, you know, I think that there is I just think there's a new confidence that the Black community is gaining right now. Now, do I think that the riots are the way to go? No. I think discourse is the way to go. I think that Ice Cube and like 50 Cent and even Kanye, I think that having conversations, they're willing to have conversations with whoever's willing to talk with us and hear us, is the way to go. Does that make sense?
So yeah, there's Matt, perfect timing. Quentin just said, because
getting on our
wealth gap, yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Quentin, when you say the wealth gap, I could go back and say, well, there's a huge wealth gap between what I was and what I am today, right? There was a huge, like, I didn't grow up rich, wasn't, and I know people like, well, you're white. Right? I think Dave and I had a conversation about this.
Yeah.
I was like, about a Bill Gates kid. versus me. I'm like, I didn't grow up in a 66,000 square foot house. I don't have the advantages that kid has. I gotta
Yeah,
work
but
hard.
but when we look at the numbers and we look at what the average black person makes on a job, they could be doing the same job as someone who's white. First of all, the income levels are completely different. But let's put aside the jobs. When you look at black ownerships and home ownerships, which is a huge, you and I both know this, you know, you're gonna create wealth, real estate and owning properties, owning land and owning businesses is just the way to go. So when you weigh that, and look at how much land and properties and whatnot that white people have been able to get and obtain versus black, that's a huge wealth gap. It's a huge gap. Some of it is when you talked about Tulsa, the Black Wall Street, because a lot of that stuff had been destroyed because of the thought of, hey, they're getting too big. They're getting too big. So too powerful.
Big ain't a problem.
Getting too powerful. Because there was no longer dependent. Tulsa, they were completely independent. They could survive. Everything was black owned, created, and all this kind of stuff, right? And so they were surviving on their own. So this wealth gap that's in America, it's tremendous. And I even had this conversation. I say, Black America, we also play a part in that too as well. Because when it comes to us doing things together, like there's no reason why. You just named 50 Cent, Ice Cube, and Kanye West. And this is one of the things that Dr. Umar Johnson talked about. Why couldn't we have some of our wealthiest black people go in and sponsor some of these historically black colleges? And why couldn't we have our own banks and then our own pharmacies, our own hospitals, and build that? And not because we want to be.
Hold on a second. Why can't you? Why could?
No, and that's the question. And we could. The challenge is that we have not come together. That's starting to happen. It's starting to happen, right? I talked to you about Detroit. That's one of my incentives. Because we had this conversation. I believe that I could be one of the people that could change a black community. I just feel like, why can't I be one of the people that say, hey, we could reestablish another Black Wall Street? Now, do we have to call it a Black Wall Street? No, but can it be predominantly have black people involved, and we're building our own wealth to build up our people? Sure, absolutely. So that's been our challenge. That's been our challenge within our community. It's just like when people say black on black crimes. Okay, there's some parts that we can play on that. However, outside forces play a major role in that. What we need to do is, hey, what can we do internally to help ourselves and not be so dependent on the government and other people and outside sources in order for us to achieve thing. Quentin, Atlanta is our biggest black mecca we still have in work. Right. I mean, Scott, you spent 6 months in Atlanta.
Yeah.
When you went to Atlanta.
Black. I mean, it's majority black. There's a different
and
attitude.
successful.
There's a different confidence in the black community in Atlanta than there is anywhere else I've found, right? Like you go to Atlanta and there's no fear there. They don't feel like they're a minority in Atlanta, right?
Oh no, we don't.
Majority in Atlanta,
right?
So, right. I mean, Martin Luther King's from Atlanta. All this stuff started there, right? Right. So it feels different in Atlanta than everybody else.
Right. And that's what we would like to be able to see across the country, because I said this. We as black people, I don't understand what the fear is that would be from
Hey,
just
read
white
my
America.
sister comment. Read my deal with my
What's
sister.
she say? Even when you say our people, you are separating you from me mentally. I get it, but do the Jews separate themselves from? Do the Asians separate themselves? Do we have Chinatowns in America, right?
Little Italy.
Little Italy, yeah. These places like that. We don't have a little Africa anywhere in America.
If it was, it'd be Atlanta.
That's the closest Wakanda will get.
Right.
Right. Why do you think that was such a huge success? That movie and the idea, the
Pride.
idea of that.
Pride.
Yes, it's pride. Right. So when we say our people, it's not that we're excluding anyone else, but the truth of the matter is, we have all been segregated. So there's nothing wrong with having black pride. There's nothing wrong with being proud to be white. Like that's what
Come on, bro. I can't say that. You can say that, but I couldn't say that.
No, you should be.
If I say that, I'll be racist.
No, you should be able to say, "Hey, I'm proud to
I'll
be white."
Be a proud boy.
You'll be a proud boy. Yeah, so
right.
But see, that's also the division that has come between us, right? I mean, I was talking about my friend Sean Lilly. This is a guy who grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood, went to a predominantly black school, one of few white people in our school, right? But he'll tell you he never felt discriminated against. I shouldn't say he'll tell you that, but I've had conversation with him, and saying that. But he said we've always made him feel welcome, right? We make little jokes about him, call him big head white boy. He did have a big head, but big head white boy. That's but that was love. Like nobody else could say that to him though.
Yeah, listen. I think if we could relax around the idea of like pointing fingers, racist, right? Like when me and Willie hang out, right? There's a lot of times I'll say, "What's up, Spiquito?" which means I'm calling him Little Spick. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And he's my best man at my wedding. What's up, Spiquito? And somebody's like, "You a racist?" I'm like, I know that guy. He's my best friend. Shut up.
Right.
Unfortunately, we're getting wrapped up in all this language. I grew up in a locker room where we made fun of each other, but we loved each other at the same time, right? It was part of the love.
Yeah.
Let me talk about one thing. I was in college in Lewis University, and obviously that's diverse, right? I did grow up in a predominantly white small town, and so I go to college, and I'm in the broadcast curriculum, and I got a show, and my best friend in college was Cal Coleman. He ain't white, but that name, right? So me and Cal are running the station together. We're on air talking about the same kind of stuff that we're talking about back 30 years ago. And I said to him, I go, "Hey, I got a question," because I'm like, there's an unfairness when it comes to the application of language or races or racially accepted ideas. Right? And here's what I meant. There is a student union on campus, and there's a black student union on campus. Right? At the time, ready for this? The president of the black student union was black, and the president of the student union was black. Right? But I wasn't going to get voted as president of the black student union. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right.
I go, how fast would the news channels be down at this campus if I started a white student? Right? He's like, "Oh, in a minute." He goes, "Well, that's just the way it is. You got your own union." I go, "Yeah, but president of the student union is black." Right? Like, it could be black or white, but I can't be president of the black student union. Like, that's a segregation there, right?
Yeah.
He's like, "Come on, man, you guys have had the whole country your entire life. This is the mentality, right?" Like, in that would be the case. What they're saying is, well, there's something that you can't be that we can be, right? In black, that white people cannot now be, right? And there's a tension there, and it's like, there's no reason to say I need a white student union, and I don't need that, right?
You're right.
But I do believe, for the sake of pride and for the sake of heritage, right? There's an Italian, so you break up the white student union to an Italian group, right? Club,
Yeah.
Asian club, right, and a Chinese club, right? Instead of like an all predominantly white club, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, how fast would the news be down here if I started a white student union? Because you got
right,
like,
right.
Racist. I'm like, well, I'm a black student, not racist. Because we trying to take care of our own. I'm like,
yeah. Like Quinn said, everyone else does it. Everyone else has a segregation. Because see, in the black community, we say we've been stripped of our pride, of our who we are. We've been told we were less than. We're not even full person, right? Our ancestors were taken from the motherland, brought here to be workers, to be the slave force, and then we
just as a
products. Yeah, we were a product. Yeah, we were property. We were property, right? Yeah. So when we talk about our people, and we talk about pride, your sister said, Jennifer says, pride is a killer. For the black community, pride is all we really have, because that was taken away from us. And so we want to build, in order to build ourselves up and build each other up, we got to have pride in who we are. And then and that doesn't, and I think some of the fear that is out there in society is, if we become so prideful and we become basically on the same levels, I think, not all, but I think the sentiment is that white people feel like we're going to reverse the roles. Oh, if all of a sudden black people start getting into power and they start making more money and all this kind of stuff, they're gonna make us their slaves. They're gonna treat us like our ancestors treated them. And let me put as many white people that are still listening at ease as I possibly can. Black people, we're not nowhere interested in having you guys be slaves for us, right? That's just not in the nature of a black person. Black people across the globe. Like you said it yourself, Scott. When you come to the hood, are they welcoming to you? They welcome you into the hood, right?
Yeah. Well, they're always. I mean, let's talk about the situation. I was peddling products, right? It was cheap. So people are like, yeah, what you got? Whereas white people, I go to a white neighborhood and they'd be like, they would look down on you because of what you're doing.
But if you were to go into
your hood, I would be accepted.
Yeah. But if you went into that same hood with your Brooks Brothers suit on, your alligator shoes. White boys don't wear alligator shoes, right? Y'all don't wear what's you know what I mean? Your fancy car and all that kind of stuff. You selling insurance. They ain't welcoming you into the hood, right? They're not welcoming you into the hood. But you come in and you're like, hey, I'm hustling just like you guys. I'm a hustler. Like they welcome that because they say, all right, here's a dude that's trying to come up.
Yeah, absolutely.
We respect that.
So look. So here's Quinn. Here's the conundrum you face in a society where like, hey, there's no laws against. That's all been erased. You don't have to sit in the back of the bus. You can drink at the same fountain. You can use the same bathrooms now. The challenge is now, society's now asking black folks, oh, what do you want? What the heck do you want now? Right? Like, feel almost that. Like, what law do you want change that would not disenfranchise any other race? Does that make sense? That's the challenge. Right now, all the laws are equal. Right? And if you say redlining, that's not something that's built into law. That's built into again. And I say, you said something about, hey, if I'm showing a house if I'm living in that house to be an appraised, right? What do we do? Like, what solves that? What solves the problem? What law needs to be created that solves the problem that you think you're facing? And I'm saying you think you're facing, not to offend, but to say that you have these thoughts about the idea. I'm asking you about those thoughts. I'm breaking up again?
Yeah, you were.
I don't know what Jennifer's saying. Define. I mean,
that's stupid. Yeah, what's stupid?
I'm here to listen.
That's not the route.
Considered cattle a while ago, right? Considered less than a while ago. Considered like not now. It's not a now thing. And Quentin, you know us well enough, and you know me well enough to know that I get up every single morning, and I don't care who's on the line. My goal is What? Awaiting remarks from Joe Biden.
We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Mets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're
I think
still in the
Biden
game in
conceding.
Georgia. Although
I don't know. I don't know.
Hang on, we gotta listen.
we're feeling real good about
Yeah.
Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to
Hold on, I'm
count,
gonna turn it
but
up.
we're going to win Pennsylvania. But talk to the folks in Philly.
Oh, she answered. Jennifer answered. What was stupid.
All right.
The turning white people into slaves.
Hey, Biden's conceding.
He's not conceding.
He is. Like, I'm done. I'm going home. I gotta go to bed. Take my drug.
He's too.
Past
Yeah.
my bedtime. Jill
He
told me
said,
I'm
"Yeah."
done.
He said, "I'm conceding. I'm gonna turn this over to Kamala."
I can't take it. Not allowed to take any more drugs.
Yeah.
To keep my wits about me.
Yeah, because he does seem like he checked out. Because Jill had to remind him. He was like, "Who?"
Good speaker.
Yeah. Jill was like, "Hey, you got to thank the governor." He was like, "Who?"
All right, get him off the stage here, Jill. All right, see you later, everybody. Gotta go to
Yeah,
bed.
he got to go take.
Gotta go to bed. We're in Scranton here. We're home. I'm gonna take Joe home and go to bed.
Yeah, let's get Joe.
See you later. He's past his bedtime. We hope we win tomorrow, but right now, he's going to bed. I don't know, man. You can't be commander in chief. Have to go to bed early. I don't know, man.
He got to be in bed by 9:30. Hey, Russia, y'all calm it down. I know y'all a couple hours ahead, but I gotta go.
I can't stay up to see if I win. I gotta go to bed. I'm not very excited. I mean, it's exciting and everything, but
I'm.
I'll find out tomorrow when I read the newspaper.
Hey, this is the mic that he's accepting, and he's like, "Hey, I wanna thank all y'all for coming out."
Yeah, can't go to bed.
Who?
We might win. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. While I eat my Captain Crunch.
The governor of
I'm Joe Biden. I might be the senator tomorrow.
Yeah. We won.
No. So Joe's like, what am I supposed to say? Am I conceding now? I gotta go to bed. Oh, Joe, you got to count Pennsylvania. All right.
Right.
Can we read about it tomorrow?
Because I ain't gonna lie, it's way past my bedtime. So I know Joe's about to pass out.
Dude, we'd been rolling all night on this podcast. You ain't left a seat. You must be numb down there.
Man, yes.
Your ass has got to be numb, dude.
Jennifer says, yes. Yep, past mine. Love you, brother. Nice chatting with you, DV. The brother was to me. That wasn't to you, Scott.
We have 3 people left. That's it.
Yeah.
She
She said, look, you know, Jennifer, my new sister. Sister from another mister. She said she grew up in the hood.
She didn't grow up in the hood.
Yeah. I didn't grow up in the hood either. So
farm hood.
Yeah, farm hood. Yeah. It's like my son saying, hey, we from the mean streets of Gainesville. You know, Gainesville, Virginia. He's like, Dad, you know,
I'm from Decatur.
Yeah. I told my son, I said, son, that don't even sound hard. You're from the mean streets of Gainesville. Gainesville, Virginia. Yeah, come on. He's
on some kind of cocktail. I'm sure they got him.
Yeah.
Involved.
Yeah.
That guy don't got it.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say. If he wins, he's just winning for Kamala.
That's what I'm saying. That's what he's conceding. He's conceding to Kamala. Hey,
I lived in the hood.
I lived in the hood.
Which hood? I mean, I lived in Long Island City. That was dangerous. I don't know if it was the hood. It was just industrial in New York. It was opportunist because there was nobody around, right? So shit got robbed.
Yeah.
We didn't get robbed. We got burglarized. Nobody. Burglarized is different than being robbed. Robbed.
Yeah, it is.
Right? Burglarized is you go to your car the next day and the windows are out and your stereo's go. That's burglarized.
Yeah.
You weren't any kind of physical danger.
Yeah.
You were missing a stereo.
Ada said Scott is too funny.
House in the hood. That wasn't the hood. I knew your first house.
So that lets me know there's a different version of the hood from white people. Y'all have a different. You had a different level of hood.
Yeah. What's the street, Jen? In Indianapolis, so it's Keystone. And what was the cross street? What was the cross street? We considered the one. I mean, it ain't like the South Side of Chicago or Atlanta. Talking about Indianapolis. Talking about like 10 times small. It's like a little model. It wasn't be dangerous, right? I was from Chicago, so it wasn't really that dangerous.
But the longer it goes, and this is what I'll say about
Chicago ain't nothing like anything you got to do.
Just like COVID.
No, you didn't live in the hood. I've been to your house. I've been to that house.
And yeah, I'm sorry. I did say she grew up in the hood. She didn't say she grew up in. She said she lived in the hood. So.
I don't think that. I mean, I've merged tougher streets in Indianapolis than what you lived on.
Yeah, like so
38th Street in Indianapolis is the roughest place in Indianapolis, right? And it ain't rough.
Yeah.
There's no place in Indianapolis that's rough.
My kid's idea of hood is Manassas, Virginia, right? Manassas, Virginia. They say that's the hood. They call it Manassas, Virginia, right?
I don't know. I've never lived there, so I can't say.
Yeah.
I had that surprise face like, what?
Yeah, Manassas. So I mean, in terms of Northern Virginia and certain areas, okay, Manassas is not. It's not your high end. It do have a lot of Hispanics there, but it is not like when we were moved.
Hood in Atlanta.
Oh well, they did away with a lot of them, but one of the biggest ones was called East Lake Meadows in Atlanta.
Dangerous. You don't go there.
This is how dangerous it was, Scott. It was so dangerous that they nicknamed it Little Vietnam, and it was so bad that.
But not because there was Vietnam living there, Vietnamese.
No, but there was always gunfire, something like that. It was always going. In fact, the police didn't even go into East Lake Meadows. If there was a crime committed and you called 911, they did not go into East Lake Meadows. they would go in after a murder or something like that, all that kind of stuff. But
Guns blazing.
they're not. If someone's calling and say, "Hey, they're shooting here," they're not racing over into East Lake Meadows. So that was one of the worst hoods in Atlanta. But Bowen Homes, Bowen Homes was one of them. It was another one.
Quentin, are you from Atlanta originally?
I think he said he lived there. Yeah.
Are you born and raised?
4 Seasons. Yeah.
Where were you born? Well, is 4 Seasons a place? Or is he telling me he's been there for 4 years?
4 Seasons was a place. Techwood was a place. 4 Seasons was a place.
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
No, Quentin. I know where you're from.
Yeah, what area are you from, Quentin?
Are you from it? He says yes, maybe from Atlanta. I don't know if I'm clear. I live here now, born and raised.
Okay, yeah. So you're born and raised.
Now you're talking hood. Now you're talking dangerous. Cabrini Green in Chicago.
But okay, and Scott, I'm gonna tell you this. When we heard about how bad Cabrini Green was.
Yeah.
But think of Cabrini Greens. East Lake Meadows was 3 times worse.
I don't know, man. Now you're talking about my hoods versus your hoods.
I'm just saying.
You can't talk about Chicago hoods and put them down like they ain't dangerous, right? I'm gonna stand up for my hood.
I'm just saying. And in fact, I've had some people who were from Chicago.
You ain't heard them. Hey, hold on a second. I got one thing to say, and I'm gonna be done.
Yeah.
We'll go hang on my. Cut him loose. You know how he said the GOAT, like the
MJ and yeah.
When LeBron will catch up to MJ when you could get robbed for your LeBron. Ain't nobody getting robbed for their LeBron. Right?
Yeah.
Getting robbed for their Jordans, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Right.
Yeah.
And that I sent you another meme about the DC Jordan, and it wasn't Pippen. Willie had it wrong. It was actually Brain, 52-year-old Brain. Who's the guy? Rodman, right? So it's Rodman and Jordan, and they're like, Game 7, like said LeBron has scored he's the greatest of all time, scored the most Game 7 points in history, right?
Yeah.
And Jordan and Rodman left like, what, Game 7?
Yeah. I thought I got a real good kick out of that one. That was a good one.
Anyway,
that was a good one.
Now we're talking about greatest all-time hoods.
The greatest of all-time hoods.
Right? It ain't gonna be nothing in Atlanta comparing to Chirac. We get called Chirac around the country. It's like the LeBron versus the Jordans. You ain't got a place called Chirac.
Y'all had a place called Chirac. We had a place called Vietnam.
Yeah, but it don't sound as bad.
See, y'all play. There was a play of words there. No, they actually called this place Vietnam. How many people died in Vietnam versus how many people died in Iraq?
I don't know. That's not how they're naming it.
No, I'm just come on.
A war zone is what they're saying.
It's a war. Hey, yeah. So,
we go. Look, I tell you what. That's what we do. We do a podcast from your toughest hood.
Yeah, we could do that.
And then we
all right. So Quentin, I'm gonna need your help, Quentin. I'm gonna need you to get.
I would not want to do a podcast in the toughest hood in Chicago. I wouldn't want to sit there and do a podcast in that area, right?
Hey Quentin, we're gonna get all the people that grew up in Atlanta, they were born and raised in Atlanta, and they know about what we're talking about. Because
that's gonna be a topic. All right,
we should make that the toughest hoods.
Yeah, we got hood pride.
Hood pride, yeah, there you go. Hood pride. Raise your hoods.
Hood pride, bro.
That's gonna be great.
What does the red or blue with white stripes mean on the map? Sorry, I'm political. It means it hasn't been called, but it's leaning that way. Hasn't been called. The solid is called. There's stripes, whether it's blue stripes or red stripes. You see, Arizona's got blue stripes and Nevada's got red stripes. It means that right now the count is favoring that candidate.
Yeah.
And then if it's solid, they've called it for that. There you go. Good night, Jennifer. Love you.
Good night, Jan. That is funny, man. Yeah, we got to get that one on there, Scott. I like that.
Yeah.
Raise your
Pride
hoods.
Week.
Hood Pride Week.
We got the toughest hoods out there.
Because people from New Orleans gonna come in there saying they it's crazy because each one of these cities had been the murder capital of the
across the country. I don't think even Atlanta would race. You got Compton in LA, right?
Yep.
Compton.
Yep.
Right. You got East New York.
Yep.
Which is real rough. And
Yep.
you got Iraq. And that's it, bro. Like the top three. Atlanta would be like down. I don't care what you say. There's places in DC rougher. There's places in Baltimore. I guarantee they're tougher than places.
I'm telling you.
They ain't as tough as places in Chicago. I'm just saying. I got hood.
We're gonna differ on that because again, it is. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'll take it. We did stirred about with that. Yep, sure. What are you thanking me for? Oh, right.
Yeah, the explanation.
Past I got Biden brain going on. That's it, man. I got Biden.
I can see that now. I can see that being a meme. Biden. I want to thank y'all for. I want to thank y'all for coming out and voting.
Where's Corn Pop? Where's Corn Pop? I got that Corn Pop for coming out today. No, Corn Pop a bad guy. Oh, okay.
I see Biden going to sleep at the mic.
Man, Corn Pop a bad dude.
Yeah. Chirac.
So Ada, this is not the guy that you get on the impacts in the morning. It's like I'm like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. Hey, I couldn't respond fast enough when you said about the how's your chicken hawks? Did they win? I could say, hey, they already played. They had played on Thursday and they won. And I was like, yeah,
Quentin, how
it's
you
doing?
Quentin.
That's gonna be funny though. We get to
Atlanta sports teams. Oh, well, the Braves went far.
Yeah, they went far. Man, we could.
I mean, there's some. Yeah, you got to give them.
Yeah, they were one game away from being in the World Series and blew it. I think my Atlanta teams are cursed, man. I think we're cursed.
Right.
I don't know where we got it from, but
now here's a conundrum. I don't even know how to stop this thing because I didn't start it.
Yeah, it's trusting the sleep, man.
Keep going for tomorrow.
We got to stay up. We got to stay up, Scott.
That's right. Well, you can, come on, Atlanta. You got to give Atlanta props, right? I mean, not the whole city. The Braves. Sorry, the Braves. The Braves, one game away from this.
Yeah. Yet to be projected. 14 states, 160 electoral votes. So they have Biden.
I don't know. What time is it here? It's midnight.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock for me. It's 1:01 for me.
All right, I'm gonna figure out how to end this thing right now. Let me see here. How do I do this?
Yeah, if you can do that. Yes. I think we just log out. Maybe
get out.
Yeah. All right, I'll see you in the morning. I won't see you, but
team there.
I'll be on with you in the morning on the impact.
I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
No impact? No impact in the morning?
My wife.
Oh, that's right. It's What's Up Wednesday.
When my wife's on the impact, that's the only day I get that, and Sunday I get to sleep in. Everything else.
Yeah. Unless you
now Saturday, I get to sleep in Saturdays because you're doing Saturdays. So.
Oh yeah. So, man.
What do you want us to buy? What do you want us to buy, Deborah? He wants to buy something.
Buy
All
YouTube.
right, guys. I'll see you later. I'm getting off here.
Yeah, we're signing out.